Annotation. More than 30 years have passed since Stalin's death. The incessant clamor of praise that accompanied his name in the Soviet Union has died down. In the West, the mention of him provokes indignation and criticism. He is considered a perverse despot, the greatest criminal in history. Like an icon placed before its oil lamp, and so tarnished that its features are barely visible, it has become a confused shadow, which can only with difficulty be identified. Stalin was, however, a ruler in the tradition of Ivan the Terrible and Peter the Great. His courage, his ability, and his objectives were great. His energetic leadership transformed a vast, backward, agricultural nation into a modern industrial power. He was also ruthless and inhuman in his methods. Like many exceptional men, he was an amalgamation of diverse qualities. Author's note. More than 30 years have passed since Stalin's death. The incessant clamor of praise that accompanied his name in the Soviet Union has died down. In the West, the mention of him provokes indignation and criticism. He is considered a perverse despot, the greatest criminal in history. Like an icon placed before his oil lamp, and so tarnished that his features are barely visible, he has become a confused shadow, which can only with difficulty be identified. Stalin was, however, a ruler in the tradition of Ivan the Terrible and Peter the Great. His courage, his ability, and his objectives were great. His energetic leadership transformed a vast, backward, agricultural nation into a modern industrial power. He was also ruthless and inhuman in his methods. Like many exceptional men, he was an amalgamation of diverse qualities. There is no shortage of books and reports, some sensational, others erudite, and many inspired by malice and hatred dedicated to the dark side of his rule. They have had a tendency to obscure and distort, raising barriers that prevent us from understanding man and his importance. Studies on its positive aspects are scarce. The distorted portrait of Stalin is partly the work of Trotsky and his supporters. Other factors have also contributed, such as the idolatry of Lenin, the bitterness of the exiled Social Democrats, and the ethical judgments of Western historians. To all this we must add the speech given by Khrushchev at the 20th Congress of the party in 1956 and the partial rejection of Stalin by the party and the Soviet government, as well as the confusing de-Stalinization measures. Trotsky, a man of great talent and ardor, but also possessed of extreme arrogance, was convinced that he had been defeated and humiliated as a result of Stalin's machinations. He could never accept that Stalin had become the leader of the party and of Russia, and he dedicated himself to expressing his hatred for the man he claimed to despise. Trotsky was a spiteful enemy, and a political writer, a polemicist rather than a historian, always ready to distort and invent evidence against his opponents. The most frequently cited and read works on Stalin are, Stalin, Appraisal of the Man and His Influence, by Trotsky, and the biography written by Boris Suvarin, a contemporary French communist, a sympathizer of Trotsky and equally inspired by hatred towards his biographer. Also notable among Trotsky's sympathizers and supporters in the West is Isaac Deutscher, whose emotional and intellectual familiarity with him is evident in a 3-volume biography. Deutscher also wrote an interesting and erudite biography of Stalin, but he faithfully followed the line set by Trotsky. Others, and especially Professor E. H. Carr, a leading authority on the revolution and the Stalin era, have also come close to Trotsky's interpretation. While Stalin has been execrated, Lenin has been deified. In the Soviet Union, of course, the idolatry of Lenin has reached extremes that are difficult to believe. But also in the West, many writers, Suvarin and Deutscher in particular, have described Lenin with great uncritical admiration. Although he was a great revolutionary leader, Lenin had many flaws and was far from infallible. At times he was nothing more than an unscrupulous politician, determined to gain power. Furthermore, it was he who encouraged terror, forced labor camps, the suppression of all opposition, the monolithic organization of party and state, and other aspects of the Soviet system that are anathema to Western liberal opinion, and that are attributed by general rule to Stalin. However, the praise of Lenin seems to require the denigration of Stalin, although both were the creators of Soviet Russia, and Stalin's contribution was by no means the least important. Soviet dissidents condemn Stalin, but are divided over Lenin. Roy Medvedev, who still remains in the Soviet Union and remains a convinced communist and follower of Lenin, maintains that Stalin was entirely responsible for the aberrations of the Soviet regime. His book Let History Judge is a non-stop attempt to blame Stalinism. Solzhenitsyn maintains that the policies of Stalin and the communist system are alien to Russian life, and are certainly malignant aberrations, engendered by Lenin and the party. He places himself close to the Slavophiles who call for a return to the traditions of the Orthodox Russia and apparently idealized Old Muscovy of Tsar Alexis Mikhailovich. Both ideas seem unacceptable to me, as I try to show in this biography. Attempts by Western historians to understand and represent Stalin are usually strangled by ethical principles and moral indignation. They start from the premise that he was a despot who prospered by doing evil and whose cynical concern was to satisfy his lust for power. In general, they are reluctant to admit that he had any other objective or even that he had gifts of any kind, except perhaps cunning and cruelty. Richard Pipes, a professor of Russian history at Harvard University, whom I respect for his scholarship, offers striking evidence of the almost deliberate refusal or inability of Western scholars to write about Stalin dispassionately. Thus he stated that Stalin did not possess statesmanship, that his greatest gift, the ability to penetrate the worst of human nature, was ultimately negative, and that he encouraged Hitler to start the war and, once this was done, he entrusted the most important strategic decisions to professional soldiers like Zhukov. These judgments and others like them are, in my opinion, so contrary to the facts that they are perverse, but they are representative of much of what has been written about him in the Western world. Joseph Stalin's rise to power and command constitutes one of the most extraordinary chapters in history. His family, his environment, and his childhood contribute nothing to the understanding of his personality and his life. There were numerous obstacles for him to achieve any relevance: short stature, vulgar appearance, pockmarked face, and physical defects. He was not Russian, but Georgian, and of the humblest lineage. He had received a solid education, but within the strictly conservative confines of an Orthodox seminary. With these unpromising beginnings, his life followed an upward trajectory until he became the absolute leader of a nation with more than 200 million inhabitants. The qualities that led him to command other men and that made him the arbiter of their destinies were his great, highly disciplined intelligence, his firmness, his implacable will, his courage, and his inflexibility. Although his formal education had been limited, he was a tireless reader. He studied the history of Russia and other countries, paying special attention to the past in terms of the formulation of political programs, customary government occupations, and wartime strategy. He became an expert on many topics. He could move from one topic to another with mastery, and he never forgot anything. Since he became, during his youth, a revolutionary and later a Bolshevik, he remained steadfast in his dedication to Marxism-Leninism. But this dedication merged with another loyalty that obsessed him. Living and working in Russia, he became a Russian. He identified completely with his adopted country, and revealed himself to be an essentially Russian autocrat. In his dedication to both causes, Russia and Marxism-Leninism, he became fully convinced that he was a man who would go down in history. His destiny was to govern Russia according to the dogma of Marxism-Leninism, make it a safe and powerful country, and create a new society. No sacrifice was excessive for this cause, and in the future the Russian people would be rewarded in peace, justice, and well-being. The policy of socialism in one country, the industrialization and collectivization campaigns, the successive 5-year plans, and even the purges were aimed at this objective. All those who opposed or were suspected of opposing him in the grand design of history were enemies and must be eliminated. As a man, Stalin was extraordinary and sometimes disconcerting. Despite his reputation, he was very humane, sensitive to the feelings of others and capable of great affection. A lover of solitude, He possessed a certain charm and a lively sense of humor. He tried to be a father to his children, but failed. In his private life he was extremely ethical, almost puritanical, and lived simply, without luxury of any kind. But her understanding and benevolence were often dominated by his chronic distrust and suspicion, by outbursts of anger, and by his inflexibility. Paradoxically, he was not a cruel man. He took no pleasure in making others suffer, but he was inflexible in his willingness to sacrifice human lives on a large scale to carry out his plans and achieve his goals. Between Stalin and Western leaders there was a fundamental difference in perspective. The liberalism and humanitarianism proclaimed in the West seemed unrealistic for his people, who were not prepared for such luxuries. But the humanitarian principles of Western leaders also seemed hypocritical to him. For example, they made an arbitrary distinction between war and peace that he did not accept. Russia was in a state of war, in his opinion, not only while the hostilities against Germany lasted, but throughout his life. Churchill evidently accepted the unnecessary massacre of 135,000 men, women, and children at Dresden, because it took place in wartime. Truman did not hesitate to drop the atomic bomb on Hiroshima and Nagasaki, although this was not necessary to achieve victory over Japan. But they were outraged by the death of 12 or 14,000 Polish soldiers and civilians who were anti-Russian and constituted a real danger to the nation, as well as by the elimination of dissidents, who could undermine Stalin's power. Regarding such incidents, as well as regarding the treatment of the Polish question and other important issues, a manifest divergence of perspective appeared between Stalin and Western leaders. Some Russian traditions that emerged with the formation of Muscovy have maintained an impressive continuity in the history of Russia, lasting until the 20th century. Stalin, his orientations, and his mandate were firmly based on these traditions. In the brief introduction that follows these lines I point out the most important and deeply rooted of these historical factors, which have direct relevance to this study. In the future, the controversy over Stalin will undoubtedly continue. But I hope that the most positive and dynamic aspects of his mandate will be studied. Soviet Russia is today a superpower with a navy probably already superior in strength to that of the United States, a certainly larger army, and a weapons capacity that is at least equal. Stalin was the architect and organizer of this military and economic power, which has been achieved in a surprisingly short space of time. One of Stalin's basic objectives was always to overcome backwardness and weakness, and achieve a level similar to that of the West. This objective has been achieved only a few years after his death. Surprisingly, this was symbolized in Vladivostok in November 1974 on the occasion of SALT II. As Raymond L. Garthoff has observed, the fundamental political objective of the Russians has been to achieve recognition of equality between the Soviet Union and the United States. Equality in its broadest political and political-military, as well as strategic, sense, which represents the end of the inferiority of the Soviet Union in its relations with the United States, and this was formally recognized in Vladivostok. The struggle for power and the need for a balance of forces are as relevant to the world in the 20th century as they were in previous centuries. But both rivalries frequently appear blurred by the problems of human rights, developing countries, and other similar problems that are a real and urgent concern. The West is particularly interested in these issues, and it is convenient to know that they are not considered a priority by the Soviets. Machiavelli, whose work The Prince is said to have been studied in depth by Stalin, argued that political conduct and measures should be considered without regard to Christian morality. Stalin followed this precept. When he dealt with political realities, he put ideology aside, and his political programs are still the political programs of the Soviet Union. Only by knowing these political programs and the nationalist attitudes that inform them does the study of the man and his times take on special significance and importance. This study is, therefore, an attempt to remove the subject from the accumulation of distortions, prejudices and obfuscation in which it has been buried. I have tried to briefly present Stalin's life, his objectives and points of view, and, as far as I have been able, with the limited material available, to make the man known. I have not attempted to mitigate, much less justify, the inhumane facts of his mandate, these are well documented. But I have renounced value judgments and kept my own political opinion aside, although, as born and educated in the tradition of the rule of law and the parliamentary system of government, I find Marxist dogmas totally unacceptable, and I reject them outright. The opinions of the majority of Marxists. Thus, I have tried to understand and present Stalin in his own Russian context. I hope to have been able to avoid, at least in part, what Mark Bloch described as that satanic enemy of history, the mania for passing judgment. Stalin, who was prone to invoking the name of the deity, would probably have said, "This is for God." Stalin and Russia present a broad and challenging field of study. The historian's difficulties are, however, seriously aggravated, both by the lack of materials and by the lack of credibility of a good part of the available documents. Nothing is known about some periods of his life, speculation and rumors fill the gaps. Stalin, for his part, is excessively reserved. He apparently wasn't interested in the verdict of history. Roosevelt was much more concerned about his place in it. Hitler was also worried about the verdict of history. Churchill wrote profusely to record, explain, and justify his actions to posterity. Stalin did not try any of that. He had a public life and a private life. The adulations of the cult of personality concerned his public life. The official biographies published during his lifetime by Yaroslavsky, Riria, Barbusset and others are also part of that cult. If, as Khrushchev claimed, he carefully revised his brief official biography to ensure that he was described as suited his personality cult, it must not be forgotten that this affected his public life and was part of the pageantry of power. But he didn't write anything about himself, neither his inner thoughts nor his motivations. No one truly knew him, but there were some who captured aspects of the man. The historian must rely on official documents, Stalin's speeches and articles, and on the writings of others. Most of the material published in the West about Stalin has been written by people who were hostile to him or who were prejudiced against him. Trotsky and Suvarin have been mentioned above. This material is interesting and often very valuable, but must be treated with caution. It is often biased and cannot be verified. If evidence were required to prove its veracity, as is done in British courts, much of it would be considered inadmissible. An example of this is the much-cited statement, supposedly made by Stalin, who one summer night in 1923, opening his heart to Djertinsky and Kamina, said, "Choose a victim, prepare the plans carefully, carry out relentless revenge, and then go to sleep. There is nothing sweeter in the world." Leaving aside the fact that this hearsay testimony was recorded with reservations by Suvarin, to whom Kamina presumably told it, both the content of the comment and the idea of Stalin opening his heart to these two men do not seem to me not at all like him. Nevertheless, this comment is generally cited as fact. Khrushchev's speech at the 20th Congress of the Communist Party and the volumes of his memoirs are very interesting, but they also have to be treated with caution. His only concern was to degrade Stalin while he saved and justified himself, and he did everything possible to achieve this. While he was in power, he was increasingly noted for his military leadership during World War II, when he was a political commissar. The 6-volume history of the Great Patriotic War of the Soviet Union contains a great deal of valuable and objective material, but also, while extolling Khrushchev's relatively unimportant role, makes a critical and marginal mention of Stalin. Since his fall from power, Khrushchev's military genius has been forgotten, and Brezhnev's insignificant role in the war has been inflated. However, Stalin's denigration has hit rock bottom. Tribute is again beginning to be paid to his leadership during the war and to other aspects of his tenure. During Stalin's lifetime, Russian generals did not dare to publish memoirs. The official version was that Stalin, as a great leader and supreme commander-in-chief, had led the Soviet Union to victory. The general's memoirs could have departed from this version, and Stalin himself would have shown disapproval of it for being the self-glorification of the individual generals. These, in fact, had received considerable recognition in the form of decorations, promotions, and the great salutes with which victories had been celebrated at the time, and, with the exception of Zhukov, they had maintained positions of relevance. After the 20th Party Congress in 1956, Soviet generals, eager like their Western colleagues to recount their military exploits to promote themselves and justify their actions, launched into book publishing. The memoirs were so numerous that an American academic, Søren Beiler, published an anthology with numerous notes and comments. This occurred in the midst of de-Stalinization, and many wrote about Stalin's mistakes and his lack of military preparation. Naturally, the emphasis was placed on his mistakes, and his successes as a military leader were not mentioned, although everyone made it clear that as supreme commander he maintained control over all fronts and over the main operations. Since the first flood of memoirs, however, the pendulum has swung toward a relative recognition of his role. In this study I have relied almost entirely on the memoirs of Zhukov, Rokossovsky, and Shtimenko, and the articles of Vasilevsky, because these men worked closely with Stalin. Western leaders, officers, and service chiefs have glimpsed aspects that contribute to outlining a portrait of the man. Of particular value are the memoirs of Hopkins, Churchill, and Harriman, as well as the occasional insights of Beers, the interpreter. But the most important of all, of course, is the portrait of Stalin that his daughter presents to us in the book 20 Letters to a Friend, which impresses me with its spontaneity and its adherence to the truth. I have been deeply inspired by him. Aleluyeva's second book, Only 1 Year, belongs to a different category. It was written in the United States after having broken ties with her country, and in her judgments about her father the influence of her new Western friends is surely evident. Among these were Kennan and others who read the book's manuscript, and whose basic interpretations of Stalin I reject. It only remains for me to point out that his although she has subsequently returned to her country was the ultimate betrayal of her father, which she could have said, in the words of King Lear. How shaper than a serpent's teeth it is to have a thankless child. The Russian tradition. Some features of Stalin's rule, which are foreign to Western concepts, are permanently rooted in the history and way of being of the Russian people. They are part of the Russian tradition to which he was heir, and which he maintained for the same reasons as his predecessors. The most important of these traditions have been, the supremacy of the state, the absolute power of the autocrat, as the incarnation of the state, over the lives, property, and thoughts of all subjects, from the most important to the most humble, the feeling of vulnerability, laconicism and distrust, especially towards Western foreigners, the feeling of superiority and messianism, sensitivity to criticism and the brutal exercise of authority. Travelers from the West who visited the country during the reign of Ivan the Terrible and observers of Stalin's Russia have noted the same characteristics. His observations convey a sense of continuity, and even lack of change, in Russian history. The history of Russia constitutes an epic and endless battle to colonize the immense Eurasian plain. An extreme climate of long, very cold winters, and short, hot summers, an enormous plain, without natural defensive barriers, and a network of mighty rivers, marked the conditions in which the nation was created. But it has been a besieged nation, located on the borders between Europe and Asia, between sedentary and nomadic peoples, and subjected to constant attacks. In the West, people have fought for wealth and for political and economic rights. The first concern of Russians of all generations has been to defend their country and their families from invaders. The invasion and the war have shaped their way of being, their political system. They have accepted total subordination to the state, in the same way that they have accepted the absolute power of the autocrat, primarily because national survival required a centralized state and a ruler capable of mobilizing all human and material resources for defense. The Kiev Empire, the first step in the formation of the Russian nation, lasted for about 3.5 centuries. But it could not resist the destructive invading waves of the Pechenegs, Cumans, and other nomadic tribes of Asia, nor the advance of the Germanic tribes that pushed the Lithuanians and Latvians north. In search of safety, the Russians moved towards Galicia and Belarus, but their main migration was to the forests of the upper Volga and Oka rivers. There, Moscow became the center of the new Russian nation. Then, in the 13th century, the Mongol invasion occurred. Genghis Khan's hordes devastated the Eurasian plain, destroying everything in their path. The shock caused by the ferocity of the following 2 centuries made a deep and lasting impression on the Russians and the nascent state of Muscovy. The authority of the Great Khan was imposed mercilessly. The Yasa, a compilation of the military and civil laws of the Mongol Empire, established the death penalty for most violations of the law. Non-payment of tribute or failure to provide the required number of recruits and, worst of all, rebellion, were punished quickly and savagely. Slavic obedience was demanded from the Russians and other subject peoples. In the 15th century the great princes of Moscow shook off the Mongol yoke. But they had before them the formidable task of creating the new Russian nation. This required defending their lands, and at the same time reconquering the territory inhabited by Orthodox Russians under foreign domination and colonizing the extensive lands to the south and east. Muscovy suffered continuous attacks from the Kazan Khanate, until Tsar Ivan IV conquered it in 1552, and from the Swedes, Poles, Lithuanians, and Germans from the west. During these years, however, the most constant and significant wear and tear on the young Russian nation was the incessant war against the Tatars of the Crimean Khanate, behind whom was the powerful Ottoman Empire. In their frequent attacks, which sometimes occurred once a year, the Tatars suddenly emerged from the steppes, plundering and destroying, but mainly seeking to obtain prisoners who would then be sold as slaves in the Mediterranean markets. The Russians garrisoned their defenses, which in some places were not there, more than 300 kilometers south of Moscow. They gradually created defensive posts and fortified cities along this southern border, and began to spread southwards. This fight against the Tatars dominated Russian history for almost 3 centuries. The Russian historian Klyuchevsky has made the following observation: if we think about the amount of time and the material and spiritual forces consumed in this exhausting, violent and painful persecution of the steppe predators, it is hardly necessary to ask ourselves what the peoples of the Eastern Europe while Western Europe achieved its successes in industry and commerce, social life, arts, and sciences. The Crimean Khanate was eventually conquered, and in 1783 incorporated into the Russian Empire. The invasions and wars that had characterized Russian history became less frequent. But, at the beginning of the 19th century, Napoleon invaded Russia. A terrible battle was fought at Borodino, and the French occupied Moscow, which was partially destroyed by fire. In the 20th century Russia has experienced devastating invasions by the Germans. The tragedies of war have remained alive in the memory of all Russians throughout history. It is doubtful whether any other nation has suffered so constantly the horrors of invasions. The long experience has implanted in the people a feeling of vulnerability and threat to their lands. Of course, it is difficult for Anglo-Saxons, whether in the United Kingdom or North America, who have enjoyed security for a long time, to understand the pressure of always being prepared for war, as well as the endless terror and tragedy of such a history. Crashed. No people in the world have greater veneration for their prince than the Muscovites, who are taught from childhood to speak of the Tsar as of God in person, observed Adam Olearius, a 17th-century traveler. The Tsar was surrounded by the ceremonial and magnificence of Byzantium. But he was not merely an object of worship, but he was invested with the same absolute powers as the Mongol Khan. His subjects were slaves who owed him servitude and obedience. The heritage received from the Mongols was reinforced, and in some aspects transformed, by the influence of Byzantium and the Orthodox Church, which instilled the doctrine of Caesaropapism. The Tsar was the head not only of the nation, but also of the Church, and he was God's vicar on earth. For a brief time, during the time of troubles, when the Rukhivid dynasty was extinguished, the Poles invaded the country and occupied Moscow, and Muscovy was reduced to anarchy and the faith of the people in the divine authority of the Tsars. but it was soon revived with the establishment of the Romanov dynasty in 1613. The tradition of veneration, servitude, and absolute obedience to the Tsar would last without major changes until the Revolution of 1917. The deification of Lenin and the power and cult were based on this tradition. To the personality of Stalin. The Tsar's main function was to mobilize men and resources for defense. The people had to be organized according to a military structure to ensure that there were forces ready on the southern borders and to fight against the enemies in the west. The country was extensive and the colonization process towards the south and east meant that the population was scattered. Thus a system arose in which everyone was a servant subject to the authority of the autocrat. It was based on what was in fact the nationalization of land, which was granted to the nobility demanding their servitude in exchange. The granting of these pomsty or territories implied that the peasants were also linked to the land. This state of servitude evolved during the 17th century into a system of dependency similar to slavery. Everyone, including the nobles, were slaves, or yolopi, of the Tsar. To impose the obligations of servitude and the payment of tribute in an immense country with a dispersed population, the state used savage methods, inspired by those used by the Mongols. Executions, beatings with canes or bataji, which could lead to death, and other cruel punishments were the order of the day. All the Tsar's subjects could receive the same treatment, and it was not until the end of the 18th century that nobles and priests were granted the privilege of immunity from beatings. In the 19th century, exile and forced labor became frequent sentences. The Tsar's special police, which began in 1565 with the Oprichniki of Tsar Ivan IV and became the Okhrana and the third section of His Majesty's personal chancellery, were everywhere. Throughout their history, Russians, recognizing their submission to the Tsar, accepted the punishments imposed in his name. The methods of imposing authority brutalized the nation, but no protests arose. Of course, the Russians felt a fervent patriotism and an exalted love for their country and their regime, which they considered superior to those of other countries. It was a way of being that surprised Western travelers, who were dismayed by the servitude, brutal treatment, and miserable conditions that most of the people had to endure. Nikolai Karamzin, a prestigious Russian historian of the early 19th century, wrote, "Our ancestors, assimilating many of the advantages offered by foreign customs, never ceased to be convinced that an Orthodox Russian was the most perfect citizen and Holy Russia the most important state in the world. This may be considered a mistake, but it greatly strengthened the patriotism and moral spirit of the nation." Karamzin did not consider this idea of superiority to be a mistake, nor did the great mass of the Russian people. The Russians of Kiev and Novgorod had maintained close commercial and cultural contacts with the West. Then, for almost 250 years, being subject to the yoke of the Mongol Khans, they remained isolated. They had no news of the Renaissance, the Reformation, the explorations and scientific discoveries that transformed the Western world. In the 16th and 17th centuries, the Tsars realized how backward Russia was, especially in the arts of war. The English merchants who arrived in Muscovy were welcomed by Tsar Ivan IV, who was in need of Western military expertise. Peter the Great, who fought during his reign against Russian backwardness and isolation, was especially interested in Western naval and military techniques. He recognized, however, that Russia's security could not be based exclusively on its military power. An effective government and a strong economy were also necessary. Western influence, which reached Russia during the 16th and 17th centuries, alarmed the people. He distrusted everything that came from the West. They were completely unaware of the countries beyond their borders, and were not allowed to travel. Foreign experts serving the Tsar were forced to live in the foreign quarter outside Moscow so that they would not contaminate the Orthodox people. The ever-conservative Muscovites continued with their practices and traditions, which they believed to be superior. The Orthodox Church strengthened this conviction in them. The Russians received Christianity through Byzantium towards the end of the 10th century. The new faith took deep root among them and influenced them deeply. The Mongol Khans had been tolerant of Christianity, and during their occupation the Russian Church developed vigorously. He was instrumental in the creation of the Russian nation, and, although he recognized the primacy of Constantinople as the center of Orthodox Christianity, he became strongly nationalist. In 1453, Constantinople fell to the infidel Turks. Now independent, the Russian Church assumed the role of heir. The legend that Moscow was the Third Rome was nourished and became an article of faith for devout Russians. This legend reinforced the authority and status of the autocrat and the renown of Moscow. It also gave the Russians a sense of having a mission to fulfill. His church was the only guardian of the true Christian faith. They would lead the nations of the world, and particularly the Western ones, to unity, brotherhood, and salvation. In the 20th century this messianism could no longer be expressed in terms of Orthodox Christianity or a conception of Moscow as the Third Rome. Marxism-Leninism became the creed of which the Russians sought to be guardians for the people of the West and the world. Along with their claim to be in possession of the truth, the Russians have continued to consider themselves responsible for the mission of guiding and protecting Western civilization. Russia, they have long claimed, protected the West from Genghis Khan's Mongol hordes, the Crimean Tatars, and the Turks. This sense of mission is as strong today as it was in the past. In World War II, Russia saved the West with its victory over the fascist powers. According to Soviet statements, the Russians were not fighting only to defend their country, but to free the people of Europe from fascism, to save the world from its barbarism and bestiality. Statements of this type are characteristic, and express the messianic sense of having the mission to lead and convert, which has marked the way of being of the Russian people since the 15th century. Russia is a European power, declared Catherine the Great, and she even went so far as to say that Russia had always been a European country. This statement was frequently debated in the 19th century and continues to be the subject of disagreement. Whether true or not, the fact is that Russia has always clearly differentiated itself from the West in terms of social values and traditions. Travelers have always expressed their amazement and horror at slavery, brutality, secrecy, and suspicion, messianism and other aspects of Russian life. They have also generally displayed a sense of superiority and, at times, arrogant condescension, while George F. Kennan and other 20th-century writers have expressed proud moral disapproval of many Russian customs. Russians have always been very suspicious of criticism and being treated with a protective air. Of course, Stalin complained about the superior attitude of British naval officers, who served in northern Russia during the war, to the Red Navy. Western attitudes of self-righteousness have contributed to Russian distrust, secrecy, and even hostility toward foreigners. Furthermore, as Vasily Klyuchevsky observed, they think that Westerners have never appreciated their long and cruel struggle for survival or the other factors that have hindered their development. Western attitudes, in fact, have helped strengthen the Russian sense of having a special strength and mission. Russians, for their part, are divided in their attitude toward the West. The Westernizers, represented by Peter the Great and symbolized by the city of St. Petersburg, have sought to renounce most of Moscow's conservative traditions, reform Russia, and fully integrate into the Western community of nations. The Slavophiles, sometimes called Muscovites, who include the vast majority of the nation, have cherished the old traditions and confirmed their belief in the innate superiority of the Russian people, in their strength and their moral values. They have tried to maintain minimal contact with the West, convinced that Russia would develop in its own way until it achieved power and world leadership. The conflict between both tendencies has been clearly reflected in the rivalry between Moscow and St. Petersburg. By adopting Russia as his country, Stalin adopted the ways and traditions of the Muscovites, as well as their faith in the destiny of the Russian nation. The early years of Iosif Jugashvili. Iosif Vissarionovich Jugashvili, who went down in history as Iosif Stalin, was born on December 21, 1879 in the ancient Georgian town of Gori. Situated on the banks of the fast-moving Kara River and surrounded by hills, Gori is the center of a beautiful district in the province of Tbilisi, whose valleys are known for their vineyards, wheat fields, and orchids. It is part of the region known to the ancient Greeks as Chalcis, where Jason and the Argonauts searched for the Golden Fleece. Iosif spent his childhood in this idyllic environment. Vissarion, his father, came from Didylilo, a town near Tiflis, where his parents, like his ancestors, had been peasant serfs. For Vissarion, emancipation meant being free to continue his work as a shoemaker. Around 1870 he moved to Gori, where in 1874 he married Yekaterina Georgievna Golids, daughter of a serf family from a nearby village. She was about 18 years old, 5 years younger than her husband, and both were humble workers, poor and illiterate. They took up residence in a modest domek on Sabarovaya Street, near the Gori Cathedral. His house had a porch and 2 rooms with brick floors, and also a basement. The main room measured about 20 square meters and had a small window that provided little lighting. It was furnished with a small table, 4 stools, a small sideboard with a samovar, a mirror, a trunk with her belongings, and a table with a straw mattress. Stairs led to the basement, where Yekaterina probably cooked over the fire. In Russia at that time, it was a typical accommodation for a poor family. In this house, Yekaterina had 3 children, they all died in childhood. The 4th child was Iosif, and on him, his Soso or Soslo, affectionate diminutives of Iosif, lavished his love and care on her. Data on Vissarion is scarce. He apparently couldn't make a living as a shoemaker. In 1885 he returned to Tiflis, where he found work in a shoe factory, which belonged to an Armenian named Adekhanov, where he had already worked for some time before marrying. Only once did Stalin refer to his father in public, when he commented that, as a shoemaker, his father was not a true proletarian, since he had a petty bourgeois mentality. On another occasion he mentioned his childhood and his parents. It was in December 1931 when he gave an interview to Emil Ludwig, the popular biographer of the time. To the question what prompted him to rebel. Was it perhaps the treatment his parents gave him? Stalin replied, "No, my parents were uneducated, but they didn't treat me badly at all." This statement does not coincide with other versions of his childhood. Iosif Yermakvili, one of Luzif's friends, described Vissarion as having a strong build, with black eyebrows and a mustache, with an austere and irascible character. It was said that he had been an alcoholic. Georgians are known to be drinkers, and the expression drinking like a cobbler was very common in both Georgia and Russia. Yermakvili wrote years later, with the partiality of an exile, terrible and undeserved beatings made the boy as rough and ruthless as his father. Stalin's daughter, Svetlana, relates that her father told her how, in defense of her mother, one day he threw a knife at his father. The father ran after the child screaming, and the neighbors hid the boy. His mother, Yekaterina, was the most influential person in his childhood. She apparently was a young, red-haired, and attractive woman. Like her husband, she only spoke Georgian, but later she learned to read and write at least her name in Russian, to be worthy of her son. He was the center of her life. Since her husband started spending what he earned on drinking or couldn't earn enough to support them, she had to work day and night to survive. After Vissarion left for Tiflis, everything was probably easier, because he only had to take care of himself and Joseph. She washed clothes, baked bread, cleaned and sewed. She clothed him and fed him well, so that the boy grew strong and healthy, with exceptional energy and stamina. Yekaterina was deeply religious, but she decided that Iosif would be a priest also for social reasons. The emancipation of the serfs had opened the doors of the seminaries to the children of peasants with exceptional qualities. Ordained priest, he would marry and be in charge of a parish, he would have the possibility of promoting himself and, at the same time that he served God, he would enjoy a well-being and security that she had never known. That was her ultimate ambition for her son, and she worked hard to achieve it. Gori was proud of his 4 educational centers, including the religious school where Yekaterina managed to enroll her son. At that time he only spoke Georgian, and she made him take classes in Russian, the indispensable language. She also got him a monthly scholarship of 3 rubles. Her salary as a school cleaner and laundress was 10 rubles. On these meager earnings she supported herself for the next 5 years. 2 events were about to ruin her plans. In 1886 Iosif fell seriously ill with smallpox. His strong constitution allowed him to overcome it, but his face would always be marked by the illness. The second threat was the opposition of her husband, who was determined that the boy learn the shoemaker's trade. "You want my son to be a priest, right?" he protested. "Your eyes won't see it." "Yes, I am a shoemaker and my son will be a shoemaker like me." One day, probably in 1889, Vissarion went to Gori and took his son to the Adekanov factory in Tiflis. It was a stormy family event. His wife and his neighbors tried to dissuade him, but he adamantly insisted that his son should be an apprentice in the shoe factory. The details of the fight over Iosif's future are unknown, but it is clear that Yekaterina had the last word, as the boy returned to Gori's school. Stalin never mentioned this episode, and of course his silence about his father may have been due to the hatred he felt for this man who had beaten him and his mother, and embarrassed them with his drunkenness. Although he was only 11 years old when his father died in 1890, stabbed in a drunken brawl, his experiences probably left only sad memories. For her mother he felt a strong and enduring love. She was a woman of noble principles, puritanical in her way of thinking and stubborn. She was sometimes strict and hit him, but she undoubtedly also indulged him. As a child he had a close relationship with her and realized that her life was hard. She was going to be left completely alone. The son she adored left for Tiflis at the age of 15. He only returned home for brief periods of time over the next 5 years, but after that he virtually disappeared from her life. She was going to hear about him constantly, but by then she belonged to another world. He had become the great leader and ruler of Russia, far from Georgia and even further from the simple surroundings of his mother. Yekaterina continued to be a devout woman, with simple, even austere, tastes. Stalin said of her that she was an intelligent woman, although uneducated, and he also admired her for her uprightness of character. Concerned about her loneliness, he convinced her to move to Moscow, and for a short time she remained in the Kremlin. But the change was too great and she returned to quiet, familiar Georgia. One photograph, taken in 1932, shows the face of an older woman in a black Georgian dress. Her mouth is firm and sensitive, but the expression in her eyes is sad and disoriented. 2 years later, when her grandchildren visited her, they found her half sitting on a narrow iron bed in her small room in the old palace in Tiflis. She had been offered more luxurious accommodations, but this had been her choice. Her grandchildren could barely communicate with her because only one of them understood Georgian. Her visit apparently moved her deeply, as she cried much of the time. She never understood the high position of her son, nor the adulation that surrounded him. When he came to visit her shortly before her death, she told him, "What a shame you weren't a priest." It was the great regret of her life. Stalin often referred to this comment as approving of his mother's contempt for what he had achieved, and for worldly clamor and glory. He, too, cared little for the splendor of high office. Like her, he lived austerely. Yekaterina died in 1936, at approximately 80 years of age. Iosif spent 5 years at the Gori religious school. His mother, no doubt, instilled in him the need to work hard, but he was by nature enormously competitive. He had to stand out and prove to himself that he was better than everyone else. He was naturally intelligent and gifted with an exceptional memory. His grades were always high, he was considered the best student, and he was awarded an honorable mention when he left school in July 1894, at the age of 14. Those responsible for the center recommended him to be admitted to the Tbilisi seminary. For the son of a humble family and an alcoholic father, whose sordid death was undoubtedly known to the priests, the recommendation was a sign of their faith in the child's qualities and in his future. Irmakvili described the Iosif of that time as a thin and strong boy, with an aquiline nose and a narrow, pockmarked face, with dark, lively and disturbing eyes. Although he had a small build, he was strong and the best wrestler in the school. But he was different from other children and was not liked because of his sullen and threatening manner. Like many talented men who are short in stature and poor by origin, or with physical defects, he was aggressive and eager to impose his will. Irmakvili wrote that as a child and young man he was a good friend, as long as one submitted to his imperious will. During his stay at Gori school, Iosif fell seriously ill again. This time it was blood poisoning that affected his left arm. Speaking years later about this illness to his sister-in-law, Anna Aliluyeva, she said, "I don't know what saved me then, whether my strong constitution or the ointment of a village healer." His left arm became slightly shorter and withered. Trotsky noticed that, years later, he wore a mitten on his left hand, even at Politburo sessions. This defect surely increased his feeling of inferiority and his need to assert himself. At school, Iosif became a voracious reader and, according to Irmakvili, read almost all the books in Gori's library. Emelian Yaroslavsky claimed that at that time he read Marx and Darwin, and became an atheist. When a classmate spoke to him about God, Iosif interrupted him, "You know that they deceive us. There is no God. I will leave you a book to read, it will teach you that the world and all living things are quite different from how you imagine them, and that talking about God is nonsense." This incident, if true, must have occurred later, when, as a seminarian, he had certainly lost his faith. It is also unlikely that Marxist ideas were then known outside a small circle of intellectuals in Tiflis. It is said, however, that Iosif was able to acquire this and other works in a bookstore in the city. 2 years after he started studying at the school, there was a drastic change in teaching. Georgian had always been the language in which classes were taught, but in 1890, as one more measure of those vigorously adopted by Alexander III in order to achieve the Russification of the country, Russian was imposed in teaching and Georgian was officially became a foreign language to which 2 hours of class were dedicated per week. Vonokitsk-Hovli, one of Iosif's classmates, wrote that in the upper classes of the school in Gori we became familiar with Georgian literature, but we had no tutor to guide our development and give precise direction to our thoughts. Chabayevich's poem Kako, the Thief, made a deep impression on us. The heroes of Kazbaji awakened love for our land in our youthful hearts, and each one of us, upon leaving school, felt a great desire to serve his country. But none of us had a clear idea of how this service would be carried out. This love for his country and its literature was perfectly understandable because Georgia has a romantic history and a rich cultural heritage. Iosif was attracted to Georgian romantic heroes. He read Shota Rustaveli's classic The Knight in the Panther's Skin, but the deepest impression was made by Kazbaji's stories about the mountain rebel, Koba. He began using the name Koba as a nickname, a name he would use with great frequency until about 1910, when he adopted the name Koba Stalin and then, finally, Joseph Stalin. The Caucasus Isthmus was one of the ancient invasion routes. Scythians, Sumerians, Greeks, Arabs, Mongols, Turks, Persians and, finally, the Russians had occupied it. Georgia, like Armenia, the other Christian nation of Transcaucasia, was under Russian rule. Georgians saw the Tsar as their natural protector against Turks and Persians, and considered Moscow the center of orthodoxy. Furthermore, the Georgian nobility and gentry were very numerous and poor. Many took advantage of the opportunity to go north, attracted by the dazzling court of St. Petersburg and the perks that could be obtained in the service of the Russians. Through the centuries, despite the destruction carried out by the conquerors, the loss of human life in countless wars, the constant demands for slaves from Slavs, Turks, Persians, and others, and despite the migration towards the north, the Georgians, drawing strength from their ancient culture, managed to survive as a nation. Georgians are usually tall and lean, with dark skin and black hair. They have a reputation for being untamed, unpredictable, impetuous, generous, hospitable, lively in conversation, they form a smiling nation of poets and orators, and of great drinkers who consume the good wine of the land. Generalizations about the characteristics of a people are approximate at best, but often contain elements of truth. Iosif, however, was completely atypical except, perhaps, in some physical characteristics. He soon began to consider himself Russian and despise Georgians, perhaps because they are pleasure-loving, boisterous, romantic people who easily lose touch with reality. The Seminarist. Tbilisi, the capital of Georgia, is located in the hot and dusty western region of the country. It is an ancient city, with spacious squares and avenues, from which narrow, winding streets emerge, on whose sides are lined motley houses with roofs and bazaars, where merchants from Turkey and Parma, as well as Georgians and Armenians, bargained and made their way to elbows. At the beginning of the century its population was more than 250,000 inhabitants, with the predominance of Armenians, Georgians, and Russians. As the seat of the Tsar's representative and the government of Transcaucasia, which included not only Georgia but also parts of Armenia and Azerbaijan, Tiflis was a lively and cosmopolitan city. The Russian government, recognizing the importance of Transcaucasia as a border area, had a military road built to reinforce its defenses. But the region was beginning to acquire economic relevance. The mining and oil industries experienced rapid development with the help of foreign capital and technology. In 1867 work began on the railway line from Tiflis to the Black Sea, which would soon extend from Tiflis to Baku, on the shores of the Caspian Sea. For Iosif, who was 15 years old at the time, Gori's move to this bustling city must have meant a radical change. He had always lived at home, cared for by his mother, and now he found himself alone, in a strange environment. Yekaterina was also alone, but she could be proud that her son had obtained a place at the Tiflis seminary, considered by the Georgians to be her main institution of higher learning. Like seminaries in other parts of the empire, their goal was not limited to providing a good education, but also prepared students for religious life. During the second half of the 19th century, however, a wave of unrest swept through Europe. In Russia it reached its climax in the seminaries. When Iosif entered, the Tiflis seminary had become a center of opposition to the Russian authorities. In 1885, Sylvester Jabladze, a student who later became a revolutionary leader, was banished to Siberia for attacking the director, Chudetsky, who referred to Georgian as a dog language, and the following year Chudetsky was murdered by another student. In March 1890 the students went on strike for a week. At the end of 1893, Mikhail Tskakaya and Lado Kotzjovli, both of whom would become active revolutionaries, led another student strike. The police closed the seminary and 87 students were expelled. The Tbilisi police files, published in 1930, revealed that as early as 1873 there were files on students for reading banned books, and the works of Darwin, Buckle, Mill and Chernyshevsky were mentioned. A registration at the seminar made it possible to discover The Life of Jesus, by Renan, and The Little Napoleon, by Victor Hugo. 3 teachers were fired for their liberal spirit. Police files highlighted, however, that ardent nationalism, rather than liberal or revolutionary ideas, was the real cause of student unrest. When Iosif entered, the director of the center was a Russian monk, Germogens, and the head of studies, a Georgian eager to ingratiate himself with the Russian authorities. Due to the background of Chudetsky's death, they were concerned for his own safety and alarmed by the rebellious mood of the students. They imposed strict discipline and, always on the lookout, spied on the students and frequently searched the dormitories. Yermakvili wrote, "Locked within those walls, we felt like prisoners who, through no fault of their own, are forced to spend a long time in prison." In the seminary a rigid daily routine was followed. At 7 in the morning everyone attended a long Orthodox Mass in the chapel. Classes and prayers alternated during the day. With special permission, Students could leave for 2 hours after classes ended, but they had to return before 5, when the doors closed. Discipline was harsh. For minor offenses they were sanctioned to remain locked in one of the dark cells in the basement. The monks' vigilance, poor food, and lack of outdoor exercise broke the health and spirits of many students. During his first 2 years at the seminary, Iosif evidently made an excellent impression on the teachers of him as a gifted and obedient student. He was 8th in the class the first year and 5th the second. With his keen intelligence and his prodigious memory, he was able to assimilate religious training, and would never lose his taste for rhythm and poetry, liturgy, and for the New and Old Testament. Additionally, the curriculum included mathematics, Greek, and Latin, as well as Russian literature and history. Although formal and limited, he provided a solid basic education. At the same time he learned the cunning and skills of the conspirator. He came to hate the seminary and the monks, and what was later called their humiliating regime. He soon became infected with the spirit of rebellion that reigned among the students. But the monks did not know his true feelings until later, when he no longer bothered to hide them. Irmakvili, who entered the seminary at the same time, evidently felt a certain fear of Iosif. The boy who at Gori's school had felt an overwhelming need to demonstrate his superiority was becoming fearsome. He kept to himself from his fellow students and was not popular. In the gloomy atmosphere of the seminary he was discovering his own strength and learning to discipline himself. At this time, Iosif began to read on the most diverse topics. There was a library in Tiflis from which he borrowed books. His readings included not only Georgian poetry, but also Russian and Western classics. Gogol, Saltykov-Shchedrin, Chekhov and Tolstoy became his favorites among Russian writers. He read translations of Balzac, Hugo, and Thackeray, whose Vanity Fair made a deep impression on him. He also dedicated himself fully to the study of history, economics, and biology. Notable titles were Human Descent, by Darwin, The Essence of Christianity, by Feuerbach, History of Civilization in England, by Buckle, Ethics, by Spinoza, Literary Evolution of Nations, by Letourneau, and Chemistry, by Mendeleev. It was a daring reading program for a young theology student. As with the liturgy and the Bible, he did not forget what he read. Years later he would quote and reference many of these books. Iosif wrote poetry during his first 2 years at the seminary. He never made reference to his verses nor did he acknowledge or deny his authorship. 5 poems were published in the second half of 1893 and the 6th poem the following year. They were forgotten until December 1939, on the occasion of his birthday. The Tiflis newspaper Zerya Vostoka reprinted it under the title Stigi Yunogo Stalina. The poems are romantic and strongly nationalistic in inspiration. He dedicated one of them to the memory of Prince Raphael Arastavi, a popular Georgian poet, and in it he expressed his great love for his country. Another poem that demands special attention is To the Moon, with passionate lyricism. In it he invokes the Georgian martyrs killed at the hands of foreign oppressors. If truly written by Iosif, the poems evidence his fervor as a Georgian patriot at that time. During his interview with Stalin, Emil Ludwig mentioned that the Czech statesman T.G. Masaryk had claimed to feel like a socialist from the age of 6. He then asked Stalin what had prompted him to become a socialist and when. The answer was, I can't say that he was already in favor of socialism at the age of 6. Not even at 10 or 12. I joined the revolutionary movement at the age of 15 when I came into contact with underground groups of Marxists then living in Transcaucasia. These groups exerted a great influence on me and instilled in me a taste for underground Marxist literature. The same did not happen in the Orthodox seminary where I studied. In protest against the outrageous regime and the Jesuitical methods that prevailed in the seminary, I was on the verge of becoming, and did in fact become, a revolutionary, a believer in Marxism as a true revolutionary doctrine. It seems more likely, however, that Iosif became a Marxist in 1894, if not 2 or 3 years later. The harsh regime had negatively affected him, but he always hated any authority that was imposed on him by others. He could not accept the opposition or criticism of his fellow students, and he responded with sarcasm and contempt. Irmakvili considered him tremendously ambitious and interested not in Marxism, but in dominating others. The seminary's academic record shows that he, who was a model student during his first and second years, was coming into conflict with the monks. In November 1896, an assistant supervisor, Murajevsky, noted in the conduct book, "Jugashvili has a card for the library's lending service. Today I confiscated the Workers of the Sea by Victor Hugo, where I found said card." The director, Father Germogenes, made the following note: "Confine him in the punishment cell for a prolonged period. I have already called his attention once for having an unauthorized book, 93, by Victor Hugo." In March 1897, Murajevsky himself made another note: "At 11 in the morning I took from Iosif Jugashvili the book Literary Evolution of Nations, by Letumio, which he had borrowed from the library. The loan slip was inside the book. He was reading it on the chapel stairs. This is the 13th time this student has been caught reading library loan books. I handed the book to the supervising father. For Iosif this must have been a time of uncertainty. He knew that he had no vocation for the priesthood and had certainly stopped believing in the Orthodox Church. But he didn't know which way to go. Sasha Tsilukij and Lado Kitsjovli, both older than Iosif, were two extraordinary men who greatly influenced him at this time. They were typical representatives of a new generation that emerged in Russia at the beginning of the century. They were all brave, imaginative, and enterprising, but they were motivated by an implacable hatred of the established order, and they believed that through destruction they would reach a millennium in which people would enjoy justice and well-being, at least the majority would enjoy it, since the minority would have been violently eliminated. Tsilukij, who came from a noble family, was an intellectual with literary qualities. He was dedicated to the revolutionary cause and wrote contributions in Georgian Fork Valley and Iberia, the most prominent publications, trying to explain and popularize Marxist theories. He died in June 1905 of tuberculosis, and all the Georgian revolutionaries attended his funeral, which became a popular demonstration. Iosif compiled all the writings of his friend and published them in book form in 1927 as a tribute to his memory. Lado Kitsjovli was very different from Tsilukij, the feverish intellectual. He was a man of action, tireless and enterprising. He had studied at the same religious college in Gori and at the seminary in Tiflis, and later began his revolutionary path. After the famous strike at the seminary in December 1893, he moved to Kiev, where, after being arrested and spending 3 months in prison, he was released on probation. In 1897 he returned to Tiflis and worked fanatically in the underground movement preparing the revolution. The two friends sparked Iosif's interest in Marxism. They were probably the ones who introduced him to Mesami Dasi, the first Marxist social democratic organization in Georgia. Its founders were Noi Zherdanya, a former seminarian and later president of the Independent Republic of Georgia, and Khgij, Tsariteli and Sylvester Jablads, all of whom were destined to occupy relevant positions until, as moderates, they were displaced. Noi Zherdanya was the leader of the group. Mesami Dasi was a legal organization that operated with authorization from the police. He edited a Georgian daily newspaper, Valley, and a monthly publication, Moamba. Tsilukij and Kitsjovli maintained a critical stance towards both publications. They were in favor of defiance, incitement to conspiracy and violent and dramatic action against the Tsarist regime. Militancy in Mesami Dasi was, in any case, an important step in Iosif's evolution. Discussions with his two friends and contacts with other members of the group broadened his interest in Marxism. He was made responsible for a study circle for workers. Recalling these meetings years later, Stalin said, "I received my first practical lessons in Comrade Strua's apartment in the presence of Jablads, Kodrikvili, Chgiaj, Bakorikvili, Ninua and other prominent Tiflis workers. Giving lectures to workers was a stimulating new experience for a 19-year-old revolutionary. But he was all seminarian and the narrow limits of his freedom were both unbearable, and at that moment he was discovering so many things to do. In his memoirs, written in Paris in the 1930s, Noi Gérdania recalled, "At the end of 1898 I was in charge of Valley. One day a young man appeared in the editorial office and introduced himself. I am Jugashvili, I study at the seminary. After asking me to listen to him, he told me, I am a regular reader of your newspaper and your articles. They have all impressed me. I have decided to leave the seminary and dedicate my free time to the workers. What do you advise me?" His decision, I liked it. In the Social Democratic Organization of Tiflis there were few propagandists. But before advising him, I thought it necessary to check this young man's background of knowledge. When I asked him several questions about history, sociology, and political economy, he surprised me that he only had a superficial notion about it all. His political knowledge was based on Valley's articles and Koskai's Erfurt program. I explained to him that it would be difficult to function in such conditions. Our workers were curious and wanted to know. When they were convinced that a propagandist did not have enough knowledge, they lost interest and refused to listen to him. I advised Jugashvili to remain in the seminary for another year and begin to prepare himself. "I'll think about it," he replied, and he marched. Gérdania felt paternalistic towards the young student and, like other resentful and impotent political enemies who wrote memoirs of him in exile, he attempted to denigrate this man who had become supreme ruler. He certainly exaggerated Iosif's lack of knowledge. At 19 years old he had already proven to be a gifted student, and he had read on the most diverse topics, being particularly interested in Marxism and revolutionary ideas. His visit to the director of Valley, who was one of the best-known political writers in Georgia at that time, seems probable, however. Life in the seminary had become unbearable. His militancy in Mesami Dasi and the experience of speaking to the workers of the circle gave him the feeling of having an objective. He was looking for advice because he was beginning to move towards the final decision to dedicate himself totally to the revolutionary task. Soviet reports of Iosif's political activities during 1898 attribute to him an importance that could hardly be justified at that stage. He was said to have become the most prominent critic and opponent of Zhordania's views, and to have acquired a certain leadership among the railwaymen, whom he organized to carry out a major strike in December 1898. But he was by then still in the seminary, and was an apprentice revolutionary. He could have had little influence among the railroad workers, and he would not have achieved much in opposing him to the prestigious leaders of Mesami Dasi. At the end of 1898, Iosif's attitude towards those responsible for the seminary was insolent and defiant. In December 1898, the assistant supervisor wrote in the conduct book, during a search of the students of the 5th class carried out by members of the supervisory board, Iosif Jugashvili tried several times to argue with them, showing his displeasure at the repeated searches of students, and stating that such searches were never done in other seminaries. Jugashvili is generally disrespectful and insolent towards his superiors and stubbornly refuses to bow to one of the teachers, as the latter has repeatedly pointed out to the supervisory board. The punishment imposed on Iosif was isolation in a cell for 5 hours. Finally, on May 5, 1899, the seminary council expelled him for having missed his exams without just cause. The decision did not meet his expectations. The monks had not expelled him for leading a revolution among the students. He himself later declared that he had been expelled from the seminary for propagating Marxism. His mother always maintained that his son had not been expelled. That she herself had taken him out of the seminary. Speaking in 1930 with the American journalist H.R. Knickerbocker, he stated, "I took him home because of his health. When he entered the seminary he was as strong a boy as anyone, but overwork until he was 19 undermined his health, and the doctors told me that he could contract tuberculosis. I took him out of the seminary. He didn't want to leave. But I took it. He was my only son. It is clear that whatever the real reason for his departure from the seminary, Joseph did not make the decision. But once free, he gave himself to the revolutionary task and became Koba, the implacable. Koba the revolutionary. After leaving the seminary, Koba's instinctive sense of rebellion began to develop into an overwhelming need to challenge and destroy the Tsarist regime. He avidly read all the revolutionary material that fell into his hands, and talked to others who were inflamed by the new spirit of the revolution, but he still could not find the kind of guidance and answers he needed. The writings of Plekhanov and Lenin stimulated his ideas, but living away in Georgia, he had no direct contact with the revolutionary movement. Russian revolutionaries living abroad were divided by virulent and sometimes idle polemics. Georgy Plekhanov, father of Russian social democracy, considered himself the arbiter of all matters concerning the movement in Russia. He was outraged by the heresy of economism that advocated as a priority the struggle of workers to improve wages and working conditions. A more serious heresy, defended by legal Marxists, denounced violent revolution. For all orthodox Marxists this was nothing more than revisionism and reformism, very severe terms in communist criticism. Lenin, emerging as the prominent leader of the Russian movement, considered any argument against violent revolution the worst form of apostasy. Underlying these heresies was the basic question of the possibility of adapting Marxism to Russian reality. It was a Western doctrine, conceived and rooted in the capitalist and industrialized societies of Western Europe. By adhering to Marxism, Plekhanov, Axelrod, Martov, Lenin, and others had accepted the idea that Russia should reach the same level of industrialization, so that there would be a proletarian mass capable of breaking out revolution and seizing power. The fact that Russia, at the end of the century, had more than 100 million peasants out of a total of 130 million inhabitants, made this objective extremely distant. From about 1892, however, under the wise leadership of Count Sergei Witte, Minister of Economy and Finance, industrialization developed with extraordinary impetus. Plekhanov and others began to think that the goal of a proletarian mass might not be so distant. But Lenin, eager to take action and gain power, believed that Marxism had to be adapted to the conditions of Russia. Returning from exile in February 1900, Lenin resided for a time in Pskov and then moved to Munich. He was eager to call a congress to outlaw all heresies and restore the unity of the Russian social democratic movement. He also had the project of publishing a newspaper that would be called Iskra. On December 24, 1900, number 1 was published in Leipzig. The copies were clandestinely taken to Russia and the newspaper quickly gained influence as the voice of the Marxist movement in Russia. In distant Georgia, Iosif Jugashvili, or Koba, as he called himself then, probably heard about heresies and discussions among social democrats abroad. They did not make an impression on him because he was intransigent with the émigré Marxists who lived comfortably in capitalist countries and dedicated themselves to fueling idle controversies. True revolutionaries took risks while teaching and organizing workers. But he soon became keenly interested in Iskra. Reliable information about his life and activities from May 1889, when he left the seminary, to December 1905, when he attended the Tammerfors Congress and met Lenin, is scarce. Some historians describe him as leading a large underground revolutionary movement during those years. For them it is clear that he had to be a prodigy like Athena, born from the head of Zeus fully armed and shouting a war cry. Hostile writers cling to these years as revealing their backwardness and inability to collaborate with the movement. Trotsky wrote of his clumsy intelligence, lack of talent, his physical and moral irrelevance. Severin, pointing out this lack of influence, categorized him with the qualities of a non-commissioned officer. At that time, Koba may have seemed like an inexperienced recruit, aggressive due to his lack of self-confidence when he found himself among intellectuals. He was a marginal member of the intelligentsia, without noble origins or professional career. Even among the Paznikinci, a heterogeneous class, his origins were humble. An acute feeling of social inferiority, intensified by his pockmarked face and deformed arm, must have been factors that influenced his general clumsiness, his aggressiveness toward others, including friends and colleagues, and his self-humiliation. Despite everything, this period was an important stage in his long career. He began to seriously learn from other revolutionaries and workers, especially the railroad workers, who were the most politically active. He led a clandestine existence on the margins of society, pursued by the police. He was spied on from time to time, but then he faded into the shadows. He endured a dark, even miserable life, and his only compensation was the feeling of fighting alongside a few comrades for the goals of the revolution and a new society. However, he had good conditions for clandestine life. He had courage, self-discipline, patience, a keen intelligence and a strong survival instinct. After leaving the seminary, he perhaps spent some time with his father in Gori recovering. He earned money by teaching children from wealthy families in Tbilisi, and possibly lived in some workers' slum. Among his disciples was Ter-Petrosian, the daring Armenian terrorist, known as Como, who would later become his disciple and lieutenant. Towards the end of December 1899, Kobo began working as an employee of the Tiflis Geophysical Observatory. According to Vano Berjenikvili, expelled from the seminary in the autumn of 1899, and who had begun working at the observatory in February of the following year, there were a total of 6 observers. Among them were the brothers Vano and Ladokitsjovli. Vano later recalled that we had to stay awake all night and make observations at designated intervals with the help of delicate instruments. The work required great concentration and patience. In a police report from the time, Koba is not listed, however, as a weather observer, but simply as an administrator. Evidently, Koba found his work at the observatory advantageous. His salary was low, but for the first time in his life he enjoyed a room to himself and, when he was working, he was free. Yermakvili described his room as bare and austere, but his table was always filled with books and pamphlets, among which the works of Plekhanov and Lenin stood out. He divided his free time between reading and participating in worker group meetings. Berjenikvili later recalled that he used to carry illegal pamphlets and the newspaper Iskra, which he let us read, but none of us knew where and how he got them. May 1, 1900 was an important event for Koba. Mayevka, as it was called, was illegal and had never been celebrated in Georgia. Koba took charge of the preparations, according to Sergei Apluyev, a railwayman who was his friend and later his father-in-law. Early in the morning, small groups of workers headed to the salt lake in the mountains near Tbilisi, giving the password to pickets along the route. They carried banners with revolutionary slogans in Russian, Georgian, and Armenian, and carried 2 banners with portraits of Marx and Engels. In a state of exaltation, 500 workers sang the Marseillaise and listened to speeches about the international proletariat and the upcoming struggle for workers' rights. Sergei Aliluyev mentioned Koba's participation as a speaker, but Georgy Ninua remembered some of his words: "We have become so strong that next year we will be able to celebrate Mayevka not in the mountains, but on the main streets of Tbilisi. Our red flag has to be in the center of the city, so that tyranny knows our strength." Industrial unrest was increasing in Russia during these years. In Georgia it reached its climax. A wave of strikes swept through the factories of Tiflis between the months of May and June 1900, and in August the railway workers carried out a major strike. It is said that it was Koba, supported by M.I. Kalinin, a metallurgist who would become president of the Soviet Union, who organized and led these strikes. In the summer of 1900, Viktor Kumatovsky arrived in Tiflis. A tall and thin man, who was inclined to speak because he was hard of hearing, he was appreciated and respected in revolutionary circles. He had been an active terrorist, and in exile he had become a frequent companion of Lenin. His arrival in Georgia coincided with an increase in revolutionary activities. Preparations were going ahead for the May Day 1901 demonstration which, as Koba had suggested the previous year, should be held not in the mountains but in the center of Tiflis. The Okhrana, however, was well aware of these plans. On March 21 Kurnatovsky and about 50 Social Democratic leaders were arrested. That same afternoon the police raided the rooms of Koba and his colleagues at the observatory. Koba was about to enter when the search was being carried out, but upon noticing the presence of police around the building he decided to take a walk through the streets of the city, and returned when he felt safe. After this raid, according to the official version, Koba went underground. It appears, however, that he worked at the observatory during the following week, indicating that the police were not overly concerned about him. As a precautionary measure, however, he left Tiflis and became a fugitive revolutionary, calling himself Koba and other names. Workers and comrades almost as poor as him gave him room and board. It was a hard and exciting life, in which he was both persecuted and pursued. The immediate task was to boost preparations for May Day. That day, about 2,000 workers gathered at the Soldatsky Bazaar near the Alexandrovsky Gardens in the center of Tbilisi. The police and Cossacks were waiting with sabers drawn and whips in hand. The fighting began immediately. 14 workers were injured and more than 50 were arrested. After the demonstration, Koba eluded the police and managed to hide in Gori or in the nearby mountains. He secretly visited Yermakvili's apartment, where he spoke emphatically about the violence and about the need to provoke greater violence in future demonstrations. Koba placed more importance on declaring open war against the autocracy than on bloodshed. He was impatient to put an end to the endless conversations and polemics that dominated the lives of so many revolutionaries. He longed to get into action. Naturally, Lenin showed a similar enthusiasm for the bloodletting that it entailed and expressed the same attitude: we must fight and we must learn to do so. Words are not enough. News of the demonstration excited Lenin and his comrades in Germany. Iskra stated, "The event that took place on Sunday, April 22 in Tbilisi is of historical importance for the entire Caucasus. This day marks the beginning of an open revolutionary movement in the Caucasus." Although Kurnatovsky and many of the leaders of the movement were in prison and would soon be banished to Siberia, and the demonstration had been repressed, for Lenin as well as for Stalin any violent confrontation of the workers with the police was of great importance, and the more violence and bloodshed occurred, the more importance they attributed to the event. Lado Kitsjovli managed to escape, and headed to Baku. There he managed to install a printing press in the Muslim neighborhood. Nina, code name for the printing press, began operating in the summer of 1901, but difficulties soon arose. It was old and made too much noise to operate in secret. Furthermore, lacking a printing license, Kitsjovli was unable to obtain sufficient ink, paper, and type. At that time, it was taken over by Leonid Krasim, one of the most prominent members of the Russian revolutionary movement. Tall and distinguished looking, with a broad forehead and an intelligent face, endowed with great charm, Krasim was a man of overwhelming energy and extraordinary talent. As manager of the Baku oil refinery, he gathered around him workers who shared his Marxist convictions. Sergei Aliluyev was one of them, as were most of the members of the local committee of the Social Democratic Party. He was in contact with Lenin, who made him responsible for the party in Transcaucasia. Among his tasks was to smuggle in the copies of Iskra, which were sent by sea from Marseille to Batum. It was a complex and uneconomical system, and Krasim decided to print it locally. Within a few weeks, Krasim had reorganized the printing press, which soon began printing copies of Iskra, as well as Bordzila, the first illegal revolutionary newspaper published in Georgian, and Yuzhny Rabochyi in Russian. Some sources later stated that Kitsjovli carried out all the various revolutionary tasks in Baku, under the leadership of the leading group of the Tiflis Russian Social Democratic Labour Party and Comrade Stalin. The Tbilisi leading group included only Koba, Lado Kitsjovli, Sasha Tsalukij, and few others. Of them the most important is, without a doubt, Kitsjovli, while in the rearguard Krasim collaborated with his advice and probably with his funds. The group had already come into conflict with the moderate Mesami Dasi, led by Noi Zherdanya. The editorial of the first issue of Bordzilla was not dedicated to reaffirming socialist principles and revolutionary tactics, but to polemic against the moderates. Bordzilla also stated that the Georgian social democratic movement is not an isolated, exclusively Georgian labor movement with its own program. It goes hand in hand with the entire Russian movement and is therefore subordinated to the Russian Social Democratic Party. This statement was a criticism of the majority of Mesami Dasi members, who were supporters of a separate Georgian party, associated with the Russian, but independent. Kobo participated in some way in this first editorial. He later claimed authorship of it and included it in his collected works. However, the style is different from his other writings and he probably only contributed with others to the writing of it. The next issue of Bordzilla appeared in December 1901. The feature article, entitled "The Russian Social Democratic Party and Its Immediate Tasks," was his work. Kobo was not a born writer, but he learned to express himself very effectively. In his early articles and lectures, he used a rhetorical style, with the rhythm and repetitions of the Orthodox liturgy, that struck familiar chords in the minds of workers. In later writings, however, his style became simpler and more direct. The first article, published in Bordzilla, included the following passages: "Many storms, many torrents of blood have swept Western Europe to put an end to the oppression of the majority of the people by a minority, but the suffering has not yet disappeared, the wounds remain as painful as before and the pain becomes more and more unbearable every day. Not only the working class has been groaning under the yoke of Tsarism. Other social classes are also strangled in the clutches of autocracy. Groaning is the hungry Russian peasantry. Groaning are the humble inhabitants of the cities, the modest employees, the obscure officials, in a word, that multitude of simple men whose existence is as insecure as that of the working class and who have sufficient reasons to feel dissatisfied with their social position. Groaning is also the petty and even the middle bourgeoisie, who cannot endure the Tsarist whip and mace. Groaning are the nationalities and religions oppressed in Russia, among them the Poles and the Finns. The revolution had to be led by the workers, because only in this way would a broadly democratic constitution be achieved, granting the same rights to workers, oppressed peasants, and capitalists. Here Kobo followed the orthodox Marxist line. His article gained strength when he referred to the mechanisms of the revolution. These, and not theoretical struggles, constituted his real interest. Of all revolutionary weapons, he considered violent demonstrations to be the most effective. Accompanied by bloodshed, they inflamed the people and encouraged militancy. This spread of violence was a response to the brutality of the Tsarist police and the Cossacks, but it was also a reflection of the inhumanity of revolutionary ethics. Koba, like Lenin, was not concerned with human suffering, even on a large scale, if he contributed to the cause of the revolution. Batum, prison, and exile. On November 11, 1901, Koba was elected to the first Tiflis Committee of the Russian Social Democratic Labor Party. This committee represented a group of 25 members who wanted more positive measures than those of Mesami Dasi. 2 weeks later, Koba went to Batum. A secret police report said, in the autumn of 1905 the Tiflis Social Democratic Committee sent one of its members, Iosif Vissarionovich Jugashvili, formerly a student of the 6th class of the Tiflis Seminary, to Batum for the purpose of distributing propaganda among the factory workers. As a result of Jugashvili's activities, social democratic organizations began to emerge in all the factories of Batumi. According to other sources, the committee virtually expelled him from Tbilisi. Batum, on the coast of the Black Sea, was a city of about 30,000 inhabitants, about half of whom were Turks. With the outcome of the Russo-Turkish War, the city and the subtropical coastal region had become a Russian possession in 1878. Batum still remained a typically Turkic Muslim city. However, as an industrial center it had developed rapidly. The Transcaucasian Railway, linking Baku and Batumi, had been completed in 1883. 10 major industrial enterprises had been established there, among them the Rothschild, Nobel, and Mantashev oil refineries. The number of workers amounted to 11,000, their salaries were low and working conditions were oppressive. The social democratic movement in Batum was led by Nikolai Zhij, a former student of the Tiflis seminary, widely respected for his knowledge and oratorical qualities. He had a strong personality, but, like most Georgian social democrats, he was a supporter of legal Marxism and deplored violent revolutionary activity. He would become president of the Petrograd Soviet after the February Revolution of 1917, and welcomed Lenin and his party upon his arrival at Finland Station, warning him against the destruction of the revolution by violence. He didn't pay attention to her. As a friend of Jablad's in Tiflis, Zhij knew of Koba's arrival, but did not count on the furious activity of the young revolutionary. He was horrified when he learned of Koba's plans and approached him several times personally and later through friends with the plea that he abandon his militancy. Seeing his pleas rejected, he condemned Koba as a disorganizer and madman. Upon arriving in Batum in November 1901, Koba immediately began organizing and inciting the workers. On December 1, 1901, under the guise of a New Year's party held in a workers' house, a new Batumi Social Democratic organization was formed. Koba also managed to set up a small printing press which he later expanded with material brought from Tiflis. He soon began printing pamphlets and manifestos. By the end of February 1902, 11 social democratic circles had already been organized in the main factories. Everything indicated that a new force was beginning to make itself felt in Batum. On February 27, 1902, a strike at the Rothschild oil refinery led to a march of more than 6,000 workers, who headed to the headquarters of the military governor. The troops opened fire and caused 15 deaths and 54 injuries among the workers. 500 were arrested. News of the violence and bloodshed spread quickly. An official investigation revealed that the demonstration had been spontaneous, and no mention was made of Koba or any other revolutionary leader. But, according to Soviet sources, Koba had organized the strike and the demonstration. Yaroslavsky later wrote that he was in the midst of the turbulent sea of workers, personally directing the movement. Another report indicated that Koba organized a new demonstration on the occasion of the victim's funeral. For Stalin, this demonstration had been a dramatic achievement of great significance in the Caucasus. The workers and moderate social democrats of Batum were, however, overwhelmed by violence and suffering, which seemed to serve no purpose. The police spared no effort after the Batumi demonstration to find the secret printing press. In order to avoid being located, Koba moved her to an Abkhazian village on the outskirts of the city where the narrow streets and crowded houses of the Muslim quarter offered protection. The workers, disguised as Caucasian women, with the long veil, or shadra, went to that house to collect the pamphlets printed there. The neighbors began to suspect that the printing press was being used to counterfeit paper money, and they asked for part of the profits. It took him some time to disabuse them and get their help. The Batum demonstration of March 9, the defiance of the workers and the bloodshed that had marked the explosive culmination of the industrial unrest that Transcaucasia was experiencing, motivated police action. They began by persecuting the revolutionaries. For the first time Koba was arrested. According to Yaroslavsky's account, on the night of Friday, April 5, 1902, he and Katsia Kandelaki visited the house of Darajvelij, who had called a social meeting. Soso was 22 years old, thin, and had a black beard and mustache. He looked like a romantic student with black hair tousled by the wind. Someone suddenly noticed that the Batum Okhrana had not only surrounded the house, but had also placed informants in the basement. Soso, who was smoking a papirosa and talking to Kandelaki, appeared imperturbable. He quietly commented, "It's nothing," and continued smoking. Shortly after, the police entered the room and arrested the Darajvelij brothers, Kandelaki and Soso. Prison, like exile, was accepted as an inevitable stage in the career of a professional revolutionary. Tsarist prisons far from Russian cities were usually located in dilapidated buildings, and a crude but effective regime was followed. The overcrowded Batum prison was no exception. Political prisoners were generally treated mildly and granted certain privileges unless they made a fuss. Some revolutionaries felt compelled to be hostile, and to make life impossible for the jailers, which caused outbreaks of exasperation and violence on both sides. Koba did not choose the path of provocation. He wanted to be left alone to pursue his interests. During the year he spent in Batum prison from April 5, 1902 to April 19, 1903 he remained calm and observed good behavior. He was independent and disciplined, he got up early, exercised to stay in shape and dedicated most of the day to studying. 6 days after his arrest, the police opened a file on Koba. It contained photographs, front and profile, and the following description: height, 2 arshins 4.5 uorshiks. Constitution, medium. Age, 23. Hair, dark brown. Beard and mustache, brown. Nose, straight and long. Front, straight and narrow. Face, long, dark, and pockmarked. Every piece of information, as recorded in his file, seemed to highlight his vulgarity and what Trotsky called physical and moral irrelevance. In fact, his face was elegant and distinguished, and denoted a strong personality. The police knew him as Ryaboy, the pockmarked one, and showed no particular interest in him. They didn't even notice that his left arm was slightly shorter. As with other people at that time and later, they did not properly value that small, quiet man. On April 19, 1905, Koba was transferred to Kutaisi prison, about 6 kilometers away, where he remained for 6 months. A moderate social democrat who was in prison at the time later recalled that Koba moved furtively, like a cat, and that he only occasionally smiled in a calculated and restrained way, but he never shouted or lost his temper. His self-control and the mask of imperturbability that were going to characterize him in his ascension to supreme power were already striking. Among those involved in the Batum demonstration, some were put on trial. Other cases, including those of Koba and Kandelaki, were resolved by administrative decree. On July 9, 1903, Koba was sentenced to 3 years of deportation. His destination was Novaya Uda, a town in the province of Irkutsk, in Siberia. Deportation to Siberia, unlike forced labor, was no longer the harsh punishment it had been in the past. The prisoners normally made the long journey under guard, in comfortable stages, and were no longer on foot or in chains. In February 1897, when he was sentenced to 3 years of exile in Siberia, Lenin had obtained permission to travel freely and at his own expense from St. Petersburg. He also managed to interrupt his trip to Moscow to spend a few days with his mother. Once arriving at his destination in Siberia, the deportee was able to live with considerable freedom. He hunted, fished, visited his friends and maintained a reasonable correspondence. With the small official pension he rented a room in a local's house, but he needed money from family or friends to buy food, tobacco, and the like. In fact, life in Siberia, calm and healthy, suited Lenin and many other revolutionaries. Koba made the long journey to Siberia via Novorossiysk, Rostov, Tsaritsyn, Samara, and from there to Irkutsk. It was not until November 27 that he arrived in Novaya Uda. Accustomed to the warm climate of Georgia, the Siberian winter must have been a tough experience for him. This did not deter him, however, from his decision to escape, and he was soon back in Georgia. He arrived in Tiflis in February 1904 and went directly to the apartment of the Social Democrat Mikhail Bakurij, where he met with Sergei Aliluyev, who recalled this meeting in his memoirs. Koba told him about his escape attempt a few days after his arrival in Novaya Uda, which failed because he was not properly prepared for the cold. He was caught by a buran, the terrible Siberian blizzard, and nearly froze to death. He returned on time, with frostbite on his face and ears. He finally managed to escape on January 5, 1904. At that time Koba married Yekaterina Svanij, a young woman from a town called Didililo. She was probably the daughter of Semyon Svanich, a social democrat and railway employee. Yekaterina's brother, Alexander, had studied at the Tiflis seminary, so perhaps Iosif met his wife through his father or his brother. He never talked about her marriage. Revolutionaries were supposed to consider these matters as personal, and besides, Iosif was by nature secretive about his private life. Almost everything we know about his first marriage is through Yermakvili's memories. Apparently, Yekaterina was not influenced by the revolutionary ideas of her father and her brother, and she was a typical Georgian woman, for whom her husband and her son, Yakov, born in 1908, were a lifetime. She married in the Orthodox Church and was very devout, as was her mother-in-law. Yermakvili says that she cared for her husband with all her heart, praying fervently at night while she waited for Soso, busy in his meetings, and imploring him to distance himself from ideas that could displease God and to opt for a quiet life dedicated to work and family. She died young, in 1910, and was buried according to the rite of the Orthodox Church. Koba the Bolshevik. At an official event on January 28, 1924, Stalin, the name by which Koba was then known, told the cadets of the Kremlin Academy, "The first time I came into contact with Lenin was in 1903. It is true, it was not a personal contact, but by correspondence. I was then deported to Siberia." He had known about Lenin's revolutionary activities since the late 1990s, and especially after 1901, after the publication of Iskra. I was convinced that in Lenin we had a man of exceptional caliber. For me he was not the leader of the party then, he was its true creator. When I compared him with other leaders of our party, Plekhanov, Martov, Axelrod, and others, I saw that they were far below Lenin. Compared to them, Lenin was not simply one of the leaders, but a leader of the highest order, a golden eagle. This impression impressed itself so deeply on my mind that I felt moved to write to a close friend, who lived like political exile abroad, asking his opinion. Some time later, when I was already confined in Siberia at the end of 1903, I received an enthusiastic letter from my friend and another, simple but profound in content, from Lenin, to whom, apparently, my friend had shown my letter. Lenin's note was relatively short, but it contained a bold criticism of the practical work of our party, and a concise and exceptionally clear exposition of the complete work plan of the party in the immediate future. This simple and bold letter reinforced my opinion that Lenin was the golden eagle of our party. I cannot forgive myself for having, due to my habit as a clandestine worker, handed Lenin's letter, like many other letters, to the flames. My knowledge of Lenin starts from that time. It is almost impossible that Koba could have received a letter addressed to him in Novaya Uda, where his stay was very brief. It is also unlikely that Lenin, then in Switzerland, heard of him at that time. It could have been a fabrication used on a solemn occasion in which Stalin subtly mentioned Lenin's name to suggest that he was his true successor. The text of the speech, published in Pravda about 2 weeks later, was widely circulated. It could also have been a lapse of memory after 20 tumultuous years. However, it seems that this fact is essentially true. In October 1904, Koba had written from Kutaisi to his friend Davitashvili, who was in Leipzig, expressing his determined support for Lenin's ideas. Davitashvili showed the letter to Lenin, who commented favorably on this brave Kolchedin. Some have also suggested that Koba had in mind the letter to a comrade on our organizational tasks, which was not addressed to him personally, but was circulated by the Siberian Social Democratic Party in June 1903. Koba probably read it while he was in Siberia. In a letter to Davitashvili he made the following request: "Do not forget to send me with the same person the pamphlet letter to a comrade, many have not read it." The letter fit Koba's enthusiastic description. He showed a pragmatic and aggressive attitude, and stressed the importance of the Central Committee, which should direct all funds and local organizations, as well as the need for the greatest possible centralization in relation to the pragmatic and ideological leadership of the movement and the revolutionary struggle of the proletariat. It caused a great impact on Koba, because he effectively formulated ideas that were bubbling in his mind. The year 1903, when he first fully appreciated the value of Lenin's ideas, was decisive in his evolution. He had placed his contacts with Lenin at the end of the 90s, and especially after 1901 after the publication of Iskra, but he went so far as to say that in 1903 Lenin had made an indelible impression on him as the golden eagle that went back to above the other leaders. Other events of this time were decisive for Koba. One was, probably in early 1904, the reading of Lenin's pamphlet What is to be Done? The other event was the Congress of the Russian Social Democratic Labor Party, held in July and August 1903, which ended with the division of the party into Bolsheviks and Mensheviks. Lenin's pamphlet, published in March 1902, is somewhat rambling in style with occasional flashes of inspiration, but it is almost as important as Capital for the Russian revolutionary movement. In it, under the pretext of elucidating orthodox Marxism, Lenin was in fact adopting Marx's doctrine to the Russian idiosyncrasy. Marx had maintained that the proletariat would develop its own class consciousness and that in this process it would discover within itself the will and the path to make revolution. Lenin's interpretation was manifestly Russian in that he demanded a party of military structures that would lead, organize, and impose Marxism and revolution on the people. This was the experience of Russian history, in which all important changes had occurred not in response to popular demand, but from above, imposed on an impassively obedient mass. The revolutionary movement was inconceivable for Lenin under other conditions. With the arrogance of the Russian intelligentsia, he saw the Russian people not as individuals, but as a mass that had to be led and forced to follow certain paths for their own good. For him and his comrades, including Stalin, this mass could not be left to decide such an important issue. Lenin proposed a centralized and disciplined party of professional revolutionaries who would lead the working class. Marx had also conceived such a party, but it would be representative of the workers after class consciousness had spontaneously arisen among them. Lenin had no time for concepts such as party democracy, freedom of expression and criticism, or spontaneity of political movements. Democracy was anathema to him. The party was to be in the vanguard, leading, teaching and encouraging the workers for the revolution. The workers themselves would only be able to organize unions and fight for small economic objectives, but the political class consciousness, which would lead to revolution, could only be instilled in the workers from outside, that is, from the margins of the economic struggle, outside the sphere of relations between workers and employers. Lenin demanded an elitist and disciplined party that would absolutely control the revolutionary movement. In What to Do? He advocated that this control be conferred on Iskra's board of directors in exile, while the Central Committee would administer the local committees in Russia. It was, in fact, a military organization, and it assumed that there would have to be a supreme leader, a dictator. Intolerant of opposition, unable to accept anyone else's leadership, and driven by an obsessive lust for power, Lenin took it for granted that he would lead the party. Aware of his celebrity, he possessed an unshakable faith in himself, faith in his destiny, in his conviction that he was predestined to carry out a great historical mission. He himself commented that the idea of another person in the party occupying the supreme position could make anyone laugh. Meanwhile, the need to convene a party congress had become pressing. In 1902 the Iskra group was a hotbed of ideological and personal conflicts, while the party policy that would be presented at the Second Congress was laboriously elaborated. Plekhanov was suspicious of his position as father of Russian Marxism. Lenin had confirmed himself as leader of the group and was angry with Plekhanov, whose support he still needed. Another source of conflict between them was the arrival of Lev Bronstein, already known as Trotsky and nicknamed the Feather, who burst onto the scene with instant brilliance. Plekhanov detested him from the beginning, while Lenin, who had sudden, often short-lived, enthusiasm for some people, welcomed him with open arms. Trotsky was the son of a Jew who owned some land in Ukraine. His parents were almost illiterate, but he soon felt a passion for words, and his most outstanding facets were as a speaker and writer. He had a pale complexion, with a thick, dark mustache, a small goatee, and glasses with thick crystals to help his weak and myopic eyes. He had the typical appearance of a Russian Jewish intellectual. Lenin was soon in favor of appointing this young man of easy pen to the board of Iskra, to which Plekhanov angrily opposed. Trotsky was generally disliked by his arrogant and paternalistic manner. Like Lenin, he was convinced that he had a special historical role to play and that it was his destiny to command. His affection for his power was backed by his certainty about the rectitude of his principles. But while Lenin behaved with a certain modesty, Trotsky was vain, dull, and haughty. Anatoly Lunacharsky, the first commissioner of education, wrote about his colossal arrogance, his inability or unwillingness to be kind or attentive to people. Everyone, at one time or another, felt victim to his sarcasm and criticism, and insulted for their air of superiority. The Congress opened in Brussels on July 30, and, due to police pressure, moved to London, where it ended on August 10, 1903. Lenin's maneuvers during the meetings aroused some hostility, but he obtained a false majority for his program and at the same time managed to divide the party. Without any scruple, he used his advantage to the fullest, announcing the result as a victory of the Bolsheviks over the Mensheviks, terms that quickly became part of the revolutionary language. Koba may have heard about the London Congress while he was in Siberia and learned all the details upon his return to Georgia. It was clear that the Russian Social Democratic Labour Party had been formally established. It was also clear that it was divided between Bolsheviks and Mensheviks. Noi Zherdanya, who attended the Congress, was alarmed by Lenin's perfidious behavior and by his conception of the party as an organization with rigid structures to exercise supreme power. For his part, he was in favor of a loose union of more or less autonomous groups and, upon his return to Georgia, he used his authority to ensure that the Georgian Social Democrats adopted the Menshevik position. There is no doubt that under his and Sylvester Jablad's leadership, the Mensheviks became by far the strongest faction in Georgia, and maintained their dominance for the next 20 years. Koba immediately adopted the Bolshevik stance. He did so without hesitation, and was to remain steadfast in his dedication to the Bolshevik cause. It was a decision that required conviction and courage. Lenin and the Bolsheviks had little support in Transcaucasia, and the possibility of their coming to power seemed remote. The fact that his decision could condemn him to permanent opposition did not deter Koba. He belonged by temperament to the opposition at that stage of his life. He opposed the Tsar and his regime, the liberals and the socialist revolutionaries, and now the vast majority of social democrats. Opposition was part of his way of life. He needed enemies. The decisive reason for his support of the Bolshevik position was his conviction that it constituted the only effective attitude for the revolution. To do. He had provided rational arguments in favor of what he considered the course of action. Intellectuals like Plekhanov, Axelrod, Martov, Zasulich, and others, who spent their lives abroad and did not know workers and peasants, could talk about the spontaneous growth of political consciousness, but he knew that without leadership they would never do the revolution. Lenin would promote action and achieve results. He was the only real force among the theorizing intellectuals, and Koba remained at his side. The firmness of his commitment was reflected in the two letters mentioned above, which he wrote from Kutaisi to his friend Davitakvili in September and October 1904. In the first letter he asked that Iskra, which now had a Menshevik board of directors, send him criticism of to Lenin's position. He added, in explanation of his demand, that although he has no spark, it is still necessary, because at least he reports something, and you have to know the enemy well. Koba was also outraged by an attack on Plekhanov's What is to be Done, in which he especially questioned Lenin's view that the spontaneous emergence of a revolutionary attitude in the working class could not be trusted, and that the workers had to be formed and directed by the party. Plekhanov was revered by most social democrats, but not by the young Georgian militant, who wrote scathingly, "This man has gone completely mad," or hatred and hostility speak through him. I think both causes can be adduced in this case. I think Plekhanov has fallen behind on the new issues. It is besieged by old opponents and, as it has been for some time, it does nothing more than affirm that social consciousness determines social life, ideas do not fall from the sky. Now what interests us is how to develop a system of ideas from diverse ideas. Do the masses provide their program and legitimizing arguments to the leaders, or are the leaders the ones who give it to the masses? Like Lenin, Koba found it inconceivable that the party would passively wait for workers to become aware of their revolutionary role. The outbreaks of unrest that would bring the nation to the brink of chaos during the following months confirmed the thesis of both men, because the masses were willing to accept economism and constitutionalism, but stopped when it came to the revolution. The revolutionary spark. Throughout Russia, tension between the intelligentsia, workers, peasants, and subjugated nationalities increased dangerously. Political crimes, strikes, violence, arson, and other acts of sabotage were increasingly common in rural areas. The Tsar and his ministers were disoriented, and they too shared the general feeling that the nation was about to suffer a terrible paroxysm of rebellion. The war against Japan, which began in February 1904, aggravated the already explosive atmosphere. The humiliating defeat suffered by the Imperial Army and, in May of the following year, by the Navy seriously undermined confidence in the regime. The tragedy of January 9, 1905, known as Red Sunday, was a serious blow to the authority and prestige of the Tsar when the army opened fire on a crowd that was heading to the Winter Palace to express its discontent. Hostility against the autocratic regime reached its climax. Outbreaks of violence by workers and peasants threatened anarchy. Baffled by the situation, Nicholas II made concessions, announcing in March a plan that would allow limited popular participation in government. But the imperial decree creating a representative assembly confirmed the general fear that the Tsar would make only minimal concessions. Towards the end of September, a printers' strike in Moscow spread to such an extent that in less than a week the entire country was paralyzed by a general strike. Faced with the prospect of civil war, Nicholas II was forced to give in, and on October 30 he had a manifesto published promising the establishment of a parliamentary system of government and, indeed, the beginning of a constitutional monarchy. For months, Russia had been like an immense volcanic zone, through whose surface innumerable jets of steam and gas surged, and beneath which the earth's crust began to crack. In distant Switzerland, however, Lenin was little concerned by these tumultuous events. Beginning with the Second Party Congress, when he lost control of Iskra, he had been trying to get the Russian Central Committee to convene another Congress that would allow him, so he hoped to regain his position in the party. However, he encountered strong opposition, as he had incurred the enmity of many of his supporters. But Lenin, without scruples or discouragement, and aided by the events taking place in Russia, got his way. On April 12, 1905, the so-called Third Congress by the Bolsheviks began in London. The Mensheviks denounced it as illegal, but it was a further step in Lenin's intention to form a party of professional revolutionaries led by him. All the revolutionaries, however, were upset at the way in which their programs had been unfulfilled in the rush of events. The outbreaks of popular discontent should have created the ideal conditions to launch the revolution. But they were not prepared, and the sad reality was that neither was the country. The people wanted reform, not revolution. For Lenin, of course, it was not relevant that the people did not want the revolution. He wrote about the need for organization, more powerful action units, and centralized party leadership. Iskra, under Menshevik control, adopted a different line, defending a broad organization, based on the working classes, acting independently. This St. Petersburg Soviet of Workers' Representatives, created at the end of 1905 on the initiative of the Mensheviks, also earned Lenin's hostility. Independent in its composition, the Soviet successfully challenged the authorities during its brief existence in the period known as the Days of Freedom. This success was mainly due to Trotsky, who directed and controlled it. At first, the October Manifesto, which stipulated the Tsar's important concessions, failed to calm the turbulence shaking the nation. Workers, peasants, and army units demonstrated against the autocratic regime, while right-wing opinion spoke out angrily against the manifesto, considering it an act of betrayal of the autocracy. Landowners, among others, organized gangs of criminals who attacked, often with ferocious brutality, Jews and other people considered intellectuals. Conservatives and reactionaries also formed societies to defend the old Moscow institutions. Russia was subject to dark forces. Towns and cities became hotbeds of crime and violence. Revolutionary and reactionary gangs, terrorists, anarchists and criminals attacked society and fought among themselves. Misguided idealism, brutal crimes, and a sense of desperation fueled the vortex that was dragging the nation into chaos. In the midst of this confusion, the main political parties were organizing their participation in the elections to the Duma, the new representative assembly. The Constitutional Democrats, called the Cadets, demanded a constitution or fundamental law, and some of their members wanted full parliamentary democracy on the British model, and even a republic. The Octobers were less radical in their demands. The Social Democrats and the Revolutionary Socialists moved in a sea of confusion. They all expressed complete hostility to the new liberal parties, to the Duma, and to the October Manifesto. But they had to recognize that events had displaced them, and that they did not have real support from the people. However, the small nucleus of the Social Democrats was not discouraged, and with extraordinary tenacity looked to the future. Koba was apparently detached from the dramatic events in recent months. Returning to Tiflis from his brief exile in Siberia in early 1904, he had encountered innovations carried out by the Georgian Social Democrats. The party organizations in Transcaucasia had held a constituent congress in March 1903 and had created a Caucasian Trade Union Committee, which had 9 members and was responsible for the leadership of the movement. Sometime after his return, he was appointed to the committee by extraordinary vote. Around the same time, the Armenian Bolshevik Stefan Shomayan was also elected a member of the committee by the same procedure. He immediately became Koba's enemy. Shomayan, who had studied engineering in Riga and philosophy in Germany and who knew Lenin, probably considered Koba an uncultured provincial, and appears to have set herself up as his determined opponent. He is said to have called Koba a viper and to inform Lenin of any critical comments he made about him. Rivalries and disputes among revolutionaries, and especially among Bolsheviks, were rarely characterized by tolerance, compromise, or courtesy, but rather by cruelty and bitter criticism. The rivalry between the two lasted until 1918, when Shomayan died as one of the 26 commissars shot by the British, who have become considered martyrs of Russian history. In 1904 Koba was an active member of the Caucasian Trade Union Committee. In June he was in Baku, creating a new Bolshevik committee, and during the summer he traveled to all regions of Transcaucasia, leading meetings and tirelessly opposing the Mensheviks when the occasion arose. In September, Proletariat-Sportzilla, the illegal newspaper published in Georgian and Armenian by the Trade Union Committee, included his article How Social Democracy Understands the Question of Nationalities, a topic on which he was to write on successive occasions with recognized authority. During 1905, a year of violence and unrest, Transcaucasia, and especially Georgia, suffered its effects to a greater extent than Russia. In Baku, the Black Hundred Gang was the author of real massacres between the Armenians and the Turks. Acts of sabotage destroyed industrial plants. Crimes and blind violence became endemic. In August, a week of bloodshed in Tbilisi ended with a battle against army troops at the town hall, resulting in a large number of deaths. But the revolts continued and only towards the end of that year was order restored. Koba was probably involved in many of these riots, but working in the shadows. The official chronology and other sources contain little information. In January 1905 he published in Proletariat-Sportzilla an article on the proletarian class and the party of the proletariat, and in May his pamphlet on dissensions in the party appeared in Russian, Georgian and Armenian. In it he staunchly defended Lenin's basic thesis that the working class would only achieve revolutionary consciousness through teaching and party leadership. He attacked Noi Zherdanya for having criticized this thesis. Zherdanya published a reply, and in Proletariat-Sportzilla of August 15 two other articles appeared in which Koba argued against this reply. In these arduous polemics Koba demonstrated that he had a deep knowledge of Marxism and Lenin's thesis, and that he could be a formidable opponent. The fact that Zherdanya, the most eminent social democrat of Transcaucasia, held a public debate with him, indicated that he was no longer a humble beginner who could be ignored. It is possible that Zherdanya, who undoubtedly knew his identity, stopped to think about whether or not it was advisable to reply to the young seminarian who had offered his services 7 years earlier. In July he published in Proletariat-Sportzilla an article on the armed uprising and our tactics, in which he stated that the flame of the revolution burns ever stronger and highlighted the need for armed rebellion. It was a convincing argument in favor of the need for the Bolsheviks to organize and train armed bands and to bring order and discipline to the revolutionary struggle. Koba's articles attracted attention not only in Transcaucasia, but also abroad. In July 1905, Krupskaya wrote on Lenin's behalf, requesting a copy of the pamphlet on party dissensions and the regular dispatch of the Russian edition of Proletariat-Sportzilla. Lenin was enthusiastic about the pamphlet and articles for their accurate exposition of Bolshevik policy. Koba's response to Zhordania's reply especially pleased him, and writing about the newspaper he mentioned the celebrated and splendid formulation of awareness raising from outside. Lenin probably knew the identity of the author of the pamphlet and articles, although they were not signed. Koba had first piqued his interest in 1904 by letters written from Kutaisi. The correspondence between the two began in May 1905 with a letter written by Koba, as a member of the Caucasian Trade Union Committee, in which he made a comparative study of the Menshevik and Bolshevik forces in the region. Lenin sought supporters of this caliber and could hardly ignore the active Georgian. Taking advantage of the relaxation of censorship after the October Manifesto, Koba and Chomayan published the Workers' News Sheet. The first issue, which appeared in November 1905, included a short article in which Koba stated in blunt terms his hostility to liberals and Mensheviks, and to their participation in the Duma elections. As in everything he wrote, the article was a faithful reflection of the Bolshevik position, and on this point he was not echoing Lenin, but rather expressing his own ideas and points of view. Koba was beginning to be known as the stubborn champion of Bolshevism in the region where the Bolsheviks were fewer in number. In fact, this reputation, supported by his writings, was probably the cause of the next important step in his revolutionary trajectory. The revolutionary movement retries. In December 1905 Koba traveled to Finland to participate in the Bolshevik Congress held in Tammerfors. It was a decisive trip, because it allowed him to come into direct contact with Lenin and immerse himself in the mainstream of the revolutionary movement. Koba was then 26 years old. His entire life had been spent in Transcaucasia, with the exception of his brief exile in Siberia, and had evolved through several distinct stages. The boy in Gori who felt the need to dominate his schoolmates had become a Georgian nationalist and then a rebel against authority at the Tiflis seminary. His natural rebellion had gained in intensity and orientation through the study of Marxism and the Russian revolutionary tradition. Reading Lenin's writings Letter to a Comrade and What is to be Done, he had crystallized the objective of him. But, although he accepted that Lenin's program was correct and recognized his leadership, he maintained a strong independence and never became a servile disciple. The Bolsheviks met at Tammerfors to discuss his participation in the upcoming Duma elections, and also the general process of the Social Democrats towards unity. Bolsheviks and Mensheviks had distanced themselves in their positions. Lenin was most responsible for this because of his continued attacks on the Mensheviks. At Tammerfors he was eager to secure the solidarity of his supporters. Koba had a reputation as a staunch Bolshevik, and it was probably Lenin who sponsored his presence at this Congress. At Tammerfors the two men met face to face. We do not know what Lenin's first impression of Stalin was, but 19 years later he spoke about it in a speech before the Kremlin Academy, and despite the lapse of time and the special circumstances, his comments are interesting. The speech, written in simple words and carefully avoiding the bombast that might be expected, contained 7 elements. It was a true tribute to Lenin as the founder and leader of the Bolshevik Party. It highlighted the virtues of dedication, discipline, and humility that Stalin himself valued and wanted to instill in young Russians, and was an effective confirmation of his role as Lenin's companion and of his claim to be Lenin's natural successor. I wanted to see the golden eagle of our party, the great man, and great not only politically but also physically, because in my imagination I saw Lenin as a majestic and imposing giant. What was my disappointment, then, when I saw a normal man, of less than average height and in nothing, literally in nothing, different from other men. It is admitted that a great man generally has to arrive late to a meeting so that the attendees await his arrival with their hearts pounding, and before he makes his entrance, the rumor spreads, "Shush, silence. It's coming." This ceremony did not seem unnecessary to me, because it impresses and inspires respect. What was my disappointment, then, when I learned that Lenin had arrived at the Congress before the delegates and, settled in some corner, he was simply talking, on any topic, with some delegates. I do not want to hide that this seemed to me to be the breaking of some essential rules. Only later did I understand that the simplicity and modesty of Lenin, this struggle to go unnoticed, at least not to attract attention and not to flaunt his high position, was one of the most outstanding characteristics of Lenin as the new leader of the new masses, of the simple and representative masses of humanity in its essence. In a similar way, he praised the overwhelming logic of Lenin's speeches, and his extraordinary power of conviction, the simplicity and clarity of his arguments. He presented Lenin as the hero of the party and the nation, because he knew that the Russian people, accustomed to placing the Tsar at the apex of national life, needed an easily understandable figure in his place. However, by the time of the Tammer First Congress, Lenin was far from being the recognized leader of the social democratic movement. He only headed the small Bolshevik faction. For Koba, he was not the infallible leader whom one blindly loves, but rather the most outstanding revolutionary due to his leadership and his logical and pragmatic stance. The role that Koba played in the Congress is not known, because the documents were lost. Krupskaya highlighted the enthusiasm that reigned there. The revolution was in full swing. All the comrades were ready to fight. Although he participated in this enthusiasm, it is likely that Koba remained happy in the background. It was his first Congress outside Transcaucasia and he cautiously tried to adapt to that environment. At the Stockholm Congress, 4 months later, he would come out of his silence. The Fourth Congress, called the Unification Congress by the Mensheviks, took place between April 22 and May 8, 1906. It was attended by 111 delegates with the right to vote. The Russians were less than half of the total. The Georgian delegation, consisting of 11 delegates, included only one Bolshevik, Koba, who used the alias Ivanovich. Lenin expected that the Bolsheviks would be the majority, but it turned out that the Mensheviks managed to gather 62 supporters compared to their 44 or 46. Furthermore, while Plekhanov, who now aligned himself with the Mensheviks, enjoyed great prestige and was immediately appointed to the Congress Executive Committee, Lenin was not elected. But, noticing the widespread desire to reunify the party, he showed signs of being reasonable and declared himself convinced that Bolsheviks and Mensheviks could work together. Koba was not intimidated by this first Congress, nor by the presence of the most prominent members of the party. It was going to be characteristic of him not to be impressed by people or events. Although young and without real support in Georgia, he was a convinced revolutionary Marxist and was prepared to express his views forcefully. Plekhanov was for Koba the prototype of the intellectual revolutionary who lived abroad without contact with Russian life. When Plekhanov, with his boring academic style and sharp tongue, made critical comments about Lenin, Koba was quick to reply. The main issues debated by the Congress were those relating to the support of the peasantry, elections to the Duma and expropriations. Lenin had never seriously studied the role of the peasants in the revolutionary struggle. He assumed that they should follow the proletariat. But after the revolution of 1905, he was forced to review this approach. He realized that the peasants were a decisive element for the coming revolution. The revolutionary socialists and the new liberal parties gained their support by promising them land. Belatedly, the Social Democrats had warned that they too needed an electoral program that would convince the peasantry. At the Stockholm Congress, the Mensheviks were in favor of the municipalization of land, which meant granting property to locally elected councils that would administer it for the benefit of the peasants. Lenin and the Bolsheviks proposed nationalization, granting administration of the land to the central government and, as they intended, making it the property of all citizens. The debate on these proposals was arduous. Koba did not have time to participate in the extensive debates that, caught in the web of dialectical discussions, frequently forgot the reality of the situation. In Congress he openly condemned municipalization and nationalization, and proposed as a transitional measure what he called distributionism, which meant occupying the land and giving it directly to the workers. This was what they wanted and the only thing that would win their support. Lenin and others attacked his proposal, but he maintained it on the grounds that it was obviously the most practical measure. He further stated that, by favoring rural capitalism, his proposal was in accordance with Marxist doctrine and the logical advance towards socialist revolution. In 1917, his position, then adopted by Lenin, gave rise to the slogan "All the land for the peasants," which gained widespread support for the party in rural areas and was an important factor in its victory. Nor had Lenin been able to adopt any position regarding the Duma elections. At the Tammer First Congress he had supported the resolution to boycott them. The Bolsheviks claimed, wrongly as it turned out, that the Duma was destined to be a reactionary institution that they should oppose. Participation in elections and cooperation within the Duma would make the workers believe that they could achieve their objectives with parliamentary means, without having to resort to revolution. The Mensheviks were divided in their attitude and left it to the local committees to decide whether or not to take part in the elections. When the delegates met in Stockholm, the elections were almost over, and it was clear that the cadets had inflicted a severe defeat on the reactionary and right-wing parties. The Social Democrats, who entered the elections at the last minute in some regions, won only 18 seats. Lenin changed his mind regarding the boycott, and in Stockholm he voted for a Menshevik proposal that approved participation in the few elections that remained to be held. Several Bolsheviks, including Stalin, refused to support him, and abstained from voting. In March, before leaving to attend the Congress, Stalin published several articles in Georgia in which he clearly stated his position on distributing the land among the workers and boycotting the Duma elections. His opposition to Lenin on both issues did not, therefore, pursue spectacular ends, as a gesture of independence, to ingratiate himself in the eyes of his party comrades. He acted out of conviction and, apparently, without thinking about his popularity or his promotion. A topic debated with great passion in the Congress was that of expropriations. This euphemism covered the practice of robberies, often violent, from official and private centers, extortion and terrorism, used to obtain funds for the party. The Stockholm Congress passed by a majority a resolution prohibiting almost all types of expropriation. Lenin did not openly oppose the resolution, but he immediately and secretly began organizing a Bolshevik center whose main task was to plan robberies to obtain funds. Stalin, it seems, became his agent in the Caucasus. The activities of this center were going to cause a great scandal. The Congress, which elected a new Central Committee with 7 Mensheviks and only 3 Bolsheviks, closed with the two factions formally united. Lenin, however, had no intention of accepting the decisions because they had been agreed upon by the majority of the delegates. As he confessed to Lunacharsky, he would never allow the Mensheviks to take us in chains behind. At the end of the Congress, Lenin and several members of the old Bolshevik faction, which did not include Stalin, signed a declaration, citing the decisions they had opposed and demanding the democratic right to defend their views in debate. Of comrades, while, of course, they fully recognized and accepted the decisions of the majority. When they made this declaration of good intentions, their Bolshevik center was already in operation. As one Bolshevik stated, unification had practically no influence on our Bolshevik affairs. We certainly do not stop being a strong and independent revolutionary faction. The First Duma met on March 10, 1906. The KDT party, supported by its large majority, called for a fully constitutional government and, lacking experience in debate, collaboration, and compromise, pressed its demands. The inevitable stalemate was resolved with the dissolution of the Duma on July 21. Nicholas II then appointed Peter Stolypin as Prime Minister, an exceptional man whose firm but wise measures could have prevented the fall of the regime. During the period leading up to the election of the new Duma, he introduced important reforms and began a transformation in the situation of the peasantry. The Second Duma, which met on March 5, 1907, can be described as stormy. The crisis occurred on June 14 of the same year when Stolypin raised the proposal that the parliamentary immunity of Social Democratic deputies be not respected so that they could be tried for promoting mutinies in the armed forces. The Duma rejected the proposal, and on June 16 an imperial manifesto declared that it was harboring enemies of the nation, and decreed its dissolution. Throughout 1905, the year of anarchy, the party's fighting units carried out countless assaults and expropriations, and until the Stockholm Congress, this practice was more or less accepted by the majority of militants as a tactical element of the revolution. The Caucasus was the scene of intense activity. No less than 1,150 terrorist acts were recorded between 1905 and 1908. Koba was probably involved in many of them, although precise information is lacking. Both in Russia and, after 1921, abroad, the Mensheviks repeatedly condemned his activities as an expropriator. It seems, however, that the police did not link him to these assaults. In early 1908 the Caucasian Mensheviks attempted to have him prosecuted by a party court for disobeying the ban on expropriations. The trial did not take place, because he moved from Tbilisi to Baku, and on March 25 he was arrested. Later official reports relating to this time in his life silence his role as an organizer of raids and fighting units. True Russians in their sensitivity to criticism, especially those raised privately by Rosa Luxemburg of the Bolsheviks' Tatar-Mongol savagery, and at the same time conscious of the dignity of the regime, Soviet leaders have been reluctant to admit their relationship with such activities. Koba, again using the alias Ivanovich, traveled to London to attend the Fifth Congress, which began on May 13, 1907. His appointment as a delegate was questioned. He was finally accepted, but only with an advisory vote, while Shomayan was granted full voting rights. This discrimination aroused some resentment in him. The conference was held at the Brethren Church in London's Whitechapel, and even a city as cosmopolitan as this had rarely witnessed such a unique gathering. Some delegates, like Plekhanov, wore black tailcoats and looked like respectable bankers, while the Russian workers' delegates had beards and wore Russian blouses. Others, from Ukraine and the Caucasus, looked exotic and romantic with their tall sheepskin hats. But more striking than their clothes was the prolix eloquence of the delegates. They were in a country where they could express themselves freely and, since they spoke Russian, there was no danger that their more aggressive statements would attract the attention of the police. Koba did not intervene in the Congress. Trotsky, trying by all means to present Stalin as a complete nonentity in this period, wrote about him, he was still completely unknown, not only in the party but even among the 300 delegates to the Congress. He claimed that he did not know of Stalin's presence until much later, when he read Boris Suvarin's biography. But Koba did observe Trotsky and immediately experienced a clear antipathy towards him. He was always opposed to intellectuals who spoke eloquently and endlessly. Upon his return from the Congress, his only public reference to Trotsky was made in the Baku Proletarian, where he wrote that he showed a beautiful irrelevance. At the Congress, Martov presented a motion in which he harshly criticized Lenin for continuing expropriations against party decisions. The resolution prohibiting all members from participating in any way in such activities was adopted by 170 votes to 35, with 52 abstentions. Lenin did not respond to the Menshevik attack and abstained from voting, but did not hesitate to continue the expropriations. The delegates from the London Congress had barely returned when a spectacular bank robbery took place on June 25 in Ayvin Square, in the center of Tbilisi. A teller, escorted by 2 policemen and 5 Cossacks, was transporting banknotes worth thousands of rubles to the state bank when the carriage was attacked with bombs. 3 of the escorts died instantly and about 50 pedestrians were injured. News of this assault and the huge sum of money stolen spread quickly, and it was soon learned that the Bolsheviks were responsible. It had occurred shortly after the London Congress and caused a storm of indignation in the party. The leader of the assailants was Komo, the name by which the young Armenian Semyon Terpetrosyan, a native of Gori and the son of a butcher, was known. He had decided to pursue a military career and, as it was an essential condition to speak Russian fluently, he received lessons in that language from his countryman Koba, who was 3 years older than him. Koba had enlisted him as a terrorist because he was well suited for it. He was a naive giant, absolutely trustworthy and loyal to his leaders, especially Koba, generous to his comrades, but cruel and ruthless to everyone else. Soviet writers and some Marxists have described him as a legendary hero. Although shocked and angered by the raid on the Tiflis Bank, the Mensheviks refrained from publicly attacking Lenin and his followers. The Transcaucasian Party Committee was less submissive to Lenin's influence, but passed only a general resolution condemning the storming of Tiflis. At that time, Lenin was interested in the elections to the Third Duma that were to be held on September 14. He was convinced of the importance of participating in them. In the past, Koba had ardently advocated the boycott, but now he supported Lenin. In the new Duma, he wrote, the Bolsheviks would be able to proclaim before the entire nation that there is no possibility in Russia of liberating the nation by peaceful means. The Third Duma met in November 1907 and would reach its legislative term of 5 years. The liberal conservative Octobrists were the dominant party. Its leader was Alexander Gukakov, a man of integrity eager to serve his country. His cooperation with Stalin allowed the Duma to carry out important reforms. The Social Democrats, whose spokesman in the assembly was the fiery little Georgian Shkij, had only 18 deputies, of whom 5 were Bolsheviks, but they did not participate in the sessions or hinder them. In 1907 the revolutionary tide that threatened to swamp the country had receded. Law and order had been restored, and although there was widespread apathy, there was also hope in many quarters that the government, under the leadership of Stalin, with the active support of the Duma, would lead Russia to a new constitutional stage. In the period 1907 to 1912 the Social Democratic Party disbanded. Krupskaya wrote, "We have no people," and later, G. E. Zinoviev, then very close to Lenin, stated that in this unfortunate period the party ceased to exist. The arrests had caused casualties among its members, but the decline in the party's strength was mainly due to the desertion of those who lost interest or considered that the revolution was then nothing more than a distant chimera. Of those who remained in the party, the majority voted for the cessation of illegal activities within Russia and came out in favor of union-type work, trusting the Duma, which promised fundamental reforms. Lenin roared against such members, accusing them of liquidators, an epithet that was soon applied to all Mensheviks. Constantly fighting to gain absolute control over the remnants of the Bolshevik Party, Lenin finally managed to convene a party congress, which began on January 18, 1912 in Prague. The Congress was, in fact, unconstitutional and unrepresentative, but it was held under the appearance of legality. In it, a distinct and independent Bolshevik party was created under the leadership of Lenin, and a central committee was elected. Its members were all close to Lenin, and among them were Sergo Ortjonikij, Surin Shpondarian, the Armenian Bolshevik, and Roman Malinovsky, and there were 5 substitute members. Later the committee appointed 2 other full members in an extraordinary vote, I.S. Belostotsky and Iosif Vijagishvili. Malinovsky began to stand out right away. Lenin knew of his activities in St. Petersburg, but did not meet him personally until the Prague Congress. He was already convinced that this new member was destined to be an outstanding leader of the party. Lenin did not classify men well, and his uncritical enthusiasm for Malinovsky significantly illustrates this defect in judgment. It also demonstrated his ineptitude as a conspirator, since the Tsarist police could easily place his agents so that they knew in advance of Bolshevik projects and programs. Lenin's most direct collaborators always included 1 or 2 police spies, and among them Malinovsky was the most prominent. His treason was discovered after the revolution, and he was shot. The Caucasian chapter closes. In the months that followed the assault on Tbilisi, Koba, now in his late 30s, thin and disciplined, worked in the heat and stench of Baku oil. Although married with a child, he lived semi-clandestinely with a false identity document and, if he was not truly persecuted, he always ran the risk of being arrested. Also within the revolutionary movement, conditions were extremely difficult. The spirit of party camaraderie existed only in the struggle against the Tsarist regime. Relations between militants were often poisoned by bitter resentments and rivalries. Koba was caught in that spider web of fierce antagonisms. An event that outraged Koba was his trial by a local party court in early 1908 on charges of organizing an expropriation in Baku. The steamer Nicholas I was looted, and a worker attributed responsibility for the event to the Bolsheviks. Koba was implicated, but while the party court was dealing with the case, he was detained by the police and accused of leading a subversive revolutionary organization. The party court apparently abandoned the trial without issuing a ruling. The hearing, however, gave rise to claims that Koba had been tried for his participation in the expropriation of Tbilisi and that he had been expelled from the party. 10 years later Martov published an article in the Menshevik newspaper Vpered, which had not yet been closed. In it he stated that Stalin had been expelled from the party for being involved in the expropriations. Stalin, then powerful Commissar of Nationalities, reacted vigorously, swearing that never in my life was I tried by my party or expelled from it. It is a slander. Nobody has the right to make accusations like those made by Martov, except with documents in hand. He insisted on taking the matter to the Supreme Court. Martov was granted time so that he could collect evidence in the Caucasus. But when the trial resumed, it turned out that documents about the case had inexplicably disappeared. Finally, the court decided to issue a public warning to Martov for insulting and damaging the reputation of a member of the government. The fever of unrest, which had disappeared in most of Russia, persisted in Baku. The workers in the oil industry continued their pressure measures to obtain better pay, more favorable working conditions, and at this time they obtained an important concession: the employers agreed to appoint representatives to negotiate on their behalf. Koba led the campaign among 50,000 workers to demand this right. And on this occasion he adopted a more moderate and pragmatic attitude than that expressed in the past. This new attitude is explained in 9 articles he wrote about the negotiations and which were published in Gudok, the Oil Workers Union's newsletter. The articles reflected a writer who learned to express his ideas with rigor. He explained that when workers burned factories and destroyed machines, the struggle took the form of anarchy and rebellion. On other occasions the struggle was manifested through individual terrorist acts. But it was no longer reasonable to destroy machines and factories, because it was the workers who suffered the most from the consequences of sabotage. It was necessary to control the industries as soon as possible, as part of the fight to eliminate poverty. The immediate objective should be to negotiate with the employers, but only if they offered guarantees that they would accept the workers' demands. The Mensheviks were in favor of negotiation without guarantees or conditions. His proposals were supported by the majority of workers, who now rejected economic terrorism. The authorities offered guarantees for the holding of the Congress of Workers' Delegates, which lasted for several months, and in which agreements on wages and working conditions were debated in detail, and politics was discussed. While the Black Reaction was unleashed throughout Russia, a true workers' parliament held its sessions in Baku, wrote Sergo Ortjonikij, one of Koba's closest friends and who would become Commissioner of Heavy Industry. Exiled in Switzerland and discouraged by the news he received about the death of the revolutionary movement in Russia, Lenin had only words of admiration for the oil workers and their leaders, our last Mohicans of the mass political strike, as he called them, without taking into account that they did not go on strikes, that they only negotiated. At the same time he had to take note of the Bolshevik leaders in Baku, who worked tirelessly and did not succumb to the general apathy among the revolutionaries. One of the prominent ones was Koba, with whom he had been in Tammerfors and in London, and also Ortjonikij and Klimenty Voroshilov, secretary of the Oil Workers' Union and a close friend of Koba. On March 25, 1908, Koba was arrested and taken to Belov prison. But they did not arrest him for his participation in several expropriations, something the authorities surprisingly seemed to know nothing about, but for being the leader of a secret subversive organization. Belov prison, built to hold 400 inmates, was occupied by about 1,500 at this time, and conditions were extremely harsh. General cruelty and outbreaks of savagery marked the lives of the inmates. Koba and other political prisoners formed discussion groups, and the usual rivalries and hatred between factions occurred. They had to always be alert because the police infiltrated agents among them, which contributed to intensifying the deep suspicions among the revolutionaries. Prisoners suspected of being police officers were murdered. Koba was used to living in such conditions, which had forced him to develop his power of self-control and a ruthless attitude towards his fellow prisoners. He took advantage of his free time to read avidly and write articles that he managed to get out of prison and that were published in Baku Proletarian and Gudok. On November 9, 1908, Koba was sentenced to 2 years of exile in Solvikagodsk, Vologda province. On February 8 of the following year, when he was heading to Solvikagodsk, he contracted typhus, so he did not reach his destination until the end of the same month. 4 months later, on July 24, he fled to St. Petersburg. Sergei Aliluyev provided him with accommodation during the few days he spent in the city. From the party's secret headquarters he obtained a new false passport in the name of Zakhar Gregorian Melikians. But his intention was not to remain in St. Petersburg. He was in a hurry to return to Baku, where there was much to do among oil workers and where he had access to 2 newspapers for his articles and propaganda. At this time, however, his sights were set beyond the party's local activity, and he thought of it from a national perspective. In Baku he found that the party members had been reduced to 200 or 300 Bolsheviks and about 100 Mensheviks. Everyone was infected by the atmosphere of hopelessness, and the Baku proletarian had not appeared during his absence. He found premises in Balajlana, and immediately set about reviving the newspaper as a first step towards revitalizing the party not only in the Caucasus, but also in Russia and in émigré circles. The issue of the Baku Proletarian that appeared on August 27, 1909, just 3 weeks after his return, included an editorial by Koba titled "The Crisis of the Party and Our Tasks." It was a challenging explanation of the causes of the party's decline and the measures to be taken. In his criticism he did not exclude exiled leaders, including Lenin. He made a call to action. It is no secret that our party is going through a deep crisis. The first defect that can be attributed to the party is the isolation of its organizations from the masses. The example of Petersburg is sufficient, where in 1907 there were about 8,000 militants and now there will be 300 or 400. But the party suffers not only from isolation from the masses, but also from the lack of unity between its organizations. Petersburg does not know what is happening in the Urals and so on. Newspapers published abroad, El Proletarian and La Voz, and, On the other hand, El Social Democrat, neither unite nor can they unite the scattered party organizations. It would be absurd to think that publications made abroad, far from the Russian reality, can unify the party's action. As for the measures to be taken, he rejected the abandonment of clandestine work, considering that this would not save the party, but would destroy it. The proposals to transfer all functions of the party to simple workers, thus freeing it from the unstable elements of the intelligentsia, would favor and help revitalize it. However, this would not be valid as long as the old methods of the party and leadership from outside continued. By putting the word leadership in quotes, he underlined the failure of Lenin and other exiles due to their lack of dynamism in the leadership of the party. The pragmatic leader in direct contact with the workers, faced with difficulties and anger, was disdainful of the exiles, not only because they lived in comfort and security, away from Russian reality, and failed in their task, but also because they all belonged to the intelligentsia, an establishment that he distrusted. The most immediate need was the publication of a newspaper within Russia that would encourage, inform, and restore the feeling of party unity among groups scattered throughout the empire. And an active coordination committee had to be created in Russia as well. At the same time, the Duma, the trade unions and other legal avenues had to be fully utilized to continue the fight against the regime. In these times of crisis, when the party was disintegrating, Koba abandoned his previous partisan stance and advocated the unity of all factions. He was trying to reconcile positions. A resolution of the Baku Party Committee, written by him and published in the same issue of the Baku Proletarian in which his editorial appeared, harshly reproached Lenin for his differences with Bogdanov, a surgeon who was at the same time a Marxist and Bolshevik philosopher, and the division within the newspaper's board of directors. Differences of opinion were logical, but they could not be allowed to lead to division. It was a difference of opinion of those that have always arisen and will always arise in a faction as rich and vital as the Bolsheviks. The resolution revealed a new, almost masterful approach, which transcended factional and local limits, of the future leader, for whom the party was the fundamental axis of the movement. Koba did not seek a rift in his relations with Lenin, nor did he intend to challenge his leadership. A realist man, he recognized that Lenin was the only possible leader of the movement at that time. He had honestly written about the causes of the existing crisis and proposed remedies. Although his editorial was not signed and the resolution was from the Baku Committee, he assumed that Lenin would recognize the author in both cases. Therefore, in a series of articles bearing the title Letters from the Caucasus, written in November and December 1909 and published in the Social Democrats of Paris and Geneva, he demonstrated that in his basic attitude he was in complete agreement with Lenin. The letters briefly reported on the relations between nationalities, oil fields, unions, and local government in the Caucasus. But in them he also criticized the Mensheviks of the region and their leader, Noi Zherdanya, and these passages caused difficulties. The board of directors of the Social Democrat included Lenin, Zinoviev, Kamina, and two Mensheviks, Martov and Dan, because the party was not definitively divided at this time. Strong protests arose over the criticism of the Mensheviks, but Lenin must have been pleased by the unconditional support of his Georgian correspondent. At the same time, Lenin was suspicious of him. He recognized his steadfast dedication to the Bolshevik cause, his ability and self-confidence, and he desperately needed young men of this caliber. But Koba also showed signs of strong independence by exposing his criticisms and showing his disagreements, something that Lenin did not consider independence but a lack of party discipline. In June 1908, in a letter to a friend in Switzerland, Koba had described Lenin's controversy with Bogdanov as a storm in a teacup, and had even expressed his support for some of Lenin's philosophical theses. Bogdanov. After the publication of Lenin's book Materialism and Empiria Criticism, Koba wrote to another friend in Switzerland praising the book, but also mentioning that Bogdanov had pointed out some defects of Ilyich and had correctly observed that his materialism differs in many ways. Aspects of Plekhanov's, something that Ilyich, contrary to the demands of logic for diplomatic reasons, tries to hide. In a letter written in Solvykhodsk on January 24, 1911 and addressed to Vladimir Bobrovsky, he commented that of course, we have news of the storm in a teapot abroad, the Lenin-Plekhanov blocks, on the one hand, and Trotsky-Martov-Bogdanov, on the other. As far as I know, the attitude of the workers towards the first block is favorable. But, in general, they began to regard the exiles with disdain. Let's let them climb the walls as they please, let's let everyone who values the interests of the movement work, the rest will come by itself. All these comments were repeated to Lenin, and they hurt him. Walking through Paris one day in the company of Ortjonikij, Lenin asked him if he knew the expression "a storm in a glass of water." Ortjonikij knew about Koba's letters and began to defend his friend. "You say that Koba is our comrade, as if you wanted to say that he is a Bolshevik who will not let us down," Lenin replied. "But why do you close your eyes to his inconsistency? Those little nihilistic storm in a teacup jokes reveal Koba's immaturity as a Marxist." Like many political leaders, Lenin lacked a sense of humor and was sometimes mean-spirited. Furthermore, he did not understand the impatience that the workers felt regarding the exiles' disputes. Indeed, Bogdanov's attempts to develop a theory of knowledge in harmony with Marxist materialism were interesting and did not pose a threat to party unity. However, his ultra-left political measures did constitute a danger, and these were precisely the cause of his break with Lenin. Koba had read both of their works on the subject and his observations were timely. Lenin could not stand criticism, and the mocking tone of Koba's comments bothered him. Meanwhile, at the end of January 1910, another resolution of the Baku Committee, written by Koba and distributed as a pamphlet, declared that the state of apathy and despondency that had paralyzed the living forces of the Russian Revolution was disappearing. In close contact with the oil workers and sensitive to the heartbeat of the country, Koba had an advantage over Lenin and other exiled leaders. The resolution urgently proposed the transfer to Russia of the party's leadership body, the publication of a national newspaper, published in Russia and whose board of directors would be made up of the members of the aforementioned body, as well as the publication of local newspapers in the most important centers of the party. It was also proposed that the Bolsheviks join the Mensheviks who were working underground, and that all the others, the liquidators, be expelled. Koba was working hard to organize a general strike in the oil industry in the Caucasus. On March 23, however, he was arrested again and entered Belov prison. 6 months later he was sentenced by an administrative decree to return to Solvykhodsk to complete his sentence in exile. Again the treatment was benign. On this occasion he served his sentence and remained in Solvykhodsk until June 27, 1911. He was then prohibited from returning to the Caucasus for 5 years, as well as from living in St. Petersburg or Moscow. He chose Vologda as his place of residence, but on September 6 he illegally moved to St. Petersburg, where he was soon detained and forced to return to Vologda for a period of 3 years. This brought an end to the Caucasian chapter of his life. The Caucasus had given him training and revolutionary experience, but its limits were already narrow for Koba. Although he would return there for short visits, from then on he became a member of the party at the national level. Stalin emerges. In mid-February 1912, still in exile in Vologda, Stalin, as he began to call himself, received a first-hand report on the Prague Congress, at which Lenin had created an independent Bolshevik party. Ortjonikij appeared personally to inform him about the new party. He also learned that he had been appointed a full member of his Central Committee. Furthermore, Lenin had heeded his insistent demand that there should be an organizational center as well as a newspaper in Russia. The Central Committee had created a Russian headquarters with the function of supervising and revitalizing party groups throughout the country. Stalin had been appointed to the office. For Stalin this was the beginning of feverish activity. As he had predicted, a new wave of popular unrest had begun to spread. The death of Lev Tolstoy, revered as a great writer and, even more, as a powerful moral force, marked the beginning of a wave of protests, but more important was the end of the energetic leadership of Peter Stolypin. On September 1, 1911, when he was attending a gala performance at the Kiev Opera in the presence of the Tsar, he was shot at point-blank range. Stolypin had managed, in a surprisingly short period of time, to establish order and offer Russians a more liberal way of life. Lenin and other revolutionaries recognized that he was creating conditions in which the revolution would be postponed, perhaps indefinitely. Although they did not know it, Stolypin's term was approaching its end, and the assassin's bullet shortened it by only a few days. Unable to appreciate the wisdom of Stolypin's policy and recognize in him the savior of his regime, Nicholas II had decided to dismiss him. Under his successors, the government became increasingly reactionary. The mood of the people changed and discontent translated into demonstrations and strikes. On February 29, 1912, Stalin fled Vologda, and after a brief stay in St. Petersburg, he hurriedly continued south to Baku. The Social Democrats, with few exceptions, had never foreseen the permanent division of the party. Both the Bolsheviks and the Mensheviks assumed that they would eventually unite. Therefore, Lenin's decision to form his own Bolshevik party provoked disbelief and opposition, and more than anywhere in Transcaucasia, a Menshevik stronghold. The goal of Stalin and the other members of the office was to persuade the Social Democrats that the Bolshevik party led by Lenin was the true revolutionary party. At the beginning of April 1912, Stalin was again in St. Petersburg, preparing the publication of the new Bolshevik newspaper, a task that Lenin had entrusted to him. He had always campaigned for a newspaper that would inform and unite party groups, but now it was needed more urgently to promote the new organization, purged of Menshevik liquidators. Newspapers were subject to severe censorship, but even so, a Bolshevik newspaper could do much to strengthen the party. On April 22, 1912, the first issue of Pravda appeared, with an editorial written by Stalin. The secretary of the board of directors was a young man named Vyacheslav Skryabin, later known as Molotov. The name of the new newspaper was deliberately taken from Trotsky's Pravda, published abroad, which remained by far the most popular of the newspapers smuggled into Russia. It was a clever theft, because the new paper attracted many of Trotsky's readers, even though it attacked the measures he had advocated. He protested angrily, but he could do nothing but stop publishing his own newspaper. The day the first issue of Pravda appeared, Stalin was arrested. Other members of the office were arrested shortly after. Malinovsky, the only one left free, had done his job well, and most Bolsheviks, influenced by Lenin's vehement support for him, were far from suspecting that he was a police agent. When Molotov was arrested, another of Lenin's protégés, Myron Chernomazov, who was also a police officer, was appointed secretary of the newspaper's board of directors in his place. On this occasion, Stalin was sentenced to 3 years of exile in Narim, a province of western Siberia. He arrived there on July 18, 1912 and escaped on September 1. He immediately returned to St. Petersburg and resumed control of Pravda, so, he had to defend the newspaper from Lenin's harsh criticism. In the editorial of the first issue Stalin had written, "We believe that a strong movement, full of life, is inconceivable without controversies, only in a cemetery can a total coincidence of opinions be achieved." The editorial later proclaimed, "Just as we have to be uncompromising toward enemies, we must make concessions to each other. The war against the enemies of the workers' movement and the effort to achieve peace and camaraderie within the movement will be the principles that guide Pravda in its daily work." Lenin detested this conciliatory attitude. Isolated from Russian realities, as Stalin had indicated in his Baku articles, he could not gauge the pressure of the Bolsheviks' demands within Russia for party reunification. At this stage, in the opinion of Stalin and others who lived and worked within the country, Pravda had to follow a conciliatory line to gain support, and the circulation soon began to experience a constant increase until reaching a maximum of 80,000 copies. Lenin, however, continued to attack the board in his articles, maliciously branding the Mensheviks as liquidators and conciliators. Stalin and other members of the junta carefully censored these articles, which led to angry diatribes in Krakow, where Lenin had moved to be closer to operations without facing the risks of living in Russia. Vladimir Ilyich was very upset, Krupskaya wrote, because from the beginning Pravda deliberately eliminated any controversy with the liquidators from his articles. A typical example of Lenin's petulant outbursts was his comment, "We have to kick out the staff of the board of directors. Can such people be called managers? They are not men, they are just pitiful rags who are ruining the cause." In the fall of 1912, Stalin was directly involved in the elections to the Fourth Duma. He wrote the election manifesto for the party's candidates under the title Instruction of the Petersburg Workers to his labor deputy. He asked them to make known the demands of the workers, to promote the revolution and not to take part in the vain game of legislation in the Duma. The instruction was adopted by workers in all the large industries of St. Petersburg. Furthermore, briefly forgetting his hatred of Pravda, Lenin declared himself so satisfied with it that he published it in the Social Democrat, and in a letter to the board of directors of Pravda he wrote, "Publish this instruction without fail to the deputy of St. Petersburg," instead of highlighted and bold. 13 Social Democratic deputies were elected, 6 Bolsheviks and 7 Mensheviks. As in the previous Duma, they immediately began to cooperate with each other, forming a united faction and electing Chkij, the Georgian Menshevik, as their spokesperson. With this decision they reflected the workers' imperative demand for party unity. Furthermore, as a small group in a reactionary Duma, they needed to stay united. Lenin became enraged and called for the Bolshevik deputies to publicly break with their Menshevik colleagues in the Duma. Shortly after the elections, Stalin went to Krakow in response to a call from Lenin, who called a meeting of the Central Committee there. Lenin gave a lecture to the members of the committee in which he argued for the immediate need for the Bolshevik deputies to carry out the split. Stalin, although convinced that such action would later be inevitable, knew that doing so without delay would lose the support of the Bolsheviks. Furthermore, upon returning to St. Petersburg towards the end of November, he discovered that the Bolshevik deputies were not willing to comply with what Lenin had asked. He did not put pressure on them, nor did he publicize in Pravda the need to split the party. Frustrated at seeing his demands unmet, Lenin decided to use a more devious tactic. He called another meeting of the Central Committee in Krakow. On this occasion the 6 Bolshevik deputies would take part. For Stalin and others, this meant having to cross the border again and get away from important tasks in Russia. That the summons was obeyed was a sign of Lenin's great authority. At the end of December 1912 everyone was gathered in Krakow. Meanwhile, Lenin had tasked Jacob Sverdlov with taking charge of Pravda in Stalin's absence and making appropriate changes. At the end of December, in Krakow, Lenin insisted, before the members of the Central Committee and in the presence of the 6 Bolshevik deputies, on the need for an open break with the Mensheviks. Fired by the absolute conviction that he was right, he finally won her agreement. Stalin had always accepted the need for an open break, and had only disagreed regarding the expediency of the measure. On this occasion he accepted Lenin's proposal. When members of the Central Committee and Bolshevik deputies returned to Russia, Stalin remained in Krakow at Lenin's behest. It was the first time that the two men met without other militants present, but there are no documents about their conversations or the impression they made on each other. In many ways they were remarkably similar. Both were short, stocky, and with a slight Asian air in their features. Both had enormous willpower, and Stalin was soon to develop the same energy for command that was to make them the dominant leaders of the first half of the 20th century. But there was a fundamental difference. Lenin, with his round head propelled forward, brimming with energy, had a dynamic personality, while Stalin, controlled, inscrutable and not yet fully aware of his mission, seemed calmer. However, he possessed great inner strength and was implacable and cold as steel. He was stronger of character. Lenin was not interested in people but in their opinions, and specifically whether he could count on their support or not. However, he was probably curious to know more about this Georgian. Stalin's career as a Bolshevik and his origins as a man of the people, who did not belong to the intelligentsia, were elements in his favor. His independence of judgment and his decision to disagree with him on occasion were, however, worrying features for Lenin, who demanded subordination from his supporters. On this occasion, however, apart from keeping him away from St. Petersburg, which left Sverdlov a free hand in Pravda, Lenin needed Stalin's help to find a solution to the complicated problem of nationalities. At the turn of the century, the Great Russians made up less than half of the empire's total population of 124.2 million. Among the other nationalities, the Ukrainians, the Poles, the Jews, the Latvians, the Lithuanians stood out for their numbers. And the Georgians, while the Grand Duchy of Finland, united to Russia through the person of the Tsar, had a population of 3 million inhabitants. Nationalist movements had gained strength among non-Russian peoples, and reacted especially against Alexander II's rigorous Russification measures. In 1905, the year of the revolution, mass demonstrations and uprisings occurred in Poland, Ukraine and Finland, as well as in the Baltic and Caucasus provinces, but this resurgence had been countered after 1907 by a Russian nationalist offensive. Lenin's thinking was confused about the problem of nationalities. He had always expressed strong support for nationalist movements, as well as any other activity that could help put an end to the Tsarist regime. He was the champion of self-determination, territorial autonomy, and the unrestricted right to secession, and yet he envisioned a strictly centralized party of all workers of the Russian Empire. He first focused his attention on this problem when the Bund, claiming to represent all Jews as a distinct nationality, called for national cultural autonomy. He refused, arguing that the Jews were scattered and did not occupy a recognized territory. The correct solution was for them to integrate into Russian organizations. But he continued to favor the rights of Poles, Ukrainians, and other nationalities, who occupied their own distinct territories. The real dangers of nationalism became apparent to Lenin in early 1912, when he was living in Krakow, Austrian Poland. The Austrian Empire, like the Russian Empire, included numerous national minorities, and over the years, the Austrian Social Democratic Party had evolved as a federation of autonomous groups, organized into national sections. Lenin then considered it a serious weakness. At the same time he became aware of the division among the Poles. On the one hand, there was Pilsudski's Socialist Party, in favor of full independence, on the other, the Social Democratic Party, dominated by Rosa Luxemburg, who was internationalist and firmly opposed to the Polish nationalist movement, like all others, considering them irrelevant and potentially harmful to the revolutionary cause. Lenin was against this internationalism because it was inconvenient and because, if he supported it, he would lose the support of his party in Russia, but he also condemned nationalism, which would weaken the party. Lenin remained basically a great Russian in his views and assumed that the party would be dominated and led by Russians. He was now alarmed by the possibility that the party could also lose its unity and devolve into an insecure federation of national groups, each with its own point of view. The time had come to combat this pernicious threat. The dilemma, however, remained, how to reconcile the promotion of national independence movements with party unity and, ultimately, with the centralized Russian Republic that would emerge after the revolution. Stalin's arrival was very timely. As a Georgian, he could not be accused of Russian chauvinism, and he came from a region in which there was a social democratic organization that included Georgians, Armenians, Russians, Tatars, and others. Noi Zherdanya and a group of Georgian Mensheviks had recently proposed the Austrian principle of national cultural autonomy. Stalin was the right man to demonstrate the falsity of this thesis, given that he had always opposed this deviation in Transcaucasia. Already in 1904 he had vehemently defended the project of a centralized party, including workers of all nationalities, and had criticized Georgians who favored national groups within the party. Again in 1906 he showed his opposition to nationalist autonomy when it was proposed by a group of social democrats in Kutaisi. Lenin was satisfied to see that Stalin shared his idea that this tendency within the party would lead to a fatal weakening. In February 1912 he wrote to Maxim Gorky, regarding nationalism, "I completely agree with you that we have to put a stop to it quickly. We have here a wonderful Georgian who has decided to write a long article for Prosvshchiny after gathering all the possible material. We will take care of this matter." During the month of January 1913, Stalin remained in Vienna writing his article, entitled Marxism and the Nationalist Question. In the introduction he basically formulated his position. The wave of nationalism has advanced with increasing force, threatening to submerge the working masses. In this difficult stage, social democracy has the great mission of rejecting nationalism, of protecting the masses from general contagion, because the social democracy can only do so by opposing nationalism with the proven weapons of internationalism, the unity and indivisibility of the class struggle. In the first part of the article he defined the constituent documents of a nation as a community of economic life, language, territory, and national personality, elements that must all occur together. He then explained that each true nation had the right to freely decide its own destiny, to be autonomous and to separate. But he harshly criticized the Austrian program of cultural national autonomy, which amounted to a hidden nationalism and which prepared the way not only for the isolation of nations, but also for the rupture of the workers' movement. He criticized the Jewish Bund and Caucasian groups that pursued separatism, subordinating socialism to nationalism. The correct solution for the Jews was assimilation, and for the Transcaucasian peoples, regional autonomy. Of course, regional autonomy was the answer to the nationalist problem in Russia, with the proviso that by granting freedom to minorities to use their own language, direct their schools and cultural activities, the workers organized themselves within the Social Democratic Party. He ended the work with the affirmation that the ultimate answer to the national question lay in the principle of the international unity of workers. Marxism and the Nationalist Question was written in a clear and incisive style. In his approach and his arguments one could recognize Stalin's own work in showing how his ideas on the subject had consistently evolved over the previous 8 years. Furthermore, he wrote it with confidence, because he knew more about this problem than Lenin, Trotsky, or Bukharin, with whom he met in Vienna at that time. Lenin was delighted with the work. In an editorial dedicated to the party's nationalist program, he stated that the article occupies the first place among recent Marxist theoretical works on the subject. Stalin earned a position as a Marxist theorist in party circles. Once the work was completed, Stalin returned to St. Petersburg, where he arrived in mid-February 1913. He found accommodation in a private house, and among the recollections published many years later, his landlady stated that he was serious, calm, and thoughtful. But his stay in St. Petersburg was brief. Jacob Sverdlov, like him a member of the Central Committee elected in an extraordinary session, was arrested on February 9, 1913, informed by Malinovsky. The Okhrana monitored all Bolshevik leaders. On February 23, a musical evening was organized to raise funds for Pravda. Stalin was undecided whether to attend or not, and sought advice from Malinovsky, who assured him that the police would not arrest him at a public event. He attended and was immediately arrested. The last exile. For 5 months, Stalin was imprisoned in St. Petersburg. In early July 1913 he was sent under guard by train to Krasnoyarsk and then by ship north along the Yenisei River to Monastirsk, a small town that was the administrative center of the Turazhansk region. His previous sentences to exile had been to places not too distant and involved more discomfort than harshness. The new sentence meant the end of such benevolence. The Okhrana had evidently decided that the Bolsheviks had accomplished their objective in dismembering the Social Democratic Party and were no longer needed. The police systematically detained them and sent them to distant prisons where they could not cause trouble. The Yenisei-Turazhansk region, in northern Siberia, part of which lies in the Arctic Circle, was a vast and distant expanse from which escape was virtually impossible. The bitter cold, the extreme monotony of the long, dark winters, the brief, hot summers in which the air was infected with insects, and the dreaded winter storms, which were as strong as hurricanes and buried entire towns in swirls of snow, everything intensified the feeling of isolation. Life was reduced to a primitive struggle against the elements. Men went crazy and the suicide rate among exiles was high. It was a place where only men with physical and moral reserve survived, although they too were forever marked by the experience. Stalin was probably despondent and bitter as he waited in prison for his fate to be decided, and then began the long journey to the edge of Siberia. With talent, dedication, and work, and certainly not with tact, servility, or flattery, he had risen through the party hierarchy to a senior position. As a member of the Central Committee and director of Pravda, he had a lot to do. He was now sent away, into exile and helplessness. Perhaps he resented Lenin, Trotsky, and others who lived safely abroad, but more likely he despised them for evading the dangers of true revolutionary struggle. Knowing that he was going to join them, the Monastirsko exile colony prepared a single room and kept food for him that they took from his meager provisions. In the stark isolation of their lives, the arrival of someone new was an exciting event, especially if it was a member of the Central Committee. He would bring news, no doubt, of other comrades and of the latest events in St. Petersburg and Moscow. With Sverdlov at their head, the exiles gathered to welcome him upon his arrival. Stalin did not reciprocate their welcome, he was moody and unwilling to talk to them. He went into his room and didn't come out. But the story of how he provoked the enmity of his fellow exiles should be treated with reserve. We know him through the memories of Argiza Yarova, published more than 30 years later. She was not personally in Turajansk, but rather learned the details from her husband, a Bolshevik exiled there from 1903 to 1913, whose sympathy Stalin possibly did not enjoy. But with his gruff manner and aggressive attitude, and because of his complete disinterest in his personal popularity, Stalin by then easily made enemies. While other exiles gathered together to feel accompanied, he isolated himself, except when he had to resolve some official party business. According to his daughter, he loved Siberia, and always longed for his years of exile as if he had done nothing but hunt, fish and walk through the taiga. Perhaps he also felt an instinctive need for solitude to think about the future, sensing that he was on the threshold of a new era in his life. Yakov Sverdlov, who never maintained friendly relations with Stalin, was a small, normal-looking man, but since 1902 he had been a tireless underground worker. Lunacharsky wrote about him, the man was like ice, like a diamond. His morality was also of the same kind, that is, crystal clear, cold and pointed. He was transparently free of personal ambition and any form of self-interest to such an extent that in some ways he seemed like a faceless being. Nothing he did was original, he merely transmitted what he received from the Central Committee, sometimes from Lenin personally. During their exile in Siberia, and especially in Kuriga, where they were sent at the end of their sentence, Stalin and Sverdlov shared the same room and their relationship was clearly hostile. In a letter written to a friend in March 1914, Sverdlov commented, "I feel much worse in the new center, especially because I am not alone in the room. There are two of us, and my companion is the Georgian Jugashvili, an old acquaintance with whom I coincided in another exile. Good person, but too individualistic in daily life." In May of the same year, Sverdlov stated in another letter, "Now the comrade and I live in different places and see little of each other." As usual, there is little information about Stalin's life and attitude in this period. The Aliluyevs provide some details. Sergei Aliluyev and Stalin had become friends in Baku, and when Sergei moved with his family to St. Petersburg, he and his wife always welcomed Stalin into their home and helped him after his escape. When he was in Turajansk, he received packages with warm clothes and some money from them. Later, in 1915, she wrote to Olga, Sergei's wife, thanking her and asking her not to spend the much-needed money on him. But she asked them to send her postcards with landscapes of the region. The nature in this cursed area is terribly poor, the river in summer, and the snow in winter, that is all that nature offers here, so I ardently desire to see natural landscapes, even if only on paper. Svetlana Alelueva related that years later her father sometimes talked about Siberia, its severe beauty and its uncultured and silent people. He got along well with the locals, who taught him how to fish in the Yenisei, but instead of staying in one place, as they did, he went from one place to another until he found a place where the fish were biting well. Often the number of fish caught was such that some believed he possessed magical powers and exclaimed, "Osip, that's what they called him, you know the word." On one occasion, in the middle of winter, he was caught by a snowstorm when he was returning to town, and he got lost. When he met two peasants, he was surprised that they ran away from him. He later learned that his face was so covered in snow and ice that they had mistaken him for a goblin. Later, his daughter wrote, "My aunt said that during one of his exiles in Siberia, presumably to Rязанsk, he had lived with a peasant woman from the village and that their son was still living somewhere. He had little training and did not claim the last name." In Siberia, Stalin was consumed by inactivity. The Bolshevik organization was disintegrating. Pravda's circulation dropped from 40,000 copies a day to almost half. The open split between Bolsheviks and Mensheviks in the Duma was an important cause of this decline. At the same time, the Okhrana continued to arrest all Bolshevik activists and deprive the party organs of leadership. On August 2, 1914, Germany declared war on Russia, uniting the Russian people in an exaltation of patriotic fervor and loyalty to the Tsar. Support for the Bolsheviks and other revolutionary parties declined further. Within Russia, revolutionaries were divided between defensists, who refused to oppose the national effort to confront the enemy, and defeatists, who, in Lenin's words, regarded the defeat of Russia as a lesser evil and urged the transformation of the imperialist war into a civil war. In the Duma, Bolshevik and Menshevik deputies refused to vote in favor of the war budget, and in August 1914 they publicly declared themselves opposed to it. Lenin was not satisfied. He asked that his theses on the war be accepted, which went far beyond that statement, and required that they work for the defeat of Russia. He could not imagine a more suitable proposal to antagonize the workers and peasants at that time, nor to provoke total government repression of the weakened party. With his intransigence, he seemed to be trying to destroy the party. Fidelity to his demands forced the deputies to commit treason, punishable by summary trial and death penalty in time of war. Perhaps Lenin did not take this into account, who, however, at the beginning of September 1914 moved from Austria to neutral Switzerland for security reasons. Shortly after the arrest of Sverdlov and Stalin, Lev Kamina arrived in St. Petersburg, then called by its Slavic name Petrograd due to widespread anti-German sentiment. Kamina arrived at the Central Committee as Lenin's personal representative. On the night of November 14 he organized a meeting of Bolsheviks to debate the theses on the war. The police found out about the call through an agent, and arrested everyone present. Alexander Kerensky, spokesman for the Socialist Revolutionary Group Trudovik in the Duma and an eminent lawyer, defended them and proposed to the court that Lenin should be tried in his absence so that his defeatist views would be widely known. At the trial, Kamina and the Bolshevik deputies rejected Lenin's theses. However, they were considered guilty of treason, although they were not sentenced to death, but exiled to Rязанsk. Arriving at Monastirskoye, Kamina and the deputies found their conduct at the trial hotly debated by the exiles already there. In July 1915, some 18 Bolsheviks, including 4 members of the Central Committee, met and heard reports on the trial. There was a proposal to censure Kamina, but Stalin and others opposed it. According to Trotsky, Lenin maintained an openly critical stance regarding Kamina's behavior and demanded a public rectification from him and the 5 deputies, which they never made. By October 1916, conditions at the front had deteriorated and casualties were so numerous that the government announced a call for political exiles. Stalin was ordered to report to Krasnoyarsk. This forced him to travel, already in winter weather, from Kurika to Monastyrskoye, and along the Yenisei to Krasnoyarsk. According to Boris I. Ivanov, when Jugashvili arrived in Monastyrskoye from Kurika, he remained as proud as ever, closed in on himself, in his thoughts and plans. In early 1917, Stalin underwent a medical examination, and was rejected as unfit for service due to his deformity in his left arm, and also, the Alexeyev family said, because the authorities considered him to be an undesirable element in the army. However, since he was only a few months away from serving his sentence, he was not forced to return to Turazhansk, but was allowed to stay in Akinsk, a small town on the route of the Trans-Siberian Railway. Lev Kamenev was then in Akinsk, where his wife, Olga, Trotsky's sister, had joined him. Stalin frequently visited his house in the afternoons. A Baikalov, an emigrant who published his memoirs in Paris 37 years later, went there occasionally. He remembered that Kamenev dominated the conversation and that he did not hesitate to interrupt Stalin, on the rare occasions when he participated, with derogatory comments. Stalin used to sit and remain silent, smoking his pipe and occasionally nodding his head to what Kamenev said. One can only speculate about Stalin's evolution during the 3.5 years he spent in Yenisei Turazhansk. There is no shortage of anecdotes about his behavior, but we know almost all of them through bitter exiles who remembered them many years later. The hatred engendered within the Russian revolutionary movement continued to be intense and full of resentment. In fact, this offensive behavior arose from his nature as a gifted and sensitive individual, deeply aware of his humble origins and other disadvantages, and that he had always felt the overwhelming need to assert himself. With people of similar origins to his, he was kind, but he was aggressive towards intellectuals and towards those who treated him with a paternalistic air. But he was capable of maintaining close human relationships. By 1904 he had married Yekaterina Svanich and had a son. He was warmly received by the Alexeyev family and other friends. Of course, he was clearly a more normal human being than Lenin. When he was exiled to Siberia, Stalin was in his mid-30s. He could now look back and consider valuable achievements and experiences. He had seen and heard Plekhanov, Martov and other social democratic leaders, and had worked closely with the Golden Eagle himself. He had a keen and critical intuition, and quickly discerned the strengths and weaknesses of others. He had realized that he was not inferior at all, but an equal. It was this conviction that softened his treatment and that explains the defense of the spirit of camaraderie and understanding within the party that, to Lenin's displeasure, he had expressed in the editorial of the first issue of Pravda. Furthermore, this may partly explain the fact that he then acquired a reputation as a moderate man and that he was elected to the Central Committee at the Party Congress in July 1917 with the third highest number of votes. Along with this change in behavior, which arose from a new confidence in himself, certain ideas began to evolve in his mind, which were going to dominate his thinking in the following years with sufficient energy to make him the maximum leader of the vast Russian Empire. From the age of 19 he had been steadfast in his dedication to Marxist dogmas and to the conception of the small party of professional revolutionaries, who would lead the working class until the complete transformation of society. He never wavered in his conviction that this was the only way to organize and govern the people for their own well-being. Of the other ideas that were beginning to prevail in his mind, the first was a deep sense of Russian nationalism. He began to conceive of Russia no longer as a weak, underdeveloped country, governed ineffectively and at the mercy of its enemies, but as powerful, dynamic, and capable of dominating the world. Through an extraordinary process of assimilation, this Georgian felt united to Russia with a deep understanding of its historical traditions and struggles. He had read widely about Russian history, and had studied the policies and methods of Ivan the Terrible and Peter the Great, perhaps seeing himself as their heir. Furthermore, the conceptions of Moscow as the Third Rome and of the messianic mission of the great Russian people interpreted in the light of Marxism-Leninism dominated his imagination and were revealed in his subsequent government measures. The second idea, probably embryonic at the time and which would only become evident years later, when Lenin's health began to fail, was that he himself was a man for history, destined to lead the party and Russia in that decisive mission. He would regenerate and awaken this giant, sleepy country to fulfill his destiny. This idea, more than a personal desire for power, was the driving motive, the great objective and the main source of the tyranny of his rule. 1917. Exiled in Siberia, Stalin remained distant from the calamitous events of the war years. But the news of the disasters at the front, the unrest in the cities, and the ever closer fall of the Tsarist regime were elements that increased his impatience to return to Petrograd. Upon learning of the amnesty granted to political prisoners, he immediately began the trip to the city. When he returned to the capital, confusion and chaos reigned there, a true reflection of the situation in the entire country. Law and order were not respected, anarchy was getting closer. But Nicholas II, at the supreme headquarters of the Mogilev army, was still unaware of the seriousness of the situation. Despite appeals and warnings from the Duma chairman and others, he believed that his troops would restore order. On March 12, however, several regiments mutinied in the capital. This was the decisive moment. Special Guards detachments, sent from Mogilev to quell the uprising, joined the rebels upon reaching the city. On March 15, Tsar Nicholas II abdicated. Although the Duma was formally dissolved, its members refused to disperse. They elected a provisional committee that assumed power. But the committee soon faced rivalry from the Soviet of Workers' and Soldiers' representatives, which had acted briefly during the Revolution of 1905 and had now quickly re-emerged. It was said that the deputies had been elected in the proportion of 1 for every 1,000 workers and 1 for each army company, and were intended to be representative of the insurgent and leftist elements. The Provisional Committee and the Executive Committee, known as Excom, of the Soviet collaborated to a certain extent, and on March 16 they reached agreement to establish a provisional government. Kerensky, a lawyer of great energy and ability, was to be the president of this government. But although politically he was a revolutionary socialist, he was moderate and humane. He lacked the relentless fanaticism of Lenin, Stalin, and Trotsky, and he failed to understand what the country was asking for. Upon his arrival in Petrograd on March 12, Stalin immediately went to Alexeyev's house, where he was warmly received. The whole family was present, Sergei and his wife, Olga, his son, Fedor, his eldest daughter, Anna, whose memoirs include the memory of this arrival, and his youngest daughter, Nadia, at that time a 16-year-old schoolgirl. Stalin answered his questions about life in Siberia and, using his talent for imitations, made them laugh by caricaturing the peasants who had waited for the train to arrive at each of the stations from Krasnoyarsk to Petrograd. The spokesperson for each group eloquently stated that the long-awaited Holy Revolution, the beloved revolution, had finally arrived, and greeted the return of the political exiles as if they were warriors returning from the battlefield. They seemed to think that Revolucija was a person who was going to succeed the Tsar, just as in 1825 many of the troops had believed that Konstitutsiya was the wife of Constantine, who was expected to succeed Alexander to the throne. The next morning, Stalin went by tram to the Pravda office. Fedor, Anna, and Nadia went with him. They were looking for accommodation near the city center. When they separated, Stalin told them, "Don't forget to save a room for me in the new apartment. Don't forget it." The party's headquarters had been installed in a mansion that had belonged to the dancer Matilda Kshesinska. There she was waiting for a slight. The Bolshevik organization was beginning to revive again. The Russian office of the Central Committee was in charge of various party affairs and had admitted as members some of those released from prison or returning from exile. On March 12, the day of his return to Petrograd, the office considered the question of his admission as a member. According to the minutes of the meeting, The office received a report stating that he had been an agent of the Central Committee, and that he would be a desirable member. It is strange both that the office required a report on Stalin and that the minutes described him only as an agent of the Central Committee, when he had been a member of it, as well as of the office, and director of Pravda. Then came the extraordinary decision that, taking into account some characteristics that are inherent to him, the office decided that he be invited with an advisory vote. The reference to certain characteristics alluded, presumably, to his distancing from his comrades in Turajansk. Later, he allowed Kamina to write for Pravda, as long as his articles were not signed. The decision must have been even more offensive, given that Muranov, a former Bolshevik deputy, who had no special talent or history in the party and who returned from exile with them, was immediately admitted as a full member. Alexander Shlyapnikov and Molotov were senior members of the office at the time, and they were clearly concerned at the prospect of being displaced by Stalin and Kamina. Shlyapnikov later explained that the Bureau's attempt to exclude them from its internal meetings was because they disapproved of their ambivalent attitude toward the war. It was a misleading excuse, because Muranov's support for the government and the continuation of the war was known to everyone. Stalin acted quickly, asserting himself. He was the oldest militant present, and in talent he stood out over Shlyapnikov and Molotov, whom he immediately ousted. 3 days after his return, he was elected to the presidium of the office with full rights and appointed Bolshevik representative to the executive committee of the Petrograd Soviet of Workers' Representatives. Together with Kamina he also took charge of Pravda, which had reappeared on March 5, 1917, under the direction of Molotov. Stalin dominated the party for 3 weeks, until Lenin's return. Anticipating that Lenin's violent opposition to the war and the provisional government would confront the majority of the party's militants and the people who belonged to it, he followed a moderate line. He advocated limited support for the provisional government on the grounds that the bourgeois democratic revolution had not yet been completed, and that it would take several years before the conditions for socialist revolution matured. There was no point in him, therefore, working to destroy the government at this stage. In his approach to war, he was also inspired by common sense, thus he wrote that when an army faces the enemy, it would be a foolish move to ask it to throw down its weapons and go home. In response to the general demand of the Social Democrats, he even showed himself prepared to consider reunification with acceptable Menshevik elements, and on his initiative the office accepted the call for a joint congress. Pravda reflected this attitude of moderation. The articles sent by Lenin were published, and the references critical of the provisional government and the Mensheviks were softened or suppressed. According to Shlyapnikov, resentful of the sudden departure from him, the shift in editorial line was strongly criticized by the workers of Petrograd, some of whom went so far as to call for the expulsion of Stalin, Kamina and Muranov from the party. But, although some radicals were in favor of this tendency, the majority of the party supported the moderate line, as demonstrated in the general response to Lenin's statements weeks later. On the night of April 3, Lenin arrived at the Finland station in Petrograd. It was a tumultuous event, on a stage effectively prepared with festoons of red banners, honor guards, and a military band. Describing the scene, Sukhanov commented that the Bolsheviks, who were brilliant organizers and who always tried to give relevance to external things and present a good show, dispensing with all false modesty, had clearly chosen to organize a triumphal entry. In celebrating Lenin as a hero of the masses, however, the party had a special objective. Lenin had traveled from Switzerland through Germany, aided by the enemy government. Patriotic and anti-German sentiments were still strong among Russians, and the party wished to counter rumors that Lenin was a German agent, an accusation that was to cause the Bolsheviks serious problems in later months. According to the story of a Bolshevik, all the comrades moved in the dark until the arrival of Lenin. He, ignoring the fanfare of welcome, immediately devoted his attention to the subject of the revolution. He made an immediate impact on the party, both for his relentless fanaticism and for the drastic and urgent measures he advocated. At the Finland station, Lenin ignored Zhig and the ex-com delegation who had come to meet him, and immediately harangued the crowd about the futility of defending the capitalist homeland and the need to negotiate an immediate peace. On the way to the party headquarters, he stopped repeatedly to address the crowd, condemning the war, criticizing the provisional government and calling the Mensheviks traitors to the cause of the proletariat, peace and freedom. His speeches upset many of his listeners. "We should bayonet guys like that. He must be German," Sukhanov overheard a soldier comment angrily. Lenin obviously did not connect with the feeling of the city, but he was impatient. He sensed that after plotting and fighting all his life, he had the power at his fingertips. He repeatedly insisted on his approach, and aided by growing outrage over food rationing, the disasters of war and the leadership crisis, he began to gain support. His message was simple: the party has to push towards the immediate socialist revolution. He rejected any type of union with the Mensheviks, as well as support for the provisional government or the continuation of the war. He expressed his views in his April thesis, which he defended at the party congress. The party was baffled by his aggressive demand for immediate revolution. Pravda denounced it as unacceptable insofar as it starts from the premise that the bourgeois democratic revolution has ended. Kamina, Zinoviev and other prominent Bolsheviks, as well as rank-and-file soldiers, opposed not only his most important theses, but also his rejection of relations with the Mensheviks. But Lenin defeated the opposition and dragged the party behind him. In May, Trotsky arrived from abroad and greatly strengthened Lenin's position. They had had disputes among themselves, but fundamentally they agreed. Upon returning to Russia, Trotsky was not even a member of the Bolshevik Party, but he was soon enthusiastically admitted and immediately elected member of the Central Committee. Since Lenin's arrival in Petrograd, Stalin went into the shadows. His moderate attitude had been rejected and, like many others in the party, he must have reflected deeply on the new trend focused on immediate revolution. Apparently, however, he accepted with equanimity his own personal turning away. He had always recognized Lenin as a leader, and if he had thought of disputing that character, this would have been the occasion. Far from challenging him, however, he considered that Lenin's policy, which he had previously considered madness, was practical and necessary in the growing chaos to which both the provisional government and the Soviet were contributing. In these circumstances he gave Lenin his full support. During the following months, Stalin also seemed overshadowed by Trotsky, Zinoviev, Bukharin and others. Sukhanov described him as a grey being. Trotsky, with his usual malice and cruelty, said that he was a plebeian and dull provincial democrat, forced by the spirit of the times to become a sad Marxist. By then, Stalin was entrenching himself as a moderate and independent leader, and together with Kamina, he remained in charge of Pravda. While others were making speeches and fighting for the spotlight, he was always present, like a foundation stone, working within the party organization. Far from showing himself as a grey being, he was gaining the respect and trust of the militants, as would be seen at the end of April, at the 7th Congress of the party where he received the third highest number of votes after Lenin and Zinoviev. In the secret ballot for the Central Committee. At this Congress Stalin presented his report on nationalities. It was no longer a theoretical issue, but had become an urgent practical problem. The Finns, Poles, and Ukrainians were asking for independence or at least a certain degree of autonomy. Stalin spoke of the right of all nationalities to self-determination and even secession. This could have created some difficulties for him, because he instinctively favored a strongly united and centralized Russian state. But he addressed the issue convincingly and won congressional support. Grigory Pyatakov, a Ukrainian by birth, and Felix Jertinsky, a Pole, disagreed, fearing that the dismemberment of the Russian Empire would harm the class struggle and the cause of the revolution. Stalin was more restrained in the debate, but he reassured them by assuring them that in the free socialist republic that would replace the empire, the nationalities would not wish to separate. Using all means to achieve power, Lenin proclaimed his support for the workers' Soviets, which shared power and even dominated the provisional government. He was impressed by his popularity and, realizing that they had real power, he changed the attitude he had advocated from Switzerland. He argued that the party had to fight to create a republic of workers, soldiers, and peasant representatives throughout the country. Then the motto was born, "All power to the Soviets." Alarmed by growing anarchy and the threat of a violent popular uprising and influenced by Kerensky's fervent appeals, the excom of the Petrograd Soviet and the provisional government formed a coalition. At first Kerensky was the dominant leader of the coalition. Committed to continuing Russian participation in the war, he set about the task of rallying support for a new military offensive that began on July 1 and pushed back the Austrians. But then German troops cut off the advance and the Russian army sank. Thousands of desperate and uncontrolled men were fleeing towards the east. For Kerensky and other moderate revolutionaries, this defeat ended all hopes of negotiating peace from a position of strength and restoring a stable government. Russia was not destined to follow a moderate line. A wave of violent disorders spread throughout the country, exploding in the days of July. Fear took over the city. About 20,000 sailors from Kronstadt and 30,000 workers from Putilov joined the general violence. Mass hysteria led to mass murder and destruction. But, as Sukhanov wrote, the blood and filth of this absurd Shia had a moderating effect in the afternoon and evidently caused a rapid reaction. The uprising, which appeared spontaneous, had in fact been instigated by the Bolsheviks. But their violence had taken Lenin by surprise. He had made no plans to control the city or to depose the provisional government, and the demonstration had grown so explosively that the party could not control it. The city reacted strongly. The provisional government, with the support of the Petrograd Soviet, accused the Bolsheviks of trying to destroy the revolution and reduce the country to anarchy. The Minister of Justice released documents that purported to demonstrate that Lenin and other Bolshevik leaders were actually German agents. The accusation made an immediate impact. The Bolshevik party earned popular hatred. Pravda was closed, Trotsky, Kamenev, and Lunacharsky were arrested, but Lenin and Zinoviev managed to hide. Public opinion severely criticized Lenin with political and moral arguments. Also within the party, voices arose that accused him of abandoning his comrades and of worrying only about his personal safety. The place where Lenin was hiding was the new apartment of Stalin's friends, the Aleluyev family, on Rozdestvenskia Street. There he occupied the room that had been intended for Stalin. The question was whether Lenin and Zinoviev should stand trial to face criticism that they had abandoned their comrades and answer the government's accusations. During the night of July 20, Stalin, Krupskaya Ordzhonikij, and others met at the apartment to discuss the issue with Lenin. The greatest fear was that, if he turned himself in, government agents would kill him before reaching prison and, of course, the trial. Stalin and Ordzhonikij attempted to negotiate with the Mensheviks in the Petrograd Soviet guarantees that, if Lenin and Zinoviev surrendered, they would be protected and publicly tried. At this time, however, when the Bolsheviks were going through bad times and when he himself was the subject of virulent criticism, Lenin was not willing to risk his personal safety or put limits on his freedom of action. It became necessary for him to hide elsewhere, for which the small town of Sestroresk, on the Gulf of Finland, was chosen. Great care was taken to alter his appearance and Stalin shaved off his beard and mustache. Wearing a cap and a long coat, borrowed from Sergei Aleluyev, Lenin looked like a Finnish peasant, thus he went in the company of Stalin and Aleluyev to the Primorsky station, where he took a crowded train bound for Sestroresk. With many of its leaders detained or in hiding and surrounded by hostility, the Bolshevik party was in serious difficulties. However, he demonstrated extraordinary resistance. The few remaining militants showed dedication and firmness that was beyond measure. Furthermore, Stalin was free and exercised his leadership, which, although less energetic and visionary than Lenin's and less dramatic than Trotsky's, was like a rock in strength and determination. At the beginning of August, the Sixth Congress of the party met secretly in Petrograd. In Lenin's absence, Stalin presented the Central Committee's report to the 267 delegates, showing himself skillful and persuasive. Many were on edge after the July days hysteria, and were confused by Lenin's change of tactics. He had abandoned the slogan "All power to the Soviets" because, he claimed, the Soviets had become counter-revolutionary by supporting the government against the Bolsheviks. By presenting the report of the Central Committee, Stalin showed that he had moved away from its moderate stance. He condemned the provisional government as a puppet, a despicable screen behind which are the cadets, the military establishment and capital, the three pillars of the counter-revolution. Before the July days, a nonviolent transfer of power to the Soviets would have been possible, but now the peaceful period of the revolution has ended, the non-peaceful period, the period of clashes and explosions has arrived. At the same time he was careful not to present the new line of action with the drastic terms of an ultimatum, in the style of Lenin. He was sensitive to the fact that many delegates were reluctant to scrap the Soviets, while others still believed it was premature to think of an immediate socialist revolution. It was largely attributable to him that the resolution approving this policy was adopted with only 4 abstentions. In the debate on the final part of the proposal, Stalin made a spontaneous contribution that illustrated his particular perspective and announced his future line of action. Against the claim that revolution was possible on the condition that a proletarian revolution took place in the West, he stated that we must not exclude the possibility that Russia will be the country that leads the way to socialism. It is necessary to abandon the worn-out idea that only Europe can show us the way. There is a dogmatic Marxism and a creative Marxism. I place myself in the latter. Stalin's leading work at the Sixth Party Congress elevated his prestige and authority. In the elections to the Central Committee, only Lenin, Zinoviev, Kamenev and Trotsky surpassed him in number of votes. When the Central Committee elected the board of directors of Pravda, Stalin received the majority of the votes and Trotsky failed to win the election. When it was decided to elect an internal cabinet made up of 10 men from the Central Committee, Stalin again prevailed in the vote. In July, Kerensky took over as prime minister and with the support of Excom he again formed a cabinet with a majority of moderate socialists. The challenge to Kerensky's government came from the right. It was led by General Lavrenti Kornilov, a Cossack of proven talent and valor, but his attempted coup failed without a single shot being fired. The military challenge to the government and the threat of a reactionary dictatorship caused the entire city to support Kerensky. Mensheviks, socialist revolutionaries, and Bolsheviks formed a united front in the Soviet. The latter were particularly active. With the approval of the committee they recruited an armed militia, which allowed them to expand the Red Guard to 20,000 troops in Petrograd. The Bolshevik Party was beginning to increase its strength. The July days and the denunciation against Lenin for being a German agent turned out to be minor setbacks. In August 1917, when the Sixth Congress was held, the number of militants rose to 200,000. It was impressive growth. However, the party represented a small minority at the national level, and only had the support of 5.4% of workers, according to an average calculated in 25 cities. But, although insignificant in number, it was an organized and disciplined party that had exceptional leaders such as Lenin, Trotsky, and Stalin. Still hidden, Lenin was consumed with impatience. He was convinced that a party-led insurrection and a left-wing dictatorship were already possible. At a meeting in early September, the Central Committee had before it its demand that revolutionary detachments take members of the government prisoner and seize power. The committee and the party in general considered him cruel for inciting a repetition of the July days. They were very nervous. The action proposed by Lenin was hasty, the party and the country were not prepared. On October 20, Lenin clandestinely entered Petrograd. He with great energy defended his arguments in favor of immediate revolution before the members of the Central Committee. The committee held a secret meeting on October 23, attended by Lenin and Zinoviev, and there was heated debate over Lenin's resolution that an armed uprising is inevitable and the occasion is propitious. Of the 22 members of the Central Committee, 9 were absent, but finally, overwhelmed by Lenin's tireless arguments, all those present, except Kamina and Zinoviev, voted in favor of his thesis. The fact of having a majority, however slim it may be, was enough for him, who considered that the party was committed to action, and certainly before the Congress of Soviets began on October 25. Lenin's plan was a tremendously risky undertaking. He counted on surprising the government and gaining popular support by promising a quick solution to the problems of peace, bread, and land. Kamina and Zinoviev, who were not heroes, were alarmed. Stalin did not oppose and supported this bid for power. Meanwhile, Kamina and Zinoviev, apparently overcome by panic, publicly showed their opposition and highlighted the dangers they were going to face. For Lenin and others, it was treason to oppose and reveal Bolshevik intentions. The case was all the more serious as the party's rank and file were increasingly alarmed by his warnings. This was more than Lenin could bear, and from Finland, where he had gone into hiding again, he asked that the Central Committee expel them from the party. At a meeting of the committee held on October 17, Trotsky was in favor of adopting severe measures against Kamina and Zinoviev, whom he described as traitors. He was not deterred by the fact that Kamina was his brother-in-law. Of course, he demonstrated that loyalty to the party prevailed over family ties. Other members supported the proposal for a severe punishment. It was Stalin who put the note of moderation in the debate. His arguments in favor of moderation did not arise from a passive attitude aimed at calming tempers, nor from the incredibly anticipated foresight that he might need the support of these two comrades in the future, but from a deep concern for the unity of the party in such critical circumstances. He maintained that summarily expelling two long-serving comrades in politics would cause disorder and fix nothing. Furthermore, Kamina and Zinoviev knew that they had acted irresponsibly, and they would not make mistakes again. After his intervention, the expulsion proposal was rejected. It was then decided to replace Kamina on the editorial board of Prado, a proposal that was also rejected when Stalin resigned in protest and the committee refused to accept his resignation. After Lenin's return to Finland, Trotsky took charge of the party. He was appointed chairman of the Military Revolutionary Committee of the Petrograd Soviet, created on October 25. As the central organ of the revolution, this committee controlled the Red Guard and all military units in the city that supported the Bolsheviks. There was also a special revolutionary military center, which had 5 members, elected or appointed on October 29. Stalin, but not Trotsky, was a member of the center, which has been described as the real organizing force of the revolution. Trotsky was undoubtedly the leader and driving force of all the preparations and of the insurrection itself. In the early morning hours of November 7, 1917, the revolution began. Troops under the command of the Military Revolutionary Committee occupied the key points of Petrograd. Shortly after noon the insurgents already controlled the entire city, except for the Winter Palace, which would be occupied in the afternoon. The rapid and almost bloodless taking of Petrograd was a model followed in most of the country. The exceptions were the Don, Kuban, and Orenburg regions, where the Cossacks resisted Bolshevik attempts to seize control, and the capture of Moscow, completed by the Red Guards on November 15 after intense firefights. On November 8, Lenin appeared at the session of the Congress of Soviets. He was recognized as the leader of the revolution with a resounding ovation. The fact that he had not directed the preparations or taken part in the decisive events of the previous days evidently did not have a negative influence. Stalin's contribution to the preparations is unknown, but during the Petrograd Revolution he is said to have been in his office, in the party's press offices. As with Lenin, his absence from the scene in the action was not a cause for criticism. It is likely that they remained in the shadows of events in order to be prepared to continue the fight if the insurrection failed. He had not failed, and the two men who were to be responsible for Russia's destiny in the coming years now had to learn the reality of power. Brest-Litovsk. The revolution, one of the most decisive events in history, occurred quickly and almost without a fight. Lenin and his supporters knew, however, the precariousness of their situation. The Second All-Russian Congress of Soviets endorsed the new government, but the people of Petrograd, like those of the entire country, were confused. They accepted the coup d'état because, of all the political parties, only the Bolsheviks seemed capable of taking positive measures and had promised to provide food, solve the land problem and immediately sign peace. In the longer term, they counted on the election of the Constituent Assembly, which would draft a constitution and proclaim the new Russian Republic. Only then, they thought, would order truly be restored and a new era of national prosperity begin. One of Lenin's first actions was to select a cabinet, known as the Council of People's Commissars, or Sovnarkom. Among the 15 commissioners were Lenin as president, Trotsky as commissioner for foreign affairs, Stalin for nationalities, Lunacharsky for popular education, Slyapnikov for labor, Alexei Rykov for the interior and Vladimir Milyutin for agriculture. The Congress formally appointed the commissars of Lenin's People's Council by decree, and then elected a central executive committee of 101 members. The Bolsheviks got 62 seats on this committee, the left Socialist Revolutionaries, who had formed an independent party, 29 seats, and other parties 10. The executive committee would exercise legislative powers when Congress was not in session. In practice, Sovnarkom would soon exercise both legislative and executive functions. On November 8, Lenin appeared before the Congress. There were moments of great excitement and he received a tumultuous welcome. He read a proclamation addressed to all peoples at war, asking for immediate peace without annexations or compensation. He then read a decree that abolished private ownership of land immediately and without purchase, and that established the distribution of all land among those who cultivated it with their own labor. This represented a complete change in his policy, and introduced a measure provisionally proposed by Stalin 11 years earlier in Stockholm. The All-Russian Congress of Peasants' representatives debated a proposal to merge with the Congress of Workers' and Soldiers' Soviets, and, after the most conservative representatives walked out of the session, the merger was approved. Lenin thus nominally managed to base his government on the three main classes, workers, peasants, and soldiers. But he had not yet satisfied the demand of Sovnarkom, the Central Executive Committee of his own party favorable to the coalition of all socialist parties. The right-wing Bolsheviks, in particular, were determined to force a coalition with the Socialist Revolutionaries and the Mensheviks. Zinoviev, Rykov, Milyutin, Vladimir Nogin, and Lunacharsky, who had opposed the Bolshevik seizure of power, but who after its success had taken seats in Sovnarkom, resigned. All of them, like Kamenev, were even willing to consider a Menshevik proposal according to which Lenin and Trotsky would be excluded from any coalition government. The agitation continued until, with the approval of the majority of the Bolshevik Central Committee, an official note, signed by Lenin, Trotsky, and Stalin, threatened the instigators with expulsion from the party. The threat served to calm tempers, and the issue of the coalition was forgotten in the tide of the dazzling events that occurred later. The Constituent Assembly represented another challenge. The elections were to begin on November 12, a date previously set by the provisional government. Lenin had always defended the vital importance of the assembly, but as the date approached, his concern increased. The result was much worse than he feared. The Bolsheviks won only 175 of the 707 seats. For Lenin and his direct collaborators, the result was unacceptable and had to be corrected by force of guns and bayonets. On January 5, 1918, the Constituent Assembly held its opening session at the Tauride Palace. The representatives of the Bolsheviks and the left Socialist Revolutionaries left the session. The next morning, when the deputies arrived to resume the sessions, Red Guards prevented entry to the palace. A demonstration of revolutionary socialists was dispersed by these forces with rifle fire. The Constituent Assembly, long awaited and much talked about, was dissolved, and the people, dominated by apathy, seemed not to care. That same day, the Central Executive Committee, appointed by the Congress of Soviets and which had a Bolshevik majority, approved the abolition of the Constituent Assembly. This decision was justified on the grounds that it was a counter-revolutionary organization. Moved by the interest of giving their resolutions at least an appearance of legality, the Bolsheviks, after falsifying the election results, hastily convened the Third Congress of Soviets. By an overwhelming majority, this Congress approved the dissolution of the Constitutional Assembly. Stalin intervened directly in the main events of those days. He was already indispensable to Lenin and had influence on him. He signed the official note warning the militants demanding a coalition, and rejected the Menshevik proposal that Lenin and Trotsky would be excluded from a coalition government. During the crisis of the party due to the peace treaty with Germany, he was to firmly support Lenin. At the same time he was showing signs of his ability to cope with numerous responsibilities. His first task was the creation of the People's Commissariat of Nationalities, known as Narkomnats. He had the help of SS Pestkovsky, a Pole who had taken part in the October Revolution. In a room at the Smolny Institute, Pestkovsky found a free table. He placed it next to the wall and pinned a piece of paper on top of it on which he wrote, People's Commissariat of Nationalities. This table, along with 2 chairs, constituted the first office of the commissariat. Shortly after being appointed commissar, Stalin attended the Congress of the Finnish Socialist Party in Helsinki. On November 14 he gave a speech before Congress, and solemnly declared that his government would respect his commitment to the Finnish people. Absolute freedom to decide their own destiny must be granted to the Finns and all other peoples of Russia. Out with guardianships with control from above over the Finnish people. These are the principles that inspire the Council of People's Commissars. This was in accordance with the Declaration of the Rights of the Peoples of Russia signed by Lenin and Stalin a few days after the revolution. For the Helsinki audience, Stalin's speech was undoubtedly impressive, because it was delivered by someone who belonged to one of the small oppressed nations of the Russian Empire. Later, when he reported to the Central Executive Committee about the ratification of the Sovnarkom decree, he lamented the fact that a bourgeois regime was in power. He continued with harsh criticism of the Finnish Social Democratic Party for its indecision and incomprehensible cowardice in failing to win power. By then, however, he stood firm on the principle of national self-determination, although he was criticized by Bukharin and others for giving in to the bourgeois nationalism of small nations. A few weeks later, at the 111th All-Russian Congress of Soviets, he announced a change, stating that the right to self-determination was not a right of the bourgeoisie, but of the working masses of a nation. The principle of self-determination should be used as a means in the struggle for socialism, and should be subordinated to the principles of socialism. This change was all the more necessary since most small nations had non-socialist and anti-Bolshevik governments. In April 1918 he made an appeal from the Narkomnats to the Soviets of nationalist minorities under non-Bolshevik leadership. He pointed out that it was essential to free the people from bourgeois leadership and convert them to the idea of autonomy from the Soviets. It is necessary to raise the masses to the level of the Soviet regime, and unite their best representatives with the latter. But this is impossible without the autonomy of these distant regions, that is, without organizing local schools, local courts, local administration, local authority bodies and local educational and socio-political institutions with the full guaranteed right of use of the local native language by the masses in all spheres of socio-political work. This policy would soon be reflected in the motto nationalist in form, socialist in content. In May 1918 at the opening session of a preparatory congress on the creation of an autonomous Soviet Republic of Tartana and Bashkiria, Stalin bluntly exposed this centralist policy. A purely nationalist form of sovereign autonomy would be destructive and certainly anti-Soviet. The country needed a strong state authority throughout Russia, capable of definitively dominating the enemies of socialism and organizing a new communist economy. The central authority should, therefore, exercise all important functions, leaving regional administrative, political, and cultural functions to the autonomous regions. Stalin was a member of the commission created to draft the first constitution, which was approved in July 1918, creating the Russian Federal Socialist Soviet Republic. The type of federalism with national territorial units that he advocated was expressed in Article 11 of the draft. At that time, however, the RSFSR had a treaty relationship with the Soviet republics of Transcaucasia, Belarus, and Ukraine. This would be altered by the Constitution of 1924, which would create the Union of Soviet Socialist Republics. The affairs of nationalities could occupy only a small part of his time. On November 29, 1917, the party's Central Committee appointed a Kichurtka, or group of 4 people, which included Lenin, Stalin, Trotsky, and Sverdlov with decision-making power in urgent matters. According to Trotsky, this inner council became a troika, or group of 3, because Sverdlov was too busy in the party secretariat. Membership in this internal council and in the Sovnarkom required exhausting work from Stalin due to the trust that Lenin had placed in him. Lenin could not do without Stalin for a single day, wrote Pestkovsky. Probably for that reason our office in Smolny had Lenin's protection. During the course of the day he would call Stalin countless times or show up at our office and take him away. Stalin spent most of the day with Lenin. In this early period, Sovnarkom met for 5 or 6 hours almost every day. Lenin held the presidency and wrote many of the decrees that came out of these meetings. Marriage and divorce laws were relaxed, the legal equality of men and women was highlighted, illegitimate children would have the same rights as legitimate ones. Numerous decrees expropriated private property. The process of nationalization of the industry began. All banks were nationalized, a law with immediate effect reduced the working day to 8 hours. The workers, through committees whose members would be chosen by them, would have a say in the direction of the industries. The old legal system was abolished and new revolutionary courts and tribunals were created. Lenin had long thought that such courts, as well as a secret police, would be necessary to deal with the regime's enemies. In December he entrusted the Polish fanatic Felix Dziertyński with the task of organizing the new All-Russian Commission to combat counter-revolution and sabotage. Under its abbreviated name of Chaika, it became the feared secret arm of the regime, which would successively give rise to the GPU, NKVD, MVD, and KGB. On February 5, 1918, a decree established the separation of church and state and confirmed the right of all citizens to freedom of belief and worship. The Cyrillic alphabet was revised, and from February 1 the Gregorian calendar was adopted. Not since the era of Peter the Great, 2 centuries earlier, had there been such an avalanche of change and reform. The difference was that this new government was drunk with power and was desperately trying to gain popular support. Clothed in an attractive humanitarian garb, his decrees seemed to announce a new era. Lenin had repeatedly declared before October 1917 that, upon coming to power, the Bolshevik government would propose peace on terms that the imperialist enemy would be forced to reject. This would lead to revolution in the capitalist countries and the outbreak of the Revolutionary War. Already in power, Lenin realized that this measure was unrealistic. The German High Command knew that the Russian army was demoralized and that the new Soviet government would have to accept the peace conditions proposed by Germany. The Soviet armistice proposal was quickly accepted by the Germans, and signed at Brest-Litovsk on December 2. Peace negotiations formally began on December 9. Trotsky was at the head of the Soviet delegation. His objective was to use the conference as much as possible for revolutionary propaganda purposes. He firmly believed that revolution was imminent in Germany and elsewhere and at times dominated the conference. But with his country in a chaotic state, with his army mutinous and demoralized and his new government desperately trying to cling to power, he negotiated from a position of weakness against professional diplomats backed by a strong and victorious. Trotsky's furious interventions did not impress his German opponents, who knew the weakness of their position. Unexpectedly, on January 18 they presented a map of Eastern Europe with new borders, which deprived Russia of extensive territories. The ultimatum angered Trotsky, who swore that he would break off negotiations. Then, upon receiving a telegram signed Lenin-Stalin, requesting that he return to Petrograd to discuss the matter, he agreed to a postponement until January 29. There is further evidence, cited by Trotsky himself, that shows how close Stalin was to Lenin in that critical period. A certain Dmitrievsky observed that Lenin at that time felt such a need for Stalin that, when news of Trotsky arrived from Brest and he was forced to make an immediate decision in Joseph's absence, he commented to Trotsky, "I would like to consult Stalin before answering to your question." And just 3 days later Lenin sent a telegram saying, "Stalin has just arrived. I will study the issue with him and we will immediately give you our joint response." Trotsky left Brest-Litovsk on January 6 and headed for Petrograd. He was mulling over his no peace, no war formula. He planned to announce the end of the war and the demobilization of the Russian army, at the same time as his refusal to sign a peace treaty. He was confident that the Germans would not be able to resume their offensive, because his troops would refuse to obey orders and revolution would break out within Germany. The formula would inspire the proletarians of Europe. He was convinced that revolution was imminent in Germany, Austria, and other countries. Trotsky defended his ideas vigorously in Petrograd, but Lenin was not convinced, and Stalin stated bluntly that there was no evidence that revolution would break out imminently in Western Europe, and that his formula was not adequate. After heated debates in the Central Committee, the decision was made that Trotsky should prolong the negotiations and, when the decisive moment came, apply his formula no peace, no war. The German delegation returned to Brest-Litovsk determined to force an immediate peace. His intention was, first of all, to sign a separate peace with the Ukrainian Rada, which would surely force Trotsky to reach an agreement. When the conference resumed on January 28, 1918, Trotsky vehemently rejected a separate peace with Ukraine. But the Germans were not impressed either. On February 9, in Brest-Litovsk, Ukrainian representatives signed the treaty in a special ceremony. The negotiations then turned to a prolonged exchange between the Russian and German delegations on the application of self-determination in the territories under German occupation. The conference was approaching crisis. Trotsky decided to make his declaration. On February 10 he made a severe criticism of imperialism. The delegates, who had already heard it on previous occasions, took it as a preliminary to save appearances, which would be followed by the acceptance of German conditions. Then he proclaimed his formula, "We are withdrawing our armies and our people from the war, but we feel obliged to refuse to sign the peace treaty." He then made emotional appeals to the working masses of all countries to follow Russia's example. The Germans, like other delegations, remained seated and silent when Trotsky left the room. They were astonished by this absurd statement. That same afternoon, Trotsky returned to Petrograd with his delegation. He was satisfied with his intervention, and was confident that the Germans would not dare to resume the offensive. He told his colleagues that he had achieved a diplomatic victory. Lenin, however, was not at all convinced. 6 days later, his fears were justified. The German government declared that the armistice would end on February 18. That same day the German army began to advance on a wide front. In Petrograd, the Central Committee hotly debated the decision to be made. Lenin made it clear from the first moment that he had endangered the Soviet government and the revolution. Trotsky stubbornly argued that they should wait for the reaction of the German proletariat, which was surely on the verge of breaking out the revolution. Lenin finally obtained a slim majority of the committee in favor of his proposal. In the early hours of February 19, 1918, a message was sent announcing that, making his protests evident, the Council of People's Commissars accepted the German conditions. The German response came 4 days later and, confirming Lenin's fear, the new conditions for peace were much harsher. The Central Committee reacted with fury. Bukharin declared, shouting out of nerves, that they had to fight, to wage a revolutionary holy war to the last man, and the majority of those present supported his demand. Lenin remained calm in the midst of that emotional explosion. When he spoke, he highlighted the difficult circumstances of the situation. He called for the peace treaty to be signed and added, "If this is not done, I will resign from my position in the government." This threat was barely given any importance as the debates continued. Finally, Lenin's proposal was approved. Bukharin voted against. Trotsky, unable to accept that the negotiations had failed and to realize the seriousness of the situation, abstained. Stalin supported Lenin, and it is unlikely that he ever managed to forget the vulnerability of the party and the nation, nor the conflict experienced within the Central Committee during those decisive days. After stormy meetings, the Petrograd Soviet and the Central Executive Committee of the Congress of Soviets voted in favor of accepting the peace conditions imposed by the Germans in order to save the revolution. The treaty was signed on March 3, 1918. Through it, Russia lost 328,530 square kilometers of territory, which represented 27% of its arable land, and a population of 62 million inhabitants, 26% of its railway lines, and 75% of the iron and steel industry. The Bolshevik regime was saved, but never under the Tsars had the nation suffered similar losses and humiliation. For some time a storm raged against the treaty. Most Russians reacted out of national pride. Among the revolutionary parties the reaction was also violently emotional, but the sense of national humiliation was secondary to their rebellion against the betrayal of the revolution. Revolutionary war was, they argued, the only dignified solution. Partisan war was possible, because if the army was demoralized, the people could fight. But Lenin and Stalin, and even Zinoviev and Trotsky, considered that this would mean the end of the party. The left socialist revolutionaries immediately broke the coalition and campaigned for war against the imperialists. Within the party, Bukharin and other prominent Bolsheviks maintained active opposition to the decision made. Like the left-wing socialist revolutionaries, they considered themselves the defenders of the revolution. His calls for a revolutionary holy war were greeted with enthusiasm by grassroots militants. Gradually, however, Lenin's arguments gained support, so that when the peace treaty was ratified at the Sixth Party Congress on March 15, 1918, Bukharin's proposal in favor of rejecting the treaty gained few adherents. Over the course of about 6 months, the party had been rocked by two major revolts. First there were the irresolutes, a faction led by Zinoviev and Kamenev, who opposed the seizure of power by the Bolsheviks. Later, independently of this faction, the left-wing communists, with Bukharin at their head, called for a return to the purity of socialist principles. In both cases there was an open debate within the party. The question was whether in that time of crisis, when its survival was in doubt, the party could allow itself to be weakened and mutilated by internal dissension. In the united and disciplined party that Lenin had always envisioned, such freedom was a luxury, and inexorably the party evolved toward a monolithic unity. The Civil War. The Treaty of Brest-Litovsk had been the first serious challenge to the party since the seizure of power. The militants were dismayed by the harsh reality of a weak and isolated Russia. They had not recovered from the shock of this experience when they found themselves overwhelmed by civil war. The new revolutionary regime faced annihilation in a struggle during which a dark destructive force took hold of the Russian people. A wave of violence, hatred, and murder swept the country. It was going to be one of the cruelest civil wars in history, fought in the immensity of the Russian plain and affecting millions of people. It reached epic dimensions. Civil war did not suddenly break out throughout the country. Like the first premonitory tremors of an earthquake, it began far away, in the south. Meanwhile, in Moscow, dogmas and expected political measures were set aside, as Lenin and his government concentrated all their thoughts and energies on survival. Events were racing, and the significance of many of the measures adopted by the government at that time could not be appreciated until much later. This is especially true regarding the transfer of the capital from Petrograd to Moscow in March 1918. The decision was made hastily as it was considered convenient and timely. If the Germans in a single advance take Petrograd, with us in it, Lenin thought, the revolution is lost. If, on the other hand, the government is in Moscow, then the fall of Petrograd would only mean a serious setback. But it was a change of profound importance in the history of Soviet Moscow and in Stalin's own life. The cities of Moscow and Petrograd had come to symbolize the schism that existed within the Russian nation. Moscow was the ancient capital around which the nation had arisen. Here was the old and patriarchal Principality of Muscovy, with its amalgamation of Asian and Christian Orthodox traditions. Over the centuries, Russians had looked toward it like pilgrims. The Kremlin, or citadel, a sober and mysterious fortress, with its wild beauty accentuated by the golden domes of its churches, still maintained its character as the residence of the Tsars, revered, feared and invested with absolute powers, and became the residence of the new Soviet leaders. Petrograd, a magnificent city founded by Peter the Great at the beginning of the 18th century, was the portal of Western ideas and techniques, and represented Russia's affinity with the West. The people of Petrograd disdained Moscow as the center of everything conservative and backward in Russian life. For their part, Muscovites branded the inhabitants of Petrograd as dangerous careerists, looked with distrust towards the West, and took pride in their role as guardians of the old, independent, and superior Moscow way of life. In every generation there had been conflict between conservative Moscow and westernizing Petersburgers. Peter the Great's cataclysm of change and reform, symbolized by his new capital, and then the revolution, had sharpened the conflict. The inhabitants of Petrograd, the city of the revolution, were proud to be the innovators who had brought to Russia the great Western revolutionary doctrine of Marxism. Lenin and most of the Bolshevik leaders spiritually belonged to Petrograd. They were oriented towards the West, and looked forward to the union of the international proletariat. But Stalin belonged to the Moscow tradition, more Asian than Western. He immediately settled in the old city, and like the Tsars, made it the center of his life, becoming known as the recluse of the Kremlin. Upon arriving in Moscow, Stalin, like other members of the government, was assigned rooms inside the Kremlin. He found, however, that the Moscow Soviet had reserved 2 buildings on different streets for his commissariat, and he wanted to set it up in one building. Pestkovsky relates that when Stalin tried to get the Grand Siberian Hotel, he found a sign on the main door that said, "These premises are occupied by the Supreme Council of National Economy." They tore it down and replaced it with others that said, "These premises are occupied by the Narkomnats," written by Nadia Aliluyeva, who was on staff as a secretary. His attempt to take over the building failed. It was one of the few occasions, Pestkovsky noted, when Stalin suffered defeat. His commissariat office was by then the least of Stalin's worries. His primary dedication was to participate in the adoption of urgent measures to survive the gigantic wave of disasters. Chaos reigned in the country, industry was paralyzed and hunger threatened in the cities. The peasants, now converted into owners, were not willing to send their products to the urban population without receiving anything in return. But, above all, there was the Civil War. The first phase of the war had begun in January 1918. General Mikhail Alexeyev had fled to the south, where he joined Hetman A.M. Kaldin, who had established a Cossack regime in the Don area. There, Alexeyev recruited a volunteer army, called the White Army, made up of Tsarist officers, cadets, and others who opposed the revolution. Lenin entrusted command of the Bolshevik offensives in Ukraine and the Don region to Vladimir Antonovov-Zenko, a former Tsarist officer who had become a revolutionary. The Ukrainian Rada had declared the independence of Ukraine. In response to the Soviet ultimatum, sent on December 17, 1917, the Rada Secretariat noted that, the Declaration of the Rights of the Peoples of Russia, signed by Lenin and Stalin, guaranteed the equality and sovereignty of Ukrainians, as well as that of the other peoples of Russia, and rejected the Sovnarkom's attempt to impose its authority. In an offensive against Ukrainian nationalists, Kiev was captured on February 9, 1918. Shortly after, however, German and Austrian troops, according to an agreement, occupied Ukraine, which became independent. The Red forces had to withdraw. Antonov Ovzhenko sent the bulk of his army to the Don region, where they managed to put an end to the Kaldin regime. Alexeyev's volunteer army was forced to retreat to the Kuban, and the freezing winter caused the death of many of them in their desperate journey across the steppe. The volunteer army, with reinforcements from Kuban troops, and under the command of Kornilov, attacked Ekaterinodar, where the Red Army contingent numbered 30,000 men. After 4 days of fierce fighting, Kornilov ordered the assault on the city on April 13, 1918, hoping to take it. But the attack had to be abandoned after a projectile hit Kornilov, killing him. In early May, German troops occupied Rostov and appointed General P. N. Krasnov as governor. The volunteer army returned to the Don region, which became a rallying point for anti-revolutionaries. The war entered a new phase in May-June 1918 as a result of a series of extraordinary events. The Czechoslovak Expeditionary Army, composed of about 30,000 men, including Czech and Slovak prisoners of war, isolated after the withdrawal of the Red Army, took control of all major cities and stations, with the exception of Irkutsk, along the Trans-Siberian Railway. They refused to side with the White or Red forces, but later, threatened by the Soviet government, and especially by Trotsky's telegrams ordering them to be converted into work battalions or integrated into the Red Army, they decided move in an easterly direction. They had iron discipline, good weapons, and there was no Soviet force capable of preventing their control of the route to the east. Lenin, Trotsky, and Stalin were aware that the survival of their regime depended on the creation of a disciplined army. It was not a matter they had thought about before. The failure of the Brest-Litovsk peace conference and the renewed German advance underlined the urgent need to organize a regular army. On March 1, 1918, the Supreme War Council was founded in Petrograd and was entrusted with this task. But the transfer of the government to Moscow and the appearance of small independent units arising from local Soviets, along with other factors, made it difficult to advance in this area, and the Red Army was organizing itself slowly and confusingly. On March 13, 1918, Trotsky, who held the position of People's Commissar of War, was appointed President of the Supreme War Council. He had long defended the need for compulsory conscription, strict discipline, technical efficiency, and an officer corps to achieve a regular army. The most surprising innovation he intended was that, in the extraordinary circumstances of the revolutionary stage, the technical knowledge and experience of Tsarist officers should be used. It was an extremely controversial proposal. The officers were hated as class enemies. Many warned against the danger of officers betraying the Red Army by abandoning it at critical moments. Lenin had serious doubts about the wisdom of trusting them. But then he learned that some 40,000 of these military specialists were already serving, and that the army would collapse if they were withdrawn. Trotsky got his way. He had forced officers to enlist in the army, ensuring their loyalty with the ruthless system of giving their families the status of hostages, closely watched by military commissars. Many officers deserted, but many defected to the revolutionary cause, or served as a duty to the nation. Trotsky played a prominent role in the initial phases of the war. Possessed by devilish energy, he constantly supervised the various fronts. The special train from which he operated was a true reflection of his personality. It evidenced his talent and his taste for power and ostentation. It was equipped with 2 engines, a telegraph transmitter, a printing press, an electric generator, and a garage with cars that were used to immediately travel to strategic points located far from the railway line. All personnel including his escort and the train crew wore black leather uniforms. As a complementary element it had a machine gun unit. They had to defend themselves not only from the White Army, but also from the guerrilla bands that roamed the country. In its struggle for survival, the Soviet government settled on war communism, which entailed centralized government control of the nation's economic life. An immense bureaucratic machine was quickly erected that was soon to exercise tremendous power. generally with a high degree of inefficiency. The Food Commissariat was the most crucial of the new bureaucratic institutions. Food products had to be requisitioned from peasants and distributed through a system of ration cards, strictly organized according to class criteria. The mortality rate from starvation and malnutrition was high, especially in large populations. The Food Commissariat had full powers and was responsible for providing the people with essential items and food products. It mobilized detachments of workers to collect grain and, in July 1918, these detachments had more than 10,000 members. They operated with a military structure, and each unit consisted of a minimum of 75 men with a leader and a political commissar, and had machine guns. Their task was to seize grain from the enemy classes, specifically from the village bourgeoisie, the speculators, and the kulaks, which means fist, who hired workers, rented land, and were relatively rich. Class hatreds were intensified by a special decree, signed by Lenin and Sverdlov in June 1918, which ordered the formation of poor committees, the Kumdi. They were responsible for distributing goods, food and, in particular, for removing surplus grain from the kulaks. In fact, they acted as if they had license to do whatever they wanted. Envy, greed, and hatred were unleashed. The entire country soon found itself involved in a bread war, as savage and inhuman as the Civil War. Hundreds of men and women were burned alive, mutilated with scythes, tortured and beaten to death. Lenin was dismayed by the ferocity and escalation of the war that had been unleashed on the villages. On August 18, 1918, he sent a circular to all provincial Soviets and food committees, emphasizing that the poor committees must be revolutionary organizations of the entire peasantry against the former landowners, kulaks, merchants, and priests, and not organizations formed exclusively by the proletarians of the town facing the rest of the population. Everything was useless. Savagery wreaked havoc and produced unspeakable suffering. Finally, in November 1918, the Kumdis were suppressed, but the hatred endured and the looting of grain continued. The Socialist Revolutionaries, the Peasants' Party, had evolved into growing opposition to the Bolshevik government. They never stopped criticizing the Brest-Litovsk Treaty, and began to accuse the government of causing a civil war in the towns. The Fifth All-Russian Congress of Soviets was held on July 4, 1918, at the Bolshoi Theater in Moscow. The Executive Committee of the All-Russian Soviet had expelled the centrist Socialist Revolutionaries and the Mensheviks the previous month. The only legal opposition to the party was the leftist Revolutionary Socialists, who decided to challenge the government. On July 6, two socialist revolutionaries managed to enter the German embassy and assassinate the ambassador, Count Merbuk. The objective of the assassination was to provoke his country's government into denouncing the peace treaty and attacking Russia, thus forcing the Soviet government to organize a revolutionary war against Germany. The Germans were, however, fully deployed on the Western Front, and could not renew the Eastern Front. The same day the Revolutionary Socialists tried to take the city with a contingent of several thousand men. His troops reached the Bolshoi Theater in the afternoon. There they encountered Bolshevik forces on guard, and instead of fighting they retreated to their barracks where they later surrendered. The Revolutionary Socialist Party was declared illegal. However, the most fanatics decided to use terrorism, which had been their most important political weapon before the revolution. On August 30, 1918, M.S. Uritsky, head of the Petrograd Cheka, was assassinated. There was an attack against Trotsky, and Lenin was wounded by a young Jewish man named Fanya Kaplan, who shot him. He was immediately transferred to the Kremlin, where after 2 harrowing days he began to recover. On September 19 it resumed its activities. In that era, which Lenin called the most critical of the revolution, when the Civil War and the Bread War reached the highest levels of savagery, these terrorist actions exasperated the Bolsheviks, who decided to use terror on a large scale. In Petrograd more than 500 people were shot in retaliation for Uritsky's death. Fanya Kaplan was summarily executed. Petrovsky, Commissar of the Interior, addressed a proclamation to the Soviets, With the following instructions, the local Soviets must immediately arrest all socialist revolutionaries. The Chaikas and the military departments must make strenuous efforts to locate and arrest all those that they use false names, and shoot without formality anyone who is related to the White Guards and other dirty conspirators against the government of the working class and the poor peasantry. There is no need to hesitate when it comes to carrying out terror on a large scale. Like a volcanic eruption of boiling lava, large-scale terrorism spread throughout the country. The Bolsheviks had always considered it an essential instrument of their program. Felix Dzerzhinsky had declared in June 1918, "We are in favor of organized terror. Terror is absolutely necessary in times of revolution." The Chaika exercised absolute power to carry out this measure. It had more than 30,000 agents, many of them were brutalized and sadistic criminals and soldiers, even more corrupted by being authorized to kill, torture, and loot. In Moscow and Petrograd, in all the towns and cities, the people lived in the middle of a horrible nightmare. Amid so much bloodshed, the murder of Nicholas II and possibly also his wife and children in Ekaterinburg, which occurred on the night of July 16 to 17, went unnoticed. They were nothing more than victims, like thousands of Russians, of generalized barbarism. The military commissar of the Ural Soviet, responsible for the region, had gone to Moscow at the beginning of July to receive instructions from Sverdlov. Lenin, Stalin, and Trotsky were probably consulted, and, since the White Army was trying to take Ekaterinburg, they must have considered the death of the Tsar and Tsarina inevitable. But Nicholas II, who had failed to save Russia from the revolution, had abdicated in March 1917, for the Russian people he was already dead. The summer of 1918 brought more threats to Lenin and his government. The Allied intervention, instigated mainly by Winston Churchill, but supported by the United States, France, Japan, and Italy, had led to the occupation of Murmansk, Archangel, Vladivostok, and other Russian cities by detachments of British, French and American troops. But this intervention did not prosper, nor did it provide significant support to the White Army, as Lenin and others feared. Meanwhile, Soviet forces precariously controlled central Russia, but Siberia and, above all, Ukraine were in anti-Soviet hands. In August, White troops conquered Kazan and threatened Moscow. General Krasnov's Cossack army began moving north to join the White forces in Kazan, cutting the railway line between Tsaritsyn and Moscow. The North Caucasus was the only grain-producing area still in their possession, so the loss of that region would mean starvation for the inhabitants of the north. Towards the end of May 1918, news reached Moscow of the desperate situation, both civil and military, in Tsaritsyn. Stalin was sent there to organize grain shipments. Accompanied by his young wife, Nadia Alelueva, whom he had just married, he arrived on June 6, 1918 with 2 armored vehicles and an escort of 400 Red Guards. The next day he informed Lenin that he had encountered a bacchanal of speculation and blackmail and that he had taken drastic measures. He dismissed corrupt and ineffective officials, dissolved useless revolutionary committees, and appointed commissars to organize labor and transportation, and to ensure the shipment of grain to Moscow. The Soviet North Caucasus Military District had its headquarters in Tsaritsyn. In command of the district were General Snisarev, who had belonged to the Tsarist army, and a sailor and old Bolshevik named Zedin. On June 14, 1918, Snisarev divided the district into 3 groups, each with its own leader. A few days later, probably at Stalin's instigation, Klim Vorokilov was placed in command of Tsaritsyn's group. A metal worker employed since 1914 at the Tsaritsyn cannon factory, Vorokilov had no military experience, but 10 years earlier he had worked with Lenin in the Baku Bolshevik Committee, and the 2 men were faithful comrades. Also in Tsaritsyn were Semyon Budeny, a dashing, whiskered former dragoon sergeant, and, as political commissar, a friend of Stalin's named Ort Jonikij. Voroshilov later wrote that this group of old Bolsheviks and revolutionary workers crowded around Comrade Stalin and, instead of a useless team of people, a Bolshevik stronghold was formed in the south. On July 7, 1918, Lenin sent a telegram to Stalin informing him of the uprising of the socialist revolutionaries in Moscow, and warned him, "It is necessary to ruthlessly suppress these hysterical and despicable adventurers, who have become an instrument in the hands of the counter-revolutionaries. Therefore, be ruthless with the left-wing social revolutionaries and report more frequently." Stalin replied that everything necessary will be done to prevent possible surprises. "Be assured that our hand will not tremble." Tsaritsyn was under strong pressure. Food shipments and the city itself were threatened. Stalin began to take direct part in military operations. On July 7 he urgently informed Lenin, "I hurriedly head towards the front. The line has not yet been re-established south of Tsaritsyn. I encourage everyone and give a shout out to those who need it. I hope we will restore it quickly. You can be sure that we are all working our hardest, both ourselves and each other, and, no matter what, we will get the point across. It would have been enough if our military specialists had not been idle and asleep, so that the line would not have been broken, and if it is restored, it will not be thanks to them, but in spite of them. Given the poor communications with the center, it is necessary to have a man on the ground with full powers so that he can take action without delay." 3 days later, having not received an immediate response, Stalin sent an angry message. He criticized Trotsky's despotic action in ignoring Tsaritsyn's headquarters and dealing directly with the sectors under his command. In particular, Trotsky should not make appointments without consulting people on the spot. He also requested aircraft, armored vehicles, and 6-inch guns, without which the Tsaritsyn front will cease to exist. He finally asserted his own authority, stating that to do things properly, I have to have full powers in the military field. I have already written about this, but have not received a response. Very good. In that case, I myself, without formalities, will dismiss all those bosses and commissioners who are spoiling things. I am obliged to do so for the benefit of all and, in any case, the lack of a note from Trotsky will not stop me. The next day he sent another telegram, informing Lenin that he had already taken full military responsibility and had relieved of their positions those military commanders and specialists who were indecisive or incompetent. Stalin's messages to Lenin were written in direct and even harsh terms. They were, however, peer-to-peer communications, sent in times of crisis. Although he respected Lenin and felt affection for him, he did not treat him with deference. For his part, Lenin, far from being offended, acted promptly. On July 19, 1918, the Supreme War Council created a War Council of the North Caucasus Military District, and Stalin was officially appointed president of the council. Stalin's firm attitude evidently impressed Trotsky. On July 24, in his capacity as War Commissar, he sent a message, in a deferential tone, stating that the North Caucasus Military District was responsible for all military and partisan activities in the entire area extending from Voronezh, following the Don River southwards, to Baku. During the months of July and August 1918, the Bolshevik situation on the Volga continued to deteriorate. On August 13, Stalin declared Tsaritsyn under siege. The situation became even more critical. On August 22, the military council sent orders to Zloba, a former miner and the council's representative in the south, to advance with his division towards Tsaritsyn without delay. The courier did not arrive at Sorokin with these instructions until September 2, 1918. Meanwhile, the Don Cossacks had suspended the offensive. On August 31, 1918, Stalin sent a long report to Lenin. He was evidently in high spirits and claimed that the Cossack troops were collapsing, an opinion that, as it soon turned out, was too optimistic. He requested that 2 torpedo boats and 2 submarines be sent up the Volga, arguing that with this reinforcement, Baku, the North Caucasus and Turkestan could be easily taken. This letter, written the day after Fanya Kaplan's attack on Lenin, ended with a very affectionate expression, a handshake to my dear and beloved Ilyich. That same day, Stalin and Voroshilov sent a telegram to Sverdlov with a congratulatory message for the greatest revolutionary in the world, the proven leader, mentor of the proletariat, Comrade Lenin, who had survived the attack. In the message they asked him to respond to this vile attack by organizing systematic, massive, and public terror against the bourgeoisie and its agents. The cult of the leader was beginning to be born. The crisis occurred again on the Volga front, when the Don Cossacks resumed their attacks, exposing the weakness of the Soviet forces. Confusion, inefficiency, and a deep, corrosive distrust were wearing down the Red Army. Another weak point was the absence of a centralized military command endowed with prestige. A1. Igorov, former Tsarist colonel, and later commander of the Red Army on the southern and southwestern fronts, recommended the appointment of a supreme commander. Following his advice, Trotsky, with Lenin's approval, appointed the former Tsarist Colonel I. Vatsidis as supreme leader. It was a strange appointment. Vatsidis had not managed to advance at the end of the 1909 academic year at the General Academy. Trotsky himself described him as stubborn, crazy, and capricious. He was probably the best man then available and, although energetic in his approach, he turned out to be a mediocre boss. On September 2, the Supreme War Council was abolished and, in its place, the Revolutionary War Council of the Republic was created with Trotsky as president. On September 18, the North Caucasus Military District was reorganized and named the Southern Front. Stalin was appointed chairman of his military council, aided by Sergei Minin and Voroshilov. At the same time, all three continued to maintain their positions on the military council of Voroshilov's group, later known as the 10th Army, in Tsaritsyn. This double function would cause confusion and conflicts. At that time, Trotsky decided to move the headquarters of the Southern Front to Kozlov, a city through which the railway passed, about 400 kilometers north of Tsaritsyn. This decision was undoubtedly influenced by the fact that Kozlov was easily accessible to his personal train. Enthused by the allure of his mobile headquarters, Trotsky did not realize that this was not the best way to maintain general supervision of the changing military situation. Trotsky also appointed, as chief military specialist of the Southern Front, a former artillery chief named P.P. Saitin, who established his headquarters in Kozlov. The other members of the military council remained in Tsaritsyn. Saitin soon complained to Vatsidin about the lack of cooperation from Tsaritsyn. He was also outraged when he learned that Stalin, Minin, and Voroshilov had sent orders without consulting him. L. Sorokin, in the south, about the organization of troops in the North Caucasus. At his request Vatsidis annulled these orders. At that time, alarmed by the advance of the Don Cossacks, which was pushing Voroshilov's troops to the east, Stalin urgently asked Moscow to send weapons and ammunition. He also complained about Saitin's lack of concern for the Southern Front. The Revolutionary War Council sent Saitin, along with one of its members, Mikhailovkin, to Tsaritsyn to clarify his relations with Stalin. At a meeting on September 29, Saitin expressed his wish that the headquarters be in Kozlov or Balakov. Tsaritsyn was inadequate due to its remoteness from the Volga operations center. Stalin was adamant that the headquarters should remain in Tsaritsyn. Furthermore, together with Minin and Voroshilov, he made it clear that they could not recognize Saitin's full competence nor the legality of his orders. The military council of the 10th Army, consisting of Stalin, Minin, and Voroshilov, was also, with the inclusion of Saitin, the military council of the Southern Front. Therefore, by insisting on keeping Tsaritsyn as his headquarters and by expressing a vote of no confidence in Saitin, Stalin and his colleagues were acting within their rights. However, they were hindering the party's policy of establishing a centralized command structure that Stalin considered necessary. The Southern Front remained unstable. On November 2, 1918, Stalin and Minin sent a telegram to the Revolutionary War Council, asking what their intentions were, since their requests had not been met. The conflict within the command structure was reaching a critical point. The party's Central Committee met to consider the problem of the insubordination of its members, and instructed Sverdlov to send a message to Tsaritsyn, rebuking the local council for neglecting the instructions of the Revolutionary War Council. Vatsidis, who received a copy of the telegram sent by Stalin and Minin, responded harshly, stating that you have focused your attention on the Tsaritsyn sector at the expense of others. It has been repeatedly proposed to you that you move from Tsaritsyn to Kozlov to join a boss, but until now you have continued to act independently. Such disobedience to orders. I consider it intolerable. Vatsidis at the same time informed Trotsky, stating that Stalin's independent action was damaging the approach to the campaign. He also called for Stalin's Order 118, which presumably contained Sidin's dismissal, to be revoked. For their part, Stalin and Voroshilov informed Lenin of the convenience of the Central Committee investigating Trotsky's activities, which, according to them, were endangering the existence of the Southern Front. On October 4, 1918, Trotsky gave vent to his rage in a telegram to Sverdlov, of which he sent a copy to Lenin. I categorically insist on the dismissal of Stalin. Things are going badly on the Tsaritsyn front despite having a large contingent there. Voroshilov is capable of commanding a regiment, but not an army of 50,000 men. However, I will leave you command of the 10th Army in Tsaritsyn as long as you report to the head of the Southern Army, Sidin. So far, Tsaritsyn has not even sent reports of the operations to Kozlov. If they do not do so tomorrow, I will have Voroshilov and Minin arrested for court-martial. Tsaritsyn has to adapt or face the consequences. The superiority of our forces is overwhelming, but there is compact anarchy at the top. I can finish it in 24 hours if I have your firm and determined support. In any case, this is the only solution I see. This confrontation between two prominent party leaders, both indispensable, posed a difficult problem for Lenin. He finally decided to support Trotsky and brought Stalin back from the Southern Front. But he tried in every way not to offend him. Sverdlov, on behalf of the Central Committee, traveled on a special train to escort Stalin to Moscow. Furthermore, he emphasized that Stalin had not fallen from grace and that his military leadership was not in doubt, appointing him a member of the Supreme Revolutionary War Council. Furthermore, possibly at Stalin's request, he allowed him to return to Tsaritsyn provisionally. The situation on the Southern Front was critical. Stalin, Minin, and Voroshilov sent repeated appeals for help to Lenin, as well as to Vatsidis and Sidin. Vatsidis sent a reply in a reproachful tone, "From the telegram I received today I see that Tsaritsyn's defense has been brought by you to a catastrophic state, only you are responsible for the chaotic situation. Given Tsaritsyn's serious condition, I am sending reinforcements. Under no circumstances can we hand over Tsaritsyn. The city would probably have fallen on October 16 if it had not been for the timely arrival of Zloba's division, composed of 8 infantry and 2 cavalry regiments. Tsaritsyn did not fall then, but it is not at all clear which of the Red Army leaders could take credit for saving the city." Voroshilov later wrote that she was saved by Stalin's indomitable will to victory, but Trotsky and others rejected this claim. On October 23, 1918, Stalin returned to Moscow. He immediately showed himself willing to collaborate with Trotsky and the others in the War Council. He evidently felt eager to dispel any impression that he was a difficult and insubordinate member of the party hierarchy. Furthermore, believing firmly in disciplined and hierarchical control, he admitted that he had to adapt and set an example. In a summary of the year's events, published in Pravda on October 30, he paid tribute to Trotsky for the role he had played in the revolution as president of the Petersburg Soviet and the Military Revolutionary Committee, and also as Commissar of War and president of the Revolutionary Military War Council of the Republic. He was offering an olive branch, but Trotsky did not reciprocate. The Allied victory in the West was followed by the fall of the Habsburg and Hohenzollern regimes, and the appearance of the first signs of revolution in their respective countries. Lenin, Trotsky and other Bolsheviks who harbored hopes of an international revolutionary movement were attentive to what was happening in Germany and Austria. But his first reaction was to annul the hated Treaty of Brest-Litovsk. The war in Ukraine soon occupied his attention. War had broken out between P.P. Skoropadsky, a puppet in the hands of the Germans, the Ukrainian nationalists, the Bolsheviks, and others. Anarchy reigned in the vast steppes. Stalin was appointed a member of the Military Council of the Ukrainian Front, whose mission was the occupation of this territory. Shortly afterward he was elected to the Presidium of the All-Russian Central Executive Committee. On November 30, the Central Executive Committee created a Workers' and Peasants' Defense Council, with Lenin as president, to mobilize the country's resources for the war. Stalin was a member of this new council as a representative of the Central Executive Committee, and was also Lenin's deputy. In December 1918, White forces in Siberia under Admiral A.V. Kolchak advanced westward. The Third Red Army had to surrender the important city of Perm in the Urals. The White advance, if not stopped, would threaten Moscow. Furthermore, Kolchak decided that some detachments of his forces would join the White Army of Archangel, north of Kotlas. Lenin was alarmed. He sent telegrams to Trotsky with instructions to put pressure on Vatsidis to reinforce the Red Army's positions in the Urals. He also informed Trotsky, who was apparently unaware of the situation, about the catastrophic state of the Third Army and its drunkenness. The old Bolshevik, former sergeant, in command of this army, drinks too much and is not in a position to restore order. Lenin decided to send Stalin, but diplomatically asked Trotsky's opinion first. He sent a telegram showing his agreement that Stalin be sent with powers of both the party and the Revolutionary War Council of the Republic to restore order, purge the commissars and severely punish the guilty. On January 1, 1919, Stalin, in the company of Djertinsky, left to join the Third Army. He found him demoralized and in urgent need of reinforcements. He sent his first report to Lenin 4 days after arriving, and this, together with the final report signed in Moscow, provided a comprehensive review of the state of the army. He was harsh in his criticism of Vatsidis, and also of Trotsky's War Commissariat and the Revolutionary War Council. His report showed his general knowledge of the operational and tactical needs of an army in action. Stalin was still a beginner in military affairs, but he was learning quickly. At the Eight-Party Congress, held in Moscow from March 18 to 23, 1919, the command structure and organization of the Red Army were discussed at length. Trotsky, who did not attend, was vehemently criticized by many delegates for his dictatorial manners, for his disdainful attitude towards the front workers and his disinterest in listening to them, and for the torrent of thoughtless telegrams which he sent to the staff boards and the bosses, changing directives and causing endless confusion. Stalin would have agreed with these and other criticisms of Trotsky's despotism. He was probably tempted to publicly support the censorship, instigated by V.M. Smamuev, the main spokesman of the military opposition, as it later turned out, against the much detested Commissar of War. However, he spoke firmly in support of Lenin and in defense of Trotsky. He recognized in his words the correct basic approach of the Red Army maintained by Trotsky. The facts show, he said, that the concept of a volunteer army does not stand up to serious scrutiny, that we will not be able to defend our republic if we do not create a regular army imbued with discipline. Smirnov's proposals are unacceptable. Among militants and outside the party, Stalin's reputation grew. He was the practical leader, with a great willingness to work and able to accept responsibility. He was not a great speaker, but he always spoke with common sense. He was a man, too, who could navigate his way through bureaucratic obstacles and make decisions. The high esteem in which he was held was demonstrated at the Eight-Party Congress. He was among the favorites on all the lists for the election of the Central Committee. At this Congress, 2 new subcommittees of the Central Committee were created, the Politburo, made up of 5 members and in charge of directing the party on political issues, and the Orgburo, to advise on personnel and administration matters. Stalin was elected to both subcommittees, and was also appointed Commissar of State Control with the responsibility of overseeing the bureaucracy that was beginning to be reborn. Like the work of the Orgburo, the functions of this new commissariat seemed to offer hard work without the possibility of public recognition. It was, however, essential organizational work, and in Stalin's hands both positions were to increase his authority and magnify his power. On May 17, 1919, Stalin arrived in Petrograd with full powers to organize the defense of the region against the attack of the army of General N. Yudenich, advancing from the northwest. In Moscow, Lenin maintained control of the Revolutionary War Council and was in direct contact with all fronts. He sent numerous telegrams to Stalin, encouraging, advising and asking for information. In a telegram dated May 20 he expressed his hope that the general mobilization of the Petersburgers will result in an offensive instead of sitting in barracks. Lenin was disturbed by the speed of Yudenich's advance, and distrusted the leaders and troops of the Red Army in the area. On March 27 he warned Stalin of the possibility of betrayal, and as an explanation for defeats or other failures, betrayal was going to become a phobia within the party. Stalin acted promptly. The Cheka began to work and soon claimed to have discovered a conspiracy between employees of the Swiss, Italian, and Danish consulates. Stalin informed Lenin that a counter-revolutionary plot in support of the Whites had been completely dismantled, and that the Cheka was continuing to investigate. In a message to Lenin dated June 4, 1919 he wrote, "I am sending you a document from the Swiss. It is evident in it that not only the Chief of Staff of the 7th Army works for the Whites, but also the entire General Staff of the Revolutionary War Council of the Republic. It is now up to the Central Committee to draw the necessary conclusions. Will he have the courage to do it?" Stalin himself did not escape criticism. An old Bolshevik hostile to Tsaritsyn's group, A.I. Okulov, a political member of the Military Council of the Western Front, complained to the Central Committee that, due to Stalin's actions, the 7th Army was being separated from the Western Front, which was at orders of D.N. Nadezhny, former head of the Tsarist army, and that he should be returned to his command. Lenin asked Stalin for his opinion, who replied, "I have the deep conviction that, 1. Nadezhny is not a boss. He is incapable of commanding. He will end up losing the Western Front. 2. Workers like Okulov who incite specialists against our commissars, who are already quite discouraged anyway, are harmful because they weaken the vital center of our army." Okulov was dismissed. After the White advance on Petrograd was repulsed in June, Stalin was appointed political member of the Military Council of the Western Front, and a new chief replaced Nadezhny. On the Eastern Front, disagreements arose between Vatsidis, commander-in-chief, and SS Kamina, head of the front. Trotsky supported Vatsidis, whom he had appointed, and adopted a hostile attitude towards Kamina. On one occasion, Trotsky was in Simbirsk dressed in a black leather uniform, as was his personal escort, and, armed with a pistol, burst into Kamina's office threatening him with great excitement. Subsequently, and instigated by Vatsidis, Trotsky dismissed him. Kamina was appreciated and respected. The Military Council of the Eastern Front formally protested to Lenin. Kamina himself went to Moscow to present his case. On May 15, 1919, he managed to meet with Lenin, who was impressed and ordered him to return to his command post. Lenin was usually prudent and diplomatic in his relations with those close to him, and by publicly annulling an order from Trotsky he showed the most categorical disapproval of him. He had begun to lose confidence in Trotsky's judgment and was increasingly annoyed by his arrogant behavior. Furthermore, he did not have a very favorable opinion of Vatsidis, who, like Trotsky, had antagonized the workers, both those incorporated into the army and those dedicated to political tasks. The climax came in July 1919. Kamina had drawn up a plan to continue the advance eastward into the Siberian interior. Vatsidis vetoed the plan. The Military Council of the Eastern Front expressed its protests to Lenin. 2 meetings of the Central Committee considered the case, and their conclusions were contrary to Vatsidis's position. At a meeting on July 3, the committee reviewed and confirmed its decision. Trotsky, enraged and wounded in his pride, declared that he was resigning from all his positions, but the committee rejected it. It was also decided to name Kamina as supreme leader. Vatsidis was arrested, investigated for suspicion of treason, and released. He was subsequently appointed military instructor. The Central Committee also reorganized the Revolutionary War Council, reducing the number of its members to 6. Trotsky was on it, but the other 5 members were not his supporters, so he could no longer dominate the council and get his way. Deeply offended, Trotsky remained on the Southern Front for the rest of the summer. The Revolutionary War Council functioned directly under Lenin's control, and with more harmony. Trotsky later blamed Stalin for the biggest setback in his military career. He maintained that Stalin's hostility towards Vatsidis was notorious, and that he had supported the Military Council of the Eastern Front as a means of harming Trotsky himself, who interpreted Stalin's actions as arising from hostility towards him. In this conflict, however, Stalin's views were those of Lenin and other members of the Central Committee, and his primary concern was the victory of the Red Army. By the end of June 1919, Denikin controlled the entire Don area, and his army continued to advance rapidly. His forces had first retreated through Ukraine and southern Russia, and then he had begun the offensive north. In Moscow, Lenin became increasingly distraught over the defense of the city. Kamina, the commander-in-chief, had prepared a plan, massing a strong contingent of Red troops to carry out his flank attack from the east. A second plan, drawn up earlier by Vatsidis, and which Trotsky later claimed was his work, proposed that the armies of the Southern Front attack Denikin's troops frontally from the south. The Central Committee had approved Kamina's plan. The Red Army's flank attack completely failed in its attempt to stop the White advance. Dismayed by this failure, Kamina reviewed his strategy and recommended that, while maintaining pressure on the enemy from the east, numerous reserve forces should concentrate south of Moscow. The response of Lenin and the Central Committee was an impressive manifestation of his confidence in Kamina. He was advised not to consider himself bound by his previous recommendations or by any previous decision of the Central Committee, and he was confirmed with full powers as a military specialist to take such measures as he deemed appropriate. On September 27, 1919, the Central Committee approved the plan to station a large contingent south of Moscow. It was also decided to send Stalin to take charge of the Southern Front. This was inconsiderate for Trotsky, who had been there during the months of the disaster. For a brief period of time, Stalin and Trotsky met at the headquarters of the Southern Front, but they did not appear to argue openly. On October 11, 1919, Yudenich launched a surprise attack on Petrograd, and the Red Army began to retreat in disorder. Lenin considered that the city should be abandoned, because he was not willing to weaken Moscow's defense in the slightest. On October 15, however, the Politburo sent Trotsky with the mission of taking charge of the defense of Petrograd. He rallied the troops and reorganized the city's defensive means, and Petrograd did not fall. He later complained bitterly that in official documents Stalin had merged Yudenich's 2 campaigns into one, and the famous defense of Petrograd is listed as the work of Stalin. Shortly after his arrival at the headquarters of the Southern Front, Stalin reported to Lenin explaining the measures he planned to take, criticizing Kamina for maintaining his original strategy, and maintaining that it was necessary to change this plan, already discredited in practice, and replace it for an attack on Rostov from the Voronezh area through Kharkov and the Donets Basin. He supported his proposal with convincing arguments, and closed the report with the following comment: "Without this change in strategy my work will be useless, reprehensible, and superfluous, giving me the right to go anywhere, even to hell, as long as I don't stay on the Southern Front." During the 6 months that Stalin was at the headquarters of the Southern Front, and from October 1919 to March 1920, as he later boasted, without the presence of Comrade Trotsky, the Red Army managed to annihilate the White troops. Denikin had advanced hastily, exhausting his men and leaving his rear exposed to enemy attack. His troops were forced to abandon Orel, on October 20, 1919, and Voronezh. 4 days later, the morale of his forces sank, and this caused him to lose the confidence of his officers and the support of the Allied Cossacks. In early April 1920, after naming General Peter Rgel as his successor, he fled to Turkey. In the advance of the armies of the Southern Front against Duncan's troops, Budeni played a notable role. He was a boastful cavalryman, brave and energetic, but of limited talent. He tirelessly requested that an army of cavalry be formed under his command. Stalin welcomed the idea of amassed Red cavalry, but Trotsky was opposed to it at first. He distrusted the Cossacks, who were the majority among the cavalry soldiers and who were more favorable to the cause of the Whites than to that of the Reds. With Stalin's support, Budeni's proposal was accepted and, apparently at least, Trotsky changed his mind about mass cavalry and called, proletarians, to the horses. Budeni and his Red cavalry became one of the romantic legends of the Civil War. At the end of January 1920, Budeni arrived with his cavalry to the shores of the Azov Sea. The Southern Front was then divided into the Southwestern Front, under the command of Igorov, who operated against the Whites in the Crimea, and the Southeastern Front, led by V.I. Shorin and which included Budeni's cavalry, which was again given the name of Caucasian Front. Shorin had been an officer in the Tsarist army, but although he was almost 50 years old when the revolution broke out, he had never risen above the rank of captain. He came to high command, like many others, because there was no one available in the revolutionary camp at that time. He did not have the sympathies of Budeni or Voroshilov, who were trying to get him to resign. Stalin supported them and, according to Budeni, had commented to Ortjonikij, recently appointed political member of the Caucasian Front, that Shorin was going to be dismissed for adopting an attitude of distrust and hostility towards the cavalry troops. M. Entikakevsky, former ensign of the Semenovsky Guard Regiment, who was then less than 30 years old, and who would later be appointed Shorin's successor, was to find that Budeni and Voroshilov, although rebellious and undisciplined, had to be treated with care. Be careful, due to their influential relationships. In early February 1920, Budeni's Red Cavalry suffered a severe defeat at the hands of the Cossacks. This setback, which indicated poor leadership and lack of discipline, alarmed Lenin, who immediately sent a telegram to Stalin, also signed by Trotsky, ordering him to move to the Caucasian Front to resolve the problems that had given rise to the defeat. The telegram also ordered him to make a trip to the front headquarters to arrange future actions with Shorin and to arrange which troops from the Southwestern Front would be transferred and placed under his command. Stalin was evidently tired and unwell. His response was blasé. He stated in it that individual visits were in his opinion totally unnecessary for him, and added that I do not feel completely well and I ask the Central Committee not to insist on the trip. He also commented that Budeni and Ortjonikij consider Shorin to be the cause of our failures. Regarding the transfer of troops to the Caucasian Front, he responded evasively. When Lenin sent him instructions to immediately carry out the operation, he angrily replied that it was the High Command's business to get reinforcements to the front. Unlike the members of the High Command who were in good health, he was sick and overwhelmed. Apparently, he was of the opinion that he had already stayed long enough in the south and that his task had been fulfilled there. Finally, on March 23, 1920, he returned to Moscow. Stalin enjoyed only a brief respite. On May 26, 1920 he was ordered to the Southwestern Front. The next day he was already in Kharkov. The situation of the Red Army in Moscow was critical. Rgel, Denikin's successor, had restored morale and discipline among the White Crimean forces. He was reinforcing the volunteer army to a contingent of 20,000 men, supported by 10,000 Cossacks, and his forces constituted a serious danger from the south. At that time, the Poles attacked from the west, occupying Kiev and subduing the Dnieper area. Their objective was to conquer Belarus and the western part of Ukraine, extensive territories that they had lost to Moscow in the 17th century. The Poles were, however, reluctant to ally themselves with the Whites, considering that they would hardly agree to cede that territory to Poland, Russia's traditional enemy. The Poles were also on guard against the Soviet regime. Trotsky had publicly threatened to invade Poland as soon as the Whites had been defeated in the south. Attacked in the south, where Rugel began his advance, and in the west, the Red Army was under strong pressure. The Central Committee approved the High Command's plan, according to which the Western Front, then commanded by Tchékevsky, should attack in northern Belarus to force the Poles to transfer troops from the southwestern front. This meant giving priority to the expulsion of the Poles. Both Igorov, head of the southwestern front, and his officers disagreed with this strategy. For this reason, Stalin was hastily sent to his headquarters. Within days of his arrival, Stalin visited the Crimean front and reported to Lenin. The situation was tense. He had replaced the head of the 13th Army, and he was requesting 2 reinforcement divisions for the southwestern front, since Igorov's initial offensive against the Poles had failed. Lenin, in his response, reminded him that he must send Trotsky a copy of all communications on military matters, since he was the war commissar. He also confirmed the decision of the Central Committee that the southwestern front should not yet begin an offensive in Crimea. Stalin protested the refusal to send 2 more divisions, and highlighted the danger Rugel posed in the south. Lenin, however, was not convinced and stuck to the original plan. Kamina's order of June 2, 1920 stated that the cavalry army should attack the Polish positions and try to breach them south of Kiev. Igorov and Stalin apparently rectified the line of attack by transmitting the order to Budeny. The consequences of this change cannot be assessed. The Red Cavalry attacked, forcing the Polish forces south of the Pripet marshes to retreat hastily. To the north, Tchékevsky's Western Front began an offensive in early July 1920, again forcing the Poles to retreat. At the end of July 1920, the Red Army entered Poland through the northern border. A provisional Polish government was appointed under the presidency of Dzierżyński. Tchékevsky's 4 armies regrouped on the Vistula, and the capture of Warsaw seemed imminent. Lenin was excited by the idea of the Red Army entering Warsaw and a communist Poland lending its full support to the revolutionary movement. He keenly felt the isolation of Russia, which with all its internal problems carried the socialist flag alone. The hope for Polish support, shared by many within the party, gave rise to a wave of enthusiasm that spread among the militants with the cry of, "Forward, to Warsaw." But there were also realists, among whom Stalin stood out, who saw the danger posed by this move. In June 1920 he wrote that the rear of the Polish forces is homogeneous and appears united by its nationality. Love for his country predominates in his spirit. Class conflicts have not reached the necessary strength to overcome the feeling of national unity. It was a clear warning not to accept Lenin's superficial belief that the Polish proletariat was ready for revolution. The Politburo, however, maintained its plan to conquer Poland, despite opposition expressed by Stalin and others. Stalin, of course, had quickly rejoined the southwestern front which covered the southern part of the Polish lines and which was at the same time kept on alert for Rugel's movements in the south. The Politburo decided to form a special front against Rugel under the leadership of Stalin. A significant part of the forces of the southwestern front would be transferred to Tchékevsky's Western Front for the advance on Warsaw, and the remaining forces would form Stalin's special front. Outraged by these instructions from the Politburo, Stalin rudely replied that such details were none of his business. Lenin seemed disconcerted and asked for an explanation for his attitude. In his response, Stalin explained the organizational difficulties the instructions entailed. Lenin was impressed by his appreciation of the situation, and allowed the Southwestern Front to maintain its previous commitments. Only 3 of his army corps were to be transferred to the Western Front. The basic problem was that the western front of Tkhachevsky was separated from the southwestern front by more than 300 kilometers of swamps, those of Pripyat. Communications and rapid movement of forces under such circumstances were even more complicated due to the absence of strong centralized command. Trotsky and the Supreme War Council were ignored. Kamina, supreme leader, set guidelines, but could not force compliance with them. The Politburo, and Lenin in particular, acting independently, attempted to resolve conflicts, but could not ensure that their instructions were observed. Furthermore, Lenin's instructions sometimes contradicted the commander-in-chief's plans. Thus, Kamina confirmed that Tkhachevsky should outflank Warsaw to the north and west, and take the city on August 12, 1920. This left the extensive area of Lublin between the Russian forces and the Pripyat swamps unprotected. By then Rgel was advancing with some success, constituting a threat that alarmed Lenin. On August 11 he gave orders to Stalin to begin operations against the Poles at Lvov, and to launch an immediate offensive to destroy Rgel's army and take the Crimea. On the same day Kamina ordered the southwestern front to send a large contingent towards Lublin to reinforce Tkhachevsky's left flank. At that time it was believed that the Red Army had already won the Battle of Warsaw. Stalin and Igorov planned to send their cavalry not to Lublin, but to the Crimea, and ignored Kamina's instructions. On August 13, Kamina gave orders that both the 12th and 1st Cavalry Armies were to be placed under Western Front command the following day. Igorov thought it was necessary to obey, but Stalin refused to sign the order and sent a telegram angrily accusing the commander-in-chief of trying to destroy the southwestern front. Tkhachevsky's advance continued slowly, but on August 16 the Politburo, including Stalin, met in Moscow, still unaware that the Poles were about to defeat Tkhachevsky's troops. The Politburo, after hearing reports from Trotsky and Stalin, decided that the largest contingent of forces should concentrate on the recovery of Crimea. On this and subsequent occasions, responsibility for the disaster was discussed. Lenin refrained from accusing anyone, but it is clear that he himself and all the participants were partly to blame. He had become so enthusiastic about the hope of revolution in Poland that he did not estimate the strength of the Polish resistance. Kamina and Tkhachevsky had to take military responsibility because they forgot to ensure protection of the flanks before advancing. Furthermore, even if Stalin and Igorov had quickly carried out orders to transfer troops from their front, it is doubtful that such troops could have arrived in time and in a safe fighting condition to resist the violent Polish attack. Stalin's concern to maintain the strength of the southwestern front was understandable. He faced Polish forces in Lvov, Rgel's army in the south, and the possibility of Romanian intervention. All were serious threats that caused anxiety to Lenin and the Politburo, and the advisability of detaching any of his armies to reinforce the western front was debatable. Rightly or wrongly, however, Stalin was undoubtedly guilty of insubordination, just as he had been on other occasions during the Civil War when he was convinced he was right. But there was also something inevitable about the defeat of the Red Army. The troops were almost exhausted, they had fought heroically on Russian soil, then they faced the Poles, who defended their capital and their homeland against their traditional enemies, and fought heroically. At the end of 1920 the Civil War ended. Rgel, with an army overwhelmingly outnumbered by the Red forces in the south, suffered a disastrous defeat. His army disbanded as Kolchak's army had done in Siberia a few months earlier. But the Whites were destined to fail from the beginning. Lenin and his government were able to mobilize a Red Army with more than 5 million men, and ensure basic supplies and ammunition. There were organizational failures, conflicts between comrades and commissars, and, frequently, confusion between the front headquarters, the High Command and the Central Committee of the party in Moscow, but the new Soviet leaders and the Red Army were able to overcome these obstacles and, united and spurred by revolutionary zeal, achieved victory. It is difficult, if not impossible, to penetrate the endemic confusion of Red Army operations during this period and in The miasma of suspicions, virulent antagonisms, and conflicting pretensions, many of them expressed later, to assess the individual contribution to the triumph that each of the Soviet leaders made. Lenin was in command throughout the war, closely followed each of the operations, and gave orders normally in the name of the Central Committee, but in reality they were his orders. He dealt tactfully and firmly with troublesome men, especially Stalin and Trotsky. Everyone accepted his supreme leadership, and it was certainly after the revolution, and especially during the Civil War, that he revealed his stature as a leader. Trotsky's prestige was at a low level at the end of the war. The failure of his negotiations with the Germans and the forced acceptance of the catastrophic terms of the Treaty of Brest-Litovsk had damaged his reputation. He resigned as Commissioner for Foreign Affairs and became Commissioner for War. In the first months of the Civil War he soared through the sky like a bugler, and it was he who laid the foundations of the Red Army, with his small, vibrant figure, who, dressed in a black uniform, looked gallant and ridiculous at the same time. He was aware of being an excellent orator, and took advantage of any opportunity to harangue the troops. Often, as in Sviazk in August 1918, his presence and dramatic words lifted the morale of disheartened men, just as his severe punishments restored discipline. But he excessively overrated the power of his theatrical performances. Budeni wrote that to the common soldiers, many of them illiterate, he was nothing more than a strange figure with his arm movements and his torrent of words that, for the most part, they did not understand. Sometimes his exhortations exasperated them. Furthermore, as Lenin came to recognize, he became easily excited by his own words and lost touch with the reality of the situation. He was also less than successful in his appointments to command positions, as evidenced by his stubborn support for Vatsidis. At the beginning of the war, Trotsky exercised his authority independently of him. At the end of the war against the Poles, he was in Moscow under the direct control of Lenin. Increasingly, Lenin trusted Stalin, who was in many ways the antithesis of Trotsky. He rarely spoke at meetings or gave speeches to soldiers, and, when he spoke, he used simple words. He was a realist, who coldly assessed men and situations, and was generally correct in his conclusions. He appeared calm and self-possessed, and only had difficulties with his antagonism toward certain people and when he rejected his advice. While he demanded that others obey orders, he did not hesitate at times to be insubordinate, because he frequently considered his own judgments above those made by others. But he also learned that in war a supreme command capable of exercising incontestable authority was essential to victory. He never forgot that lesson. In November 1919, Trotsky and Stalin were awarded the new Order of the Red Banner. It was awarded to Stalin for his services in the defense of Petrograd and for his sacrificial work on the Southern Front. The two distinctions showed that both Lenin and the Central Committee considered both men equally valuable. Years later, when looking for any pretext to denigrate Stalin, Trotsky wrote dismissively about his role in the Civil War. It is clear, however, from contemporary sources of information, including Trotsky's documents, that Stalin was highly regarded as a military strategist. In times of crisis, when the interests of the party and the revolutionary cause transcended personal rivalries, he turned to him. During the war against Poland, for example, when he feared an attack by Urgel from the Crimea, Trotsky recommended that Comrade Stalin be commissioned to form a new military council with Igorov or Frunze as leaders by agreement between the commander-in-chief and Comrade Stalin. On other occasions he raised or supported similar proposals to send Stalin to solve crucial problems at the fronts. Like Lenin and other members of the Central Committee, he valued the Georgians' talent. Stalin emerged from the Civil War and the war against Poland with a greatly strengthened reputation. He had made mistakes, of course, but so had others. To the general public, he was still not very well known. He rarely went into public view and, unlike Trotsky, he did not seek publicity. Within the party he was considered a quiet and insightful man of action, a determined and authoritarian leader. In the immense task facing the government of reorganizing the country after years of war and revolution, he was clearly a man who was to have special responsibilities. The experience of the Civil War had a profound impact on Stalin. He expanded his knowledge of himself and his qualities. For the first time he had large-scale responsibilities, and he discovered that he could cope with them and even feel stimulated by it. But this self-knowledge occurred under conditions of absolute brutality. He had witnessed the bread war, when entire towns and cities were destroyed in the fight to secure grain shipments to the north. He had been instructed on the basis that the party's objectives had to be acted upon, regardless of the cost in human lives. He saw thousands of people eliminated in the fight for the survival of the party and its government. This experience more deeply rooted in him the inhumanity that was to characterize his exercise of power. Beginnings of a new era. The White Challenge had been overcome, and the much-feared Allied intervention had not materialized. But the cost of victory was terrifying. It has been estimated that in the course of the war against the Central Powers, and later in the Civil War, some 27 million Russians lost their lives. Most perished on the battlefields and in countless guerrilla actions, but thousands of them died of malnutrition and disease. The country had been destroyed and the economy was in ruins. The system of war communism had met the minimum needs of the Red Army, but in all other respects it had led to disaster, pushing the economy towards chaos and collapse. By the end of 1920 the people were hungry, sick, and almost exhausted. He had endured misfortunes and tolerated the communist rule while the war lasted, but afterward he began to lose hope in change and improvement. A wave of open hostility towards the Soviet leaders was spreading. In the countryside the peasants were revolting, and in towns and cities an exacerbated atmosphere reigned. During the first months of 1921, the miserable bread ration was reduced by a third, and the fuel crisis was officially announced. The winter had been very harsh and the snow had paralyzed food and fuel trains from Ukraine, the Caucasus, and Siberia. Many factories had to close. All this aggravated the anguished desperation of the people. Lenin and his colleagues were aware of the magnitude of the reconstruction they had to undertake immediately, but they were not so aware of popular sentiment. By then they were rejoicing and surprised by their survival. This gave them renewed confidence in their ability to tackle the formidable tasks before them. They had survived some incredible challenges. They were the new men, the chosen ones who would change the course of history. Stalin expressed this feeling in a speech on the occasion of the celebration of the anniversary of the Baku Soviet, on November 6, 1920. And he expressed not only the feeling of the party hierarchy, but also his own confidence in destiny. On October 25, 1917 he recalled, "When we, a small group of Bolsheviks led by Comrade Lenin, with the Red Guard, insignificant in number, and having a small communist party not yet properly cohesive that had some 200,000 or 250,000 members, this small group, we took power from the representatives of the bourgeoisie. 3 years have passed since then, and in that period Russia, through fire and storms, has become the greatest socialist power in the world. If then we had a small guard of Petrograd workers, now we have a famous Red Army with millions of men that threatens the enemies of Soviet Russia. If 3 years ago we had a small and not entirely cohesive party, now we have a party with 700,000 members, a party as solid as steel, a party whose members can at any time regroup and concentrate in hundreds or thousands for any task they may have. Is imposed on them, a party that, as soon as the Central Committee decides, can advance against the enemy." Stalin closed his speech with a reference to Luther's challenge to the Emperor and the Church at the Diets of Worms in 1521, which he paraphrased and adapted. Russia could say, "Here I am on the border between the old capitalism and the new socialist world. Here, on this border, I unite the efforts of the entire Eastern peasantry in order to destroy the old world. And the God of history is with me." Faced with the distressing problems of the economy and the survival of the Soviet regime, Lenin and his colleagues initially thought that the system of war communism was the answer. Trotsky was a fanatical supporter of this idea. His plan, first presented in Pravda in December 1919, was initially approved by the Central Committee, but was vigorously opposed by many party members. The plan provided for the mobilization of the industrial proletariat, availability for labor service, the militarization of economic life and the use of military units for all economic needs. He insisted that work had to be subject to the same strict discipline as the Red Army. With a totally authoritarian approach and without the slightest consideration for human emotions and needs, he began to impose this discipline. The immediate result was a violent wave of protests and rebellion. By his order, the Third Red Army was renamed the First Revolutionary Workers' Army and assigned a task in the Urals. The soldiers deserted and the peasants, furious at seeing their districts occupied by hard-working soldiers, burned the crops as they were being harvested. Trotsky came into direct conflict with the unions. He was dedicated to the task of restoring the railroad and, ignoring the unions' objections, had mobilized the railroad workers and imposed military discipline. Later, also with opposition from the union, he had created his own transport management center, the Central Transport Committee known as THIRD-WORLDISM. The despotic treatment he gave to the union and his threats that he would do the same with other union organizations provoked the anger of the party's militant unionists. Trotsky had provoked the conflict with the unions, but there was also growing opposition to the arbitrary actions of the central organs of the party, which did not take democratic elections into account and appointed senior officials by hand. Discussions over these fundamental issues threatened to divide the party. Lenin, supported by 10 of the 19 members of the Central Committee, among them Stalin, Zinoviev, and Kamina, proposed moderating the party's position. The first measure taken was the immediate abolition of Trotsky's hated Tsekhtran, who angrily opposed these liberal measures. He had the support of Bukharin, Jertinsky, and the 3 members in charge of the party secretariat. Given the division that occurred in the Central Committee, it was decided to raise the issue before the party as a whole. Zinoviev, leader of the party in Petrograd, led the attack against Trotsky, whom he had always detested, accusing him of being a dictator. The discussion spread between the factions when everyone was preparing for the 10th Party Congress that was to be held in March 1921, and in which these issues should be resolved. The sense of responsibility of the party leaders, and their concern about these internal disputes, made them minimize and even ignore the explosive mood of the people. Uprisings among peasants were too frequent to give rise to special concern. But the ingenious anarchist-minded peasant leader Nestor Makhno plunged Ukraine into disorder. Peasant uprisings in western Siberia disrupted train traffic on the Trans-Siberian line, aggravating food shortages in Moscow and other cities. Even more serious was the rebellion of the peasants in the Tambov area, which achieved notoriety for its turbulence. In April 1921, the Red Cavalry and Special Army units, commanded by Tkakhevsky, crushed the rebel forces, but order was not restored to the area until the fall. The tense atmosphere in the cities took shape in February 1921 in the strikes that occurred in Petrograd and elsewhere. The government declared martial law in Petrograd, and protests were quelled elsewhere. But it was the Kronstadt mutiny that warned them of the seriousness of the situation. Stronghold of Bolshevism in 1917, Kronstadt, a naval base located in the Baltic on the shores of the Gulf of Finland that protected the approaches to Petrograd, rebelled against the Soviet government. The garrison, of some 15,000 Russian sailors and soldiers recruited from the peasants, was increasingly outraged by reports of grain requisitions, the brutality of the Cheka, and the savage suppression of uprisings. After a mass meeting on March 1, 1921, cries of "Down with Bolshevik tyranny!" and "Long live the Soviets without the Communists!" resounded in Kronstadt. The rebels proclaimed themselves liberators of Russia from the new Bolshevik autocracy. They were confident that their demands would gain popular support throughout the country. On the night of May 4, the Petrograd Soviet sent a request demanding the immediate surrender of the garrison. Trotsky completed this ultimatum with a threatening manifesto. Kronstadt refused to surrender. Preparations were quickly made to take the fortress by storm before the ice melted on the Neva and in the Gulf. Special units of the Cheka and the Communists under the command of Tykhaevsky carried out 3 attacks that were counted as defeats. On March 16, Soviet troops, camouflaged with white shirts, attacked again and, after 2 days of bitter fighting, defeated the rebels. All those who fell prisoner were executed. The Kronstadt uprising, which occurred on the eve of the 10th Party Congress, disturbed Lenin and the party hierarchy. They had believed that world revolution was at hand, that the proletariat of Western Europe would soon follow their example, and that the epic struggle of the Civil War heralded Russia's transition to socialism. But Lenin, Stalin, and perhaps other members of the Central Committee soon realized that the world revolution was far away, and that the Western proletariat was not for revolution. And the Kronstadt riot opened their eyes to the fact that within Russia the communist leadership was the object of popular hatred. This was the lightning bolt, Lenin acknowledged, that illuminated us more than anything else. The primary objective was to regain support for the party, particularly the support, or at least acceptance, of the peasants. They made up the vast majority of the population, and the country's economy depended on their demands and food production. The party was at the mercy of the peasants. It was a fact that Stalin was never going to forget. But Lenin and, following his example, Stalin also always had in mind the fundamental principle of the dictatorship of the proletariat which, according to Lenin had repeatedly stated, justified the use of unlimited power based on violence and non-subjugation to the laws. To maintain party supremacy. In a desperate move to win over the hostile peasantry and the people in general, Lenin then introduced the new economic policy. With it, the forced requisitions of products from peasants were put to an end, and a progressive tax in kind was implemented in its place, and any surplus produced in the future could be voluntarily delivered to the government or sold on the free market. The new incentives for free trade would probably have produced immediate results had it not been for the fact that a drought, which particularly affected the Volga basin, caused terrible shortages. America's large-scale relief efforts and aid saved many lives, but by the end of 1921, more than 22 million people died of starvation. There seemed to be no limit to the suffering that the Russian people were condemned to endure. The following year, the harvest was abundant and impressive agricultural results were produced. The NEP heralded a great economic revival and a return to normality. Initially, the new policy was applied to agriculture and internal trade. It later spread to industry. Private entrepreneurs suddenly emerged and injected vitality and good results into a devastated economy. As compensation for the years of stagnation, the economic resurgence reached a surprising level. Many militants protested vigorously against this return to capitalism. The party as a whole was deeply shocked by this alteration of Marxist principles. Stalin strongly defended the NEP and stated that Russia is now experiencing the same explosion in the development of its productive forces that the United States experienced after the Civil War. Lenin refuted the criticism of betrayal of the revolution by arguing that as long as the state maintained control over the leadership of industry and foreign trade, the success of the revolution was assured. The 10th Congress of the Party, held from March 8 to 16, 1921, established a new era in the history of the party. The battle against the Kronstadt insurgents was now reaching its climax and the participating delegates were both furious and intimidated by the widespread hostility towards the regime. These were critical moments in which Lenin's leadership and his inexorable use of expeditious tactics were fully manifested. Congress approved the principles of the NEP after a relatively brief debate. Nervous and feeling besieged, the delegates accepted that, no matter how contrary to communist principles, it was necessary to make concessions to the peasants. Lenin was not especially concerned about this deviation from the dogma that he considered to be circumstantial. Economic reforms were much less important to him than the political reforms necessary to entrench the monopoly of power in the Communist Party. Throughout the entire Congress he paid special attention to strengthening the party's political apparatus, that was, in his opinion, the true center of control. In the first sessions, the platform of 10 proposed by Lenin in order to relax the dictatorship and party discipline achieved majority support. Trotsky's proposals to rebuild the economy using the methods of war communism were flatly rejected. Lenin's resolutions on unions and democratic centralism seemed to introduce a new era of tolerance. One resolution stated that it is necessary above all to put into practice, on a large scale, the principle of election for all bodies, and abandon the method of election from above. Another resolution emphasized that militants must be able to take an active part in the life of the party and that the nature of workers' democracy excluded any type of appointment to replace the election system. On the last day of the Congress, Lenin unexpectedly promoted two new resolutions, one on the unity of the party and another with the title "The Anarchist and Syndicalist Deviation in Our Party." The first denounced and banned all opposition groups as weak and dangerous and requested their immediate dissolution or that their members be expelled from the party. The second resolution rejected union requests to control the industry, declaring them incompatible with militancy in the party. The unions, in fact, were going to be integrated into the state apparatus and function as its servants. It was what Trotsky had defended, but the way the proposal was put had provoked angry opposition. The two resolutions were approved by an overwhelming majority, although they represented an extraordinary turnaround with respect to previous decisions. Lenin's tactics achieved full recognition of the absolute power of the central leaders. But the behavior of the delegates also showed the new significance of the party. It had become an entity, distant from the small group of leaders dedicated to revolution and communism, that had been crushed in the Civil War and had overcome the Kronstadt rebellion, but that he had to remain vigilant. All militants owed him obedience and loyalty, although this may have meant having to subdue legitimate objections and fears. Lenin's two resolutions were voted in favor to preserve the unity of this almost mystical concept of the party. To have rejected them would have been something akin to apostasy. Trotsky suffered an ignominious defeat at the Congress, and the campaign directed against him by Zinoviev, Stalin, and others seriously damaged his reputation. His proposals in favor of the militarization of labor, the subordination of unions and the greater centralization of power had been overwhelmingly rejected. The adoption of the NEP was also a reprobation of his economic policy. His public conflict with Lenin had diminished his prestige among Congress attendees, for many of whom he was already personally unpopular. In the election to the Central Committee, however, Trotsky retained his position, but others who had supported his platform were not re-elected. Stalin played a discreet role in the controversies that dominated the 10th Congress, and was part of the platform of 10, which supported Lenin's proposals. He welcomed Zinoviev's initiative to launch the main attack against Trotsky in the pre-Congress debate, and actively participated in the campaign. On January 5, 1921 he published an article in Pravda entitled Our Differences, his first polemical writing against Trotsky. He advocated democratization and the use of persuasion among the proletariat as essential when, once the war was over, the party had to face the complex threats of economic collapse. It was polemical, of course, but moderate in tone and without the strident vigor of Zinoviev. It seems, however, that he was more active in the shadows. During the Congress, a delegate, a member of the Democratic Centralist Group, referred to the campaign against Trotsky directed by Zinoviev in Petrograd, and led in Moscow by the military strategist and arch-democrat Comrade Stalin. Although he stood out little during the Congress, Stalin emerged from it with his authority greatly reinforced. In part, this was due to the eclipse of Trotsky and his supporters, who left vacant positions in the Central Committee and other central bodies, many of which were filled by men close to Stalin. But a more important reason was his growing dominance over the party apparatus. Only he knew how to organize it and how it should function to maintain the absolute power of the oligarchy. Of course, Lenin had always insisted that the party must have exclusive control and be effectively administered, but he somehow disdained administration as a dull type of work that should be entrusted to lesser men. More than once she had referred to it as something that any housewife could take care of. Trotsky saw himself as a man who galvanized and led men with his oratory, and like Zinoviev, Kamina and Bukharin, he had no patience for the thankless work of administration. Stalin did not make that mistake. Administration and organization were inseparable and essential for the strengthening of the party. In the secretariat of the Central Committee, Sverdlov had shown himself to be an excellent administrator-organizer. Stalin himself paid tribute to him in an article published in 1924 in the Proletarian Revolution. He described him as an organizer from all sides, an organizer by nature, by habit, by revolutionary learning, by intuition, an organizer in all the intense activity of it. He was a leader-organizer who possessed two essential qualities, the ability to understand party workers and the talent to place each of them in the place where he would be useful to effectively carry out the party's directives. Game. In his tribute to Sverdlov he described what he considered an ideal worker for the party, a man immersed in his duties, quiet, humble and selfless. In the period between 1919 and 1922, the party evolved and underwent great changes. The revolutionary organization whose objective was to conspire became a legal party in government, with great power and responsibility behind it. This shocked Lenin and other Bolshevik leaders. It was, therefore, urgent to proceed with the reorganization of the party apparatus so that it could face the new demands, as well as the relations between its organization and the machinery of the Soviet state. The 8th Congress of the party, held in March 1919, had increased the number of the Central Committee to a total of 19 members and 8 candidates. 2 subcommittees had been created, each consisting of 5 members of the Central Committee. The first was the Politburo, and its members were, from 1919 to 1921, Lenin, Trotsky, Stalin, Kamina and Nikolai Krestinsky. The second subcommittee was the Orgburo, of which Stalin was also a member. Lenin described the functions of the new bodies, in a broad sense, with the statement that the Orgburo distributes the forces, while the Politburo decides the political line. A third body, the Secretary of the Central Committee, was soon to exercise extraordinary power and influence. In the early days of the party, Krupskaya and Elena Stasova had worked as secretaries under the direct supervision of Lenin. Work increased rapidly after 1917 and Sverdlov took over the secretariat. In March 1919 he fell ill with the flu and died shortly after. Krestinsky was appointed in his place. The reorganization and expansion of the party apparatus was accelerated due to the need to establish the dominant role of the party organs over those of the Soviet state. Lenin had stated that the party had to be the directing and guiding force of Soviet society. This function required providing it with a strong and efficient machine. The 8th Congress of March 1919 had approved a special resolution on organizational questions. He described the function of party committees as guiding and controlling Soviet or governmental bodies through guidelines issued to party factions within those bodies, but without being directly involved in their implementation. The creation of a massive and highly organized party apparatus quickly became necessary. Sverdlov had managed the administration with the collaboration of 15 assistants and a team of 30 people in total. In December 1919, 80 people worked in the secretariat. 3 months later the number increased to 120, and in March 1920 there were already 602. The rules of the party structure established a hierarchy of committees subject to the authority of the annual Congress and the Central Committee. Such committees functioned at the regional, provincial, district and rural levels, and there were party cells in the Red Army and in industries. Each committee was subordinate to its immediate superior, and its members had to also be appointed by him. They all answered to the highest body of the pyramid, which decided who would be elected secretary and could replace any member on any committee. The key to the effectiveness of this broad radical hierarchical system is the appointment of trusted militants to exercise control at all levels. During the first years of the Secretariat's operation, the personnel file was far from complete, but at the beginning of 1922 a census carried out within the party made it possible for the first time to record the personal data of all members. On the basis of the new data, appointments could be selected. Between April 1920 and mid-February 1921 more than 40,000 appointments were made, and the number increased as the party intensified its hold on the country. It is unknown what exactly Stalin's role was in the creation of this immense apparatus, but it was certainly significant. Among the party leaders, he was the only one who had the knowledge and patience to do this kind of work. Lenin was interested in him, but, as long as his development followed the guidelines he had set, he did not get involved in the details. Zinoviev and Kamenev were then mainly dedicated to their positions as party leaders in Petrograd and Moscow, respectively. Trotsky was very interested in his economic proposals. Furthermore, after his plans were rejected at the 10th Congress in March 1921, he seemed to withdraw, as if he felt deeply hurt, and took no direct interest in building the party organization. During these years Stalin was a full member of the Central Committee, the Politburo, and the Orgburo. He had always shown an extraordinary ability to shoulder multiple responsibilities. He was still Commissar of Foreign Affairs, and from 1919 to 1922 he was also People's Commissar of State Control, which would later be called the Workers' and Peasants' Inspection, or Rabkrin, which exercised control over the entire government machinery, thus becoming a curated above all others. At the 11th Party Congress, in March-April 1922, E. Preobrazhensky stated that many leaders paid excessive attention to government affairs. He then questioned whether anyone, and he specifically referred to Stalin, could carry the responsibilities of two commissariats and also carry out his work in the party. Lenin admitted that it was difficult, but pointed out that there was no one capable of taking on these specific tasks. They are all political questions, he said, referring to the problems of nationalities with which Stalin was concerned. We are solving them, and it is necessary to have a man who can meet with any representative of a nationality and explain to him what the problem is. Where can we find that man? I do not believe that Preobrazhensky can name a candidate other than Comrade Stalin. The same goes for the Rabkrin. A gigantic job. But to face this inspection task, a man with authority must be in charge, otherwise we will get bogged down and sink into petty intrigues. Krestinsky, Preobrazhensky and L.P. Serebryakov, who had been in charge of the Secretariat since March 1920, had a close relationship with Trotsky. At the 10th Congress of the party, in March 1921, they were not re-elected to the Central Committee, and consequently their positions remained vacant in the Secretariat and the Orgburo. Voroshilov and Ortjony Kij, Stalin's colleagues, won seats on the Central Committee. Molotov, already under the influence of Stalin, became a full member. Two young workers, V. Kuabachev and S. Kirov, both supporters of the Georgian, were also elected. The three vacancies in the Secretariat were filled by Molotov, E. Yaroslavsky and V. M. Mikhailov. During the tragic months of the Civil War, Stalin had been unable to devote time to his Commissariat of National Affairs. He returned to it actively during the spring of 1920, and quickly expanded its powers and jurisdiction until it became a small-scale federal government. But his way of dealing with national affairs caused growing friction in his relations with Lenin. The principle of centralization of power in the single Communist Party had been clearly established among the party's regulations in December 1919. The Communist parties of the Ukraine, the Muslim border areas and Georgia had become subordinate to the Russian Central Committee in the course of the Civil War, and requests for autonomy or the maintenance of national identity had been ignored. Lenin was concerned, however, about how to implement communist policy among nationalist minorities. He had always been wary of the jingoism of the Great Russians, although in a party that counted 80% Russians among its members, the predominance of Russian influence was inevitable. For Stalin, the line to follow was clear: it consisted of uniting without delay the largest possible part of the Tsarist Empire under the direct authority of Moscow. Lenin accepted this principle, but was concerned about the danger of imposing this measure quickly, especially in Georgia. Stalin was not a man to allow exceptions, and even less so in Georgia, where the hated Mensheviks were in power. In November 1920 Stalin went to Baku. It was his first visit to Transcaucasia since 1912, and he had matured and risen in authority during those years. In Baku he was enthusiastically received and hailed as the leader of the proletarian revolution in the Caucasus and in the East. Ortjonikij, chairman of the Caucasian office of the Central Committee, created in April 1920, and a staunch supporter of Stalin, had organized this reception. He belonged to a group of Stalin's agents, among whom were L.N. Kaganovich, chairman of the Turkestan office, S.M. Kirov, chairman of the Azerbaijan Central Committee, and Molotov, chairman of the Ukrainian Central Committee. Anastas Mikoyan, a young Armenian, was going to join the group soon. All of them were impatient to complete the reconquest of Transcaucasia, and this meant the occupation of Georgia. In early May 1920, Ortjonikij, eager for action, sent telegrams to Lenin and Stalin, proposing that the 11th Army, which was in the North Caucasus under Fukakevsky, advance to Georgia. At that time the Poles were advancing towards Ukraine. Eager to avoid further commitments to the tired Red troops, the Politburo, in a telegram signed by Lenin and Stalin, expressly prohibited the invasion and instructed him to open negotiations with the Georgian government, whose leader was the Menshevik Noi Zherdanya. A treaty was signed on May 7, 1920 by which the government of the RSFSR formally recognized the independence of Georgia and guaranteed the legality of the local Communist Party. Kirov moved to Tbilisi as an envoy from Moscow, and began to weaken the Georgian government with various methods, including diplomatic ones. The independence of the republic could only be a temporary agreement. In an interview published in Pravda on November 30, Stalin stated that the Georgia that was involved in the efforts of the first attempt and was subsequently deprived of Baku oil and Kuban grain, the Georgia that became the base main part of the imperialist operations of Great Britain and France, and which from then on maintained hostile relations with the Soviet Union, this Georgia is exhausting its last days of existence. In December 1920, and again in January 1921, Ortjonikij, with the support of all members of the Cab Bureau, sent telegrams to Lenin calling for the immediate seizure of Georgia. On both occasions the answer was that the time was not yet right. Lenin's doubts were due to multiple factors. The Red Army was not in a position to withstand a long campaign, the Turkish troops located along the borders of Georgia and Armenia could attack, he feared, furthermore, that since Great Britain had recognized Georgia's independence it might intervene to help her. Leonid Krasim went to London in order to sound out British opinion, and got the Prime Minister, David Lloyd George, to assure him that this Soviet action would not worry the British government too much. At that time Stalin accepted the Cab Bureau's proposals, and this was the decisive factor. He made a series of allegations against the Zhordania government for having violated the Soviet-Georgian Treaty, and argued that there was a pre-revolutionary situation in Georgia. He proposed to the Central Committee that Ortjonikij be instructed to prepare an armed communist uprising in Georgia and that the Revolutionary War Council be prepared to provide military aid. He added to his letter a postscript that read laconically, "I request a reply before 6 o'clock." Lenin responded immediately, adding to the letter the words "complete without delay." On February 15, 1921, the Red Army invaded Georgia. Lenin, however, continued to feel worried about Georgia. Socialists in other countries would criticize the Soviet government's use of force to overthrow a social democratic regime. At that time, it was also important to avoid a deterioration in relations with the West, which the socialist government cultivated in the hope of attracting massive capitalist aid, urgently necessary for the reactivation of the Russian economy. These factors had not worried him unduly relative to other nationalist minorities, but Georgia was an exception. In early March 1921 he sent messages to Ortjonikij, urging him to try to reach a compromise agreement with Zhordania and the Georgian Mensheviks. But Zhordania and her ministers had already fled Tiflis and taken refuge abroad. Lenin continued to call for moderation, but Ortjonikij, impatient and despotic, ignored this advice. The Red Army invaded the country with brutality. A group of Moscow officials then took over the administration, and the Cheka took over police functions with complete disregard for the feelings of the Georgians. Orджonikij established his headquarters in Baku, and imposed his implacable authority throughout Transcaucasia, where a purge of Menshevik and anti-Soviet elements took place. The Georgians reacted angrily, leading to a personal confrontation between Ordzhonikij, supported by Stalin, and Budimdivany, leader of the Georgian Bolsheviks, which reached its critical point with the formation of the Transcaucasian Federation. At first, Lenin supported Ordzhonikij and the Kab-Buro, but gradually he opposed them, and in the process turned against Stalin. Lenin in decline. During 1921 Lenin's health began to weaken. Cerebral arteriosclerosis was obstructing blood circulation and causing disorders. The short, stocky man whose vital energy had been inexhaustible was tiring easily and becoming increasingly irascible, perhaps anticipating that he would soon not be able to continue. The endless hours of work, the daily problems of the party and the government, prevailing over lazy or overly enthusiastic militants, everything would be beyond his strength. He spent much of the summer resting in Gorky, a small town relatively close to Moscow. But it was difficult for him to rest, he had to be in his position, leading the party and the government. The 11th Party Congress was to be held towards the end of March 1922, and Lenin prepared thoroughly. The sessions threatened to be stormy. Many militants were opposed to the dictatorship of the hierarchy and the suppression of party democracy. In February 1922, a group of 22 militants from the former workers' opposition, led by Shlyapnikov and Alexandra Kollontai, went so far as to request the convening of the Third International. There was never any possibility of the International censuring the Russian party, but the action of the 22 militants disconcerted Lenin and his colleagues, who did not realize that the majority of the militants were favorable to Shlyapnikov's group. General discontent was evident in Congress. Lenin attended only the opening session and the closing ceremony. The criticism he heard in the room infuriated him. In the past he had reacted effectively to criticism, but on this occasion he became indignant and even made threats, causing some congressmen to laugh at him. Furthermore, the Congress challenged his and the Central Committee's authority by refusing to expel Shlyapnikov and Kollontai from the party. For the rest, the political measures outlined by Lenin in his opening speech were approved. But in the important matter of maintaining the party control commissions, the Central Committee had to falsify the result of the vote to get its way. The party control commissions had been created in 1920 to safeguard the morality of the communists. They were independent and outside the party organs, and no member of the Central Committee could be included in a control commission. It was necessary to remain vigilant about corruption, incompetence, and personal defects of party officials. Lenin was a Puritan on questions of morality, and he hoped, mistakenly, that under the constant surveillance of such commissions, he could keep the party free of corruption. At first the commissions acted meticulously against all the militants. They did not hesitate to examine complaints against the hierarchy, as in the case of the barrier guard who accused Stalin of blaspheming and threatening him. Other party leaders were the subject of investigations. However, and to an increasing extent, the commissions investigated critical and dissident militants, and became a means of suppressing criticism of any kind. This was the reason why rank-and-file members wanted to abolish the commissions. At the Congress, Molotov intervened on behalf of the Secretariat and stated that as a result of the party's purges, some 160,000 members had been expelled or forced to leave. Currently, he said, there are no currents of opinion or semi-organized factions. The delegates were not impressed. The sessions were a good example that the spirit of opposition was far from dead. There were numerous complaints about the bureaucratic clumsiness and inefficiency of the Secretariat. Of all the organs of the Central Committee, the Secretariat inspired the least respect. On April 3, 1922, one day after the Congress ended, it was announced that Stalin had been appointed General Secretary. The function of this position was to coordinate the work of the complex party apparatus. But the Secretariat was also expected to closely monitor activists and ensure that delegates were chosen more carefully at future congresses. The undisputed and certainly the only man with the necessary knowledge, competence, and authority to occupy this position was Stalin. Kamina, in his capacity as president of the Politburo and on its behalf, proceeded to appoint him, and there is no doubt that Lenin supported this election that he probably initially promoted. Molotov and Kuibychev were appointed Stalin's assistants. The appointment appeared in the Soviet press as a routine matter. No one, it seems, not even Lenin on this occasion, stopped to think that Stalin became the only Bolshevik leader who was a member of the Central Committee, Politburo, Orgburo, and Secretariat, the four closely interrelated bodies that controlled all party affairs and national life. Lenin was tired after the Congress. The stormy meeting sapped his energy and, instead of recovering quickly, he needed a long rest. Furious at this unusual weakness, he demanded that the doctors cure him quickly. He was only 52 years old, an age at which many men reach their prime, and he reasonably expected to remain in power for many years. In April 1922 he underwent a small operation to remove a bullet that had lodged in his body since Fanya Kaplan shot him in 1918. Logically, the doctors hoped that the operation would lead to an improvement in his general condition. But on May 26, 1922, while resting at his country house in Gorky, he suffered hemiplegia that caused paralysis on the right side of his entire body and the loss of speech. The party and the entire nation experienced a terrible shock. According to centuries-old tradition, the Russian people considered a single man as their ruler, the embodiment of the government and the nation. For the Russians, Lenin occupied the position left vacant by the Tsar and, at that time, after the catastrophes of the war and when all elements of national life were on the verge of collapse, he was a necessary man. Within the party the commotion was even greater. Lenin was the creator of the party, he was identified with it, and it was thought that without him the party could not exist. The leaders were alarmed. At all levels, from the Central Committee to the grassroots militancy, the dominant concern was to reassure the masses and protect the unity of the party. The Politburo had been the oligarchic body that exercised power, and although Lenin thought and acted like an autocrat, he normally consulted its members and sought their agreement. Then, within the Politburo, a troika or triumvirate of Zinoviev, Kamina and Stalin was formed to exercise collective leadership. Zinoviev, as head of the party in Petrograd and a close collaborator of Lenin, was initially accepted as its leader. Kamina, in his capacity as Politburo chairman and top party leader in Moscow, was also a member in his own right. Stalin was the organizing leader and represented the party apparatus. Trotsky was excluded. Zinoviev, Kamina, and Stalin personally opposed his election, but the main reason for their exclusion was the fear that his arrogant and dictatorial attitude towards problems would cause disagreements and endanger the unity of the party. The triumvirate, which brought together the three most powerful men in the party in Lenin's absence, was accepted as something transitory. In fact, it was the first round in the fight for succession. Party leaders worked hard to reassure the people about Lenin's health, and to instill confidence that he would soon return to office. A short article signed by Stalin and published in Pravda on September 24, 1922, was particularly worthy of attention. Stalin had the special gift of communicating directly with the masses, of making them feel that he was addressing them as a friend whom they could trust. It was a quality he rarely used, but the impact of it was extraordinary. He commented that it was not really convenient to write about Lenin's rest, since he was soon going to return to work. Furthermore, he had so many memories of the times he had met him that he couldn't include them all in a short article. But he had to write, because the editors insisted. When he saw him for the first time after the attack in July 1922, Lenin had reminded him of one of those soldiers who, after fighting incessantly for days and days, took a rest and then returned recovered and ready for new battles. The impression that Lenin gave him was that after a month and a half of rest he was recovered, but with signs of his former exhaustion. Lenin wryly complained that the doctors do not allow me to read the newspapers or talk about politics. Stalin added, but we laugh at doctors who cannot understand that it is impossible for professional politicians to stop talking about politics when they meet. A month later he found a different Lenin, surrounded by a pile of books and newspapers and no longer showing signs of prostration or fatigue. He was our Lenin, slyly looking at his visitor and narrowing his eyes. When this article was published, Lenin was still seriously ill, but he was not a man who passively submitted to physical handicaps. He fought determinedly to overcome paralysis and regain his speech. On July 2, he wrote triumphantly, "My handwriting is beginning to seem human," and asked that numerous writings be prepared for him thinking about his return to work. His recovery was rapid, and at the beginning of October he was back in his office in Moscow. But he should have dedicated more time to recovery. Doctors advised him to convalesce in Crimea because of its mild climate, and to avoid the northern winter, but Lenin would not hear of staying away even a day longer than necessary, and although he agreed to restrict his activities, he soon gave himself fully to his work. Lenin's return to Moscow was welcomed by the majority of the militants, but among the party leaders, and especially in the triumvirate, it caused some misgivings. Lenin had become more arbitrary and unpredictable. In that time of economic crisis and turmoil within the party, he perhaps adopted a series of measures that he would tenaciously maintain against any objection. At the same time he was possessive of the party, he had created it and was not willing to give up control even to his closest comrades. Stalin, in particular, had reason to be uneasy. It seemed that the illness had turned Lenin into a surly and meddlesome old man. Even before suffering the first attack, he had shown alarming signs of excitability and arbitrariness. A proposal made by Sokhonikov, then Commissioner of Finance, in favor of the relaxation of the state's foreign trade monopoly, provoked one of his tantrums. Sokhonikov's plan proposed introducing greater flexibility in foreign trade than that established by the fledgling administration of the Foreign Trade Commissariat. A proposal that, under normal conditions, Lenin would have debated calmly and logically. But this time his reaction surprised everyone. On May 15, 1922 he wrote to Stalin and M. Frumkin, Deputy Commissioner for Foreign Trade, asking that they formally take steps to prohibit further consideration of the proposal. Stalin responded calmly to this unexpected request, "I have nothing to object in the current circumstances to the formal prohibition of measures aimed at making the monopoly of foreign trade more flexible, however, I believe that this flexibility is becoming inevitable." For Stalin this discrepancy was somewhat annoying, but unimportant. It was, however, a precursor to more serious conflicts. During the months of convalescence, Lenin had had time to reflect on the party, its apparatus, and its prominent members. He had probably realized for the first time how much power had fallen into Stalin's hands. This idea filled him with resentment, as if he had caught him in the act of usurping his position. Although it is generally assumed that Stalin was covertly trying to gain positions of power and influence, the fact is that his promotion was mainly due to Lenin's initiative. Once appointed to some high position, he promptly exercised the authority necessary to perform the job. Although Lenin recognized this, it did not diminish his resentment. Like most power-obsessed men, Lenin regarded authority as personal, and could not bear the thought of it being exercised by another. He was the one chosen by destiny to end the Tsarist regime, lead the revolution and build a new society. At that time, because he still believed in his complete recovery and because he could not conceive of anyone else taking his place, he did not think about choosing a successor. The possibility that Stalin could take over his role irritated him, and this made him decide to reduce his authority and even destroy him politically. But Stalin was already an indispensable member of the ruling hierarchy, and even if Lenin had been in good health, it would probably have been impossible for him to have him removed. Communists were always concerned about legal formalities, they craved respectability. But in 1922 their circumspect debates over a new constitution were spurred by more than a desire for respectability. Relations between the RSFSR and the other republics were confusing. Ukraine and Georgia vigorously protested the lack of delimitation of powers and the supreme authority assumed by the RSFSR in some matters, without consultations or agreements. In 1922, moreover, Soviet Russia began diplomatic relations with other countries and a constitution was necessary that would allow the Moscow government to represent the entire country. On August 10, 1922, the Central Committee created a constitutional commission under the chairmanship of Stalin. Its mission was to define in acceptable terms the relationship between the RSFSR and the republics, thus establishing the basis of a new constitution. The commission included representatives of the republics, but the final text was drawn up by a subcommittee consisting of Stalin, Ortjonikij, Molotov, and Gabriel Myasnikov. It was, in fact, Stalin's project that was presented, and it faithfully reflected the ideas that he had been outlining with the direct participation of Lenin after the revolution. This proposal had the following title: Draft Resolution Concerning Relations Between the RSFSR and the Independent Republics. The main sections established the merger of the republics with the RSFSR as autonomous units and the exercise of the authority of the main bodies of the RSFSR over the republics. This reflected his conception of Soviet Russia as a centralized state in which the government of the RSFSR was sovereign in its powers over the entire country. The project was sent to the republics for approval by the central committees. The Communist Party of Azerbaijan, subject to Orjonikij's rule, approved it, but the others expressed their absolute disagreement, and none more vigorously than the Georgians. When the commission met on September 23 and 24, 1922, however, it disregarded this hostile reaction and approved the plan. The next day Stalin sent the draft along with other secondary documents to Lenin, who was in Gorky, and to all the members of the Central Committee, whose next meeting was scheduled for October 5. Lenin harshly criticized the project. He held a meeting with Stalin in which he insisted on the creation of a new federation with a different government, and in which all republics, including the RSFSR, should be integrated as equals. The project plan, providing for the merger of the autonomous republics with the RSFSR, would be considered an act of jingoism on the part of the Great Russians and would provoke and strengthen nationalist movements. Stalin accepted Lenin's proposal regarding the union of the republics on an equal basis, but rejected his demand regarding the creation of new central government bodies. The RSFSR government already had the necessary apparatus, and creating a new layer of supreme bodies would lead to a confusing and overloaded system at the top. Lenin reaffirmed his idea and on September 26 wrote a letter to Kamina for him to disseminate among the members of the Politburo. Calling the issue extremely important, he complained that Stalin has a slight tendency to be impatient, a comment that hurt Stalin, who had agreed to amend the project to allow all the republics on equal terms and together with the RSFSR to form the Union of Soviet Republics of Europe and Asia. However, Stalin had not accepted the other important amendment demanded by Lenin, so it would have to be considered by the plenary. Stalin reacted angrily. He considered Lenin's views regarding nationalities to be confused and contradictory, and disapproved of his concern for the feelings of nationalists. The text of the letter bothered him, so he circulated harsh comments among members of the Politburo. He questioned the points defended by Lenin one by one, rejecting some and disqualifying others as having value only on paper. Resentful of Lenin's comment about impatience, he commented that it was Lenin who had been a bit hasty in proposing the merger of some commissariats with new federal bodies. There is no doubt, he wrote, that this haste will encourage the defenders of independence to the detriment of Comrade Lenin's nationalist liberalism. The plenary accepted Lenin's proposals in deference to his vigorously defended requests. The top leader was not present at the session of October 6, 1922 when the issue was debated. A toothache prevented him from doing so, but he made his opinions clear through a note in which he said, "I declare war on Great Russian jingoism, a war not for life, but to the death." As soon as I am free of this damned tooth, I will devour it with all the healthy teeth. The plenary approved the revised project. He also created an 11-member commission, again under the presidency of Stalin, to draft a constitution based on the guidelines that had been approved. The Georgians then raised another objection. The project prepared by Stalin provided for the three republics of Transcaucasia to be directly integrated into the RSFSR. The project approved by the plenary provided that the three republics should first unite as a federation of Transcaucasia, and would be incorporated together with the other republics into the formation of the Soviet Union. The Georgians asked on this occasion that their republic enter the Union as a single republic, like Ukraine and Belarus, and that the idea of a Transcaucasian federation be abandoned. On October 16, Stalin responded that the Central Committee had unanimously rejected his request. By then, Stalin and others were exasperated by the Georgians, who were wasting precious time when other urgent matters demanded their attention. Stalin was also upset because he had learned that Lenin, during his convalescence, had held private conversations with Mdivani and some of his colleagues. The Georgian leader was actively campaigning against Orджonikidze and indirectly against Stalin, and sought special consideration for Georgia. Mdivani, pleasant and persuasive, who fought decisively against the chauvinism of the Great Russians, was gaining Lenin's sympathies. The Georgians had some reasons to oppose the Transcaucasian Federation. Orджonikidze, the Pride Sergo, had completely identified himself, like Stalin, with the Russian party. When anyone opposed him, he was angry and impatient. He paid no attention to non-Russian sensibilities. On his initiative, and probably with Stalin's approval, a plenary session of the Kab decided on the federation of Georgia, Azerbaijan, and Armenia. No prior consultations had been held with the central committees of the three nationalist groups, and while Armenia and Azerbaijan later agreed, Mdivani, on behalf of the Georgian communists, decried the proposal. At a meeting of the Presidium of the Georgian Central Committee, Mdivani went so far as to declare that, with only 3 exceptions, the committee members considered Orджonikidze to be the evil genius of the Caucasus and called for his dismissal. Mdivani then sent a personal telegram to Stalin proposing changes among the Kab members, and complaining that Sergo accuses the Georgian communists, and me in particular, of jingoism. But Stalin, who fully supported Orджonikidze's activities, ignored the request. In Moscow, the Politburo had requested a report on the Kab-Buro's decision regarding the formation of the Transcaucasian Republic. Stalin prepared the report and drafted the Politburo decision. He sent the text to Lenin, who confirmed his support for the federation, but who proposed changes in the wording so as not to give the impression that the 3 countries were acting under pressure from Moscow. The Politburo approved the revised project. Under Mdivani's leadership, the Georgians continued their campaign against Orджonikidze and against the Kab-Buro. Stalin's brother-in-law, Alexander Svandis, Georgian finance commissioner, wrote him a letter asking him to try to reconcile Mdivani and Orджonikidze. He added a postscript asking if he could be posted abroad to escape the political tensions of Tiflis, and his request was granted, and he was appointed Soviet trade representative in Berlin. Georgians insisted on their campaign for separate treatment. In a telegram to Lenin, they criticized Ordzhonikidze. But Lenin confirmed the decision that Georgia should join the USSR as part of the Transcaucasian Federation. Stalin, for his part, was furious with the Georgian leaders. On October 22 he sent a telegram to Ordzhonikidze, "We intend to put an end to the dispute in Georgia and to severely punish the Georgian Central Committee. In my opinion, we have to take a decisive line and eliminate all vestiges of nationalism from the Central Committee." Has Lenin's telegram arrived? He is extremely angry and upset with the Georgian nationalists. However, Lenin seemed to be changing his position on the question of nationalities. In fact, he was faced with a dilemma that he was unable to resolve. He had worked to establish a united party and a centralized state, but now he also wanted an exceptional situation that included a certain degree of self-government for minorities, and special protection for them against infringement of their rights by the Great Russians. The two demands were incompatible. Stalin noted the contradictions inherent in this position. For his part, he had completely identified himself with the Great Russian hegemony in the party and in the government. He was irritated by Lenin's maneuvers to reconcile the irreconcilable. The Georgians continued their campaign, and the Georgian issue was beginning to worry the party leaders. Kamina and Bukharin proposed the appointment of an investigative commission, and the Secretariat appointed Jertinsky, who had always been resolutely opposed to the principle of self-determination, as president. But Lenin obviously did not trust the president or the members of this commission, because he asked Rykov to conduct investigations in Tiflis and report to him personally. An incident witnessed by Rykov in Tiflis and brought to Lenin's attention infuriated him. Rykov was in Ortjonikij's apartment talking to a Kobajij, one of Mdivan's supporters. When Ortjonikij entered the room, Kobajij, turning to him, spoke about a white horse that was in his possession, virtually accusing him of corruption. Ortjonikij, exacerbated by the insult, slapped him. According to the memoirs of Anastas Mikoyan, published after Stalin's death, the white horse was a gift from the mountain people that Caucasian tradition forced him to accept. He had taken the horse to the official stables and rode it only on special occasions. The accusation of corruption was unjustified and his angry reaction was understandable. Lenin was outraged by the incident. He considered it clear evidence that senior communist officials, driven by Great Russian arrogance, had not hesitated to humiliate a member of a nationalist minority. He did not bother to examine the circumstances of Ortjonikij's violent reaction. This and other incidents suggested that Lenin's illness affected him psychologically. He was becoming more and more capricious and would fly into anger over minor matters. A Politburo decision, taken after he had left the session on December 7, 1922, allowing Professor Nikolai Rozkov to reside and study in Moscow, exasperated him. Rozkov had been a Bolshevik, but in 1917 he joined the Mensheviks and supported Kerensky's government. He then abandoned all political activities and devoted himself to study, but he had earned the undying hatred of Lenin, who harassed the members of the Politburo until, as long as he left them alone, they reversed their decision and sent the unfortunate professor to the Simbirsk. It is likely that his irritation over this incident, and over the Georgian conflict, had something to do with the two light attacks he suffered on December 13 and 16. After a few days, however, he was able to work for short periods of time. His primary concerns were to resolve the Georgian problem to his liking, and, closely related to this, to continue his campaign against Stalin. At the end of December he dictated a memorandum on the national question that was to be his last contribution to the subject. Apparently, I am guilty before the workers of Russia for not having intervened with sufficient energy and firmness on the well-known issue of autonomization, as the question of the Union of Soviet Socialist Republics is officially called, it seems. It is said that we needed a single apparatus. Is not our apparatus the same Russian apparatus that was borrowed from Tsarism and only slightly anointed with Soviet chrism? In such circumstances, it is natural that the freedom to leave the Union with which we justify ourselves, will be nothing more than a dead letter, incapable of defending Russia's minorities against the usurpations of that 100% Russian patriot. In reality, the shameless and the bully that is the typical Russian. I believe that Stalin's haste and administrative passion, as well as his anger with the notorious social nationalism, played a fatal role in this matter. Anger, in general, plays the worst role in politics. I am also afraid that Comrade Jertinsky, who traveled to the Caucasus to investigate the crimes of these social nationalists, adopted an exaggeratedly Russian attitude in this matter, and that the objectivity of his mission is the same as that of Ortjonikij when he hit Kobajij. I believe that there is no provocation, not even offense, that can justify this violent action by Russia, and that Comrade Jertinsky is irrevocably guilty of underestimating the importance of this coup. However, after this sensational attack on Russian chauvinism, and on Stalin and others, He only proposed trivial solutions. Russian officials should observe codes of conduct in bordering countries, protection should be extended to the languages and culture of national minorities, the party's control over the apparatus should be reinforced. His main proposal was that the union of the republics should be maintained and strengthened, but that the republics should have independence except in military and foreign policy matters. The memorandum could not be expected to gain Stalin's support, for he was not a sycophant willing to disguise his views in order to regain Lenin's favor. Lenin's last months. Lenin was physically and mentally exhausted. He had dedicated his life to the sole goal of leading the socialist revolution in Russia. His goal seemed so far away that he did not expect to see it fulfilled. Suddenly, the war, the failure of Tsar Nicholas II and the fall of the old regime, as well as other factors, pushed Russia towards revolution. He came to power, and then the great commotion occurred. He had long and hopefully thought about the destruction of the Tsarist regime, but only in general terms about the creation of a new order. His immediate concern was to prevent power from slipping out of his hands because power was his obsession. The next stage, which was to build the Soviet state, was beyond his strength and, probably, beyond his talent. Stalin had both strength and talent, and he was determined to shoulder this immense task. It was around this time that he began to see himself as the leader of the party and the country. Lenin returned to Moscow in October 1922, intending to resume his leadership role. He ordered that Politburo meetings be held no more than once a week, that they should not exceed 3 hours in duration, and that the agenda be distributed at least one day in advance. But he was too demanding of himself. He had to depend on others to know what was happening, and he was beginning to suspect that there was a lobby in the party directed against him. In the Politburo, Zinoviev and Kamenev were favorable to Stalin, while Trotsky was isolated. Wherever Lenin looked, Stalin or one of his numerous supporters was in control. Angry and frustrated by his own incompetence, he felt his resentment towards Stalin growing. After the attack of December 16, 1922, everyone who had worked closely with Lenin knew that he would never again be able to cope with political responsibilities. He would fight firmly and with great courage to return to work, but he would have to economize his strength. At the same time, communist leaders were increasingly concerned about the prospect of Lenin interfering in party and government affairs. He still enjoyed great prestige among grassroots militants and could try to undermine the position of the leaders themselves. On December 24, 1922, Stalin, Kamenev and Bukharin, on behalf of the Politburo, discussed with the doctors the regime that Lenin should follow. It was agreed that Vladimir Ilyich has the right to dictate each day for 5 or 10 minutes, but this cannot be of the character of correspondence, and Vladimir Ilyich cannot expect answers. Visits by politicians are prohibited. His friends and those around him cannot inform him about political matters. Presumably, these restrictions were based on the opinion of the doctors, who wanted a calm routine for the invalid, avoiding in particular political controversies that might excite him. However, the restrictions proved extremely difficult to implement. Lenin gained greater freedom to dictate to his secretaries, threatening doctors to stop cooperating with them. But the restrictions reflected, in addition to the doctors' concern, the concern of the party leaders to prevent their ill-advised interference. The Politburo entrusted Stalin with the task of keeping in touch with the doctors and, in effect, keeping an eye on Lenin. It was an unenviable task. Lenin was going to be offended by the tutelage and this would increase his antagonism towards Stalin. It is surprising that he, aware of these risks, accepted the task entrusted to him by his colleagues. They did not want the responsibility for themselves, and probably did not care to see Stalin exposed to these dangers. On at least one occasion he stated that he was not willing to continue, but he allowed himself to be persuaded and continued on. Probably, furthermore, he considered it advantageous to remain in close contact with Lenin's activities at that time. The diary of Lenin's secretaries, written between November 21, 1922 and March 6, 1923, included day-by-day details about his work, his visitors, and his health, and after December 13 it included the most insignificant actions of his. Lenin, with his right arm and leg paralyzed, was then in bed, confined to his small apartment in the Kremlin, isolated from matters of government and the outside world. The doctors insisted that he should not be disturbed, and his orders were more severe from December 24, 1922 due to Politburo instructions and Stalin's supervision. Unable to abandon the habits of power, Lenin struggled to obtain the documents that interested him, relying to do so on his wife, Krupskaya, his sister Maria Ilyachna, and 3 or 4 secretaries. He was obsessed with the idea that before he died he had to give more definitive instructions that would be followed by the party. He still considered himself the leader without whom neither the party nor the Soviet state could survive. Working against time and with a paranoid conviction in his own infallibility, he could be dangerous. The communist leaders were always aware of this danger, and feared even more that he would secretly conspire against them. In fact, Lenin managed to create a private commission to investigate the events in Georgia, an action he considered his conspiracy. At the end of his life, the old conspirator could not resist scheming, even against his own colleagues. Stalin was undoubtedly worried. He suspected that Lenin was preparing some documents and plotting against him. The difficulty lay in breaking through the wall of silence that surrounded the invalid. The situation irritated him and he couldn't always control his temper. Upon learning that Krupskaya had written a letter dictated by Lenin, he telephoned her and angrily threatened that the Party Control Commission would open a file against her for disobeying the Politburo's instructions. Krupskaya, deeply offended, complained to Kamina. Lev Borisovich, she wrote indignantly, yesterday she subjected me to a barrage of the most rude reproaches for a brief note that Lenin dictated to me with the permission of the doctors. I'm not new to the party. In the 30 years I have been there, I have never heard a comrade say a single foul word. The interests of the party and Ilyich are no less dear to me than to Stalin. For the moment I need all the self-control I can muster. I know better than all the doctors what can and cannot be said to Ilyich, because I know what disturbs him and what does not, and, in any case, I know it better than Stalin. Kamina probably somehow suggested to Stalin that he treat Lenin's close friends more kindly, to which Stalin gruffly responded that he was tired of dealing with such difficult people, and that he wanted someone else to handle such a painful task. He was persuaded to continue, and there were no further complaints. On January 30, 1923, Fotyeva wrote in the secretary's diary, Stalin asked me if he was not saying too many things to Vladimir Ilyich. How does he manage to stay informed about current issues? For example, his article on the workers' and peasants' inspection shows that he was aware of some circumstances. At that time Stalin was working on the new constitution that he presented on December 30, 1922 at the Constituent Congress of Soviets of the Union of Soviet Socialist Republics. It was, he stated, a crucial day in the history of Soviet power. In a short speech he proclaimed that during the last 5 years the regime had overcome the period of war chaos, and that he was now in the second period in which he had to face economic chaos. According to the new constitution, they had a unitary organization of the state and a new Russia that would solve these problems. He gave a positive presentation of the tasks before them, and echoed criticism that accused the party of being more destructive than creative. We communists, he said, are often criticized for being incapable of building. Let the history of the Soviet regime during its 5 years of existence serve as testimony to the fact that the communists know how to build the new just as they know how to destroy the old. In December 1922 Lenin must have finally realized that he would not be able to intervene at the 12th Congress in March 1923. But he could still exert influence from his sick bed. With astonishing determination, he prepared between December 23 and 31 a series of notes on the future of the party, to which on January 4, 1923 he added an appendix. He also dictated, between December 30 and 31, a memorandum on the question of nationalities. The title given to the notes by his secretary, Maria Volodicheva, was letter to the Congress, because they were intended to be distributed and read to the delegates. The document has come to be called Lenin's Testament. Furthermore, in January and February 1923, he wrote 5 articles, which the majority of Politburo members tried to suppress. For a man seriously ill and on the verge of death, it was a heroic achievement. Much has been said about the will. However, it was not an inspired definition of the ideals and objectives of the revolution, and was more malicious than constructive. It began with the statement that it would strongly advise several changes in our political system. The objective of these changes was to strengthen the party. The first danger was that the alliance between workers and peasants, on which the regime depended, could collapse, but this was unlikely because the NEP would encourage their union. The greatest risk lay in a possible split within the party hierarchy. To prevent this from happening, it was essential to strengthen the Central Committee by increasing the number of its members. The new members were to be grassroots proletarians and not members of the party apparatus who have already adopted certain habits and prejudices against which we must fight decisively. These workers would have to be present at all Politburo meetings and read all Politburo documents. With their presence they would add stability to the committee and make possible the reorganization and improvement of the party apparatus. Throughout his political career, Lenin had insisted on the need for a small central body with dedicated professional revolutionaries at the helm. He had always worked on this basis, and the 5 and later 7-member Politburo was his creation. As he well knew, his proposal for a larger central committee, present at all Politburo meetings, was a measure that fostered confusion and inefficiency. Of course, if someone had made this proposal curtly when he was in good health, he would have fought it tooth and nail. The danger of division in the party lay mainly in the relations between Stalin and Trotsky. Lenin wrote, "Comrade Stalin, by becoming General Secretary, has concentrated enormous power in his hands, and I am not sure that he always manages to use this power with sufficient prudence." On the other hand, Comrade Trotsky is distinguished not only by his exceptional qualities. Personally, I think he is perhaps the most capable man in the current Central Committee, but also by his great self-confidence and his excessive devotion to the purely administrative of things. I will not describe the characteristics of other members of the Central Committee in terms of their personal qualities. I will only remember that the October episode of Zinoviev and Kamenev was, of course, not accidental, but it can be used against them with as little success as Trotsky's anti-Bolshevism. Among the young members of the Central Committee I want to say a few words about Bukharin and Pyatakov. Bukharin is not only the most valuable and the best theoretician of the party, but he is also rightly considered its favorite. But his views raise doubts as to whether they are considered fully Marxist. Regarding Pyatakov, he is, without a doubt, a man of will and exceptional qualities, but too enthusiastic about the administrative aspect of things to entrust him with a serious political issue. In preparing these notes for the Congress, Lenin could have tried to strengthen his loyalty to the party and vice versa. It became evident, however, that, although more underhanded than with direct references, his intention was to damage his prestige and sow discord between them. He never forgot or forgave, and he was vengeful. And if he mentioned Zinoviev and Kamenev, it was only to remind the party that it had been too faint-hearted or too cautious to support the seizure of power in October 1917. In general terms he praised Trotsky, and then recalled that he had kept his distance from the Bolsheviks. And that he had joined the party late, so he was, in fact, a newcomer. He cited Bukharin and Pyatakov, who was not a member of the Politburo, somehow suggesting that it would be very risky to invest them with much authority. In this and other Testament contexts the meaning of the phrase "the administrative side of things" is not at all clear. He did not even mention Rykov and Mikhail Tomsky, 2 old Bolsheviks and regular members of the Politburo. Lenin's motives for thus describing the men who he knew would lead the party in the future contained elements of spite and jealousy. Stalin came out well. Nothing had tarnished his record in the party. The only question for him was whether he could show good judgment in exercising the vast powers he had in his hands. Then suddenly Lenin changed his mind. Stalin had to be replaced. On January 4, 1923, Lenin dictated an appendix to his notes, accusing Stalin and proposing his dismissal from the position of General Secretary. Stalin is too rude, and this defect, perfectly tolerable between us and in our relations as communists, is unacceptable in the position of General Secretary. Therefore, I propose to the comrades that they find a way to remove Stalin from his position and appoint another man to him who is, in every way, the opposite of Stalin, that is, more tolerant, more loyal, more educated and more considerate of his comrades, less capricious, etc. This circumstance may seem like an unimportant trifle. But I think that from the point of view of what I have written above about the relationship between Stalin and Trotsky, it is not a trifle, or it is a trifle that can have enormous significance. The immediate cause of this reaction was probably Stalin's abruptness towards Krupskaya 12 days earlier. She did not want to worry her husband, she complained to Kamina, but he somehow found out about the incident, probably from Fotyeva. He dictated the note in a state of indignation, but, as his wording showed, he recognized that promoting the dismissal of one of the party's oldest and ablest Bolsheviks solely because of his abruptness would probably receive little support. In a country brutalized by civil war, famine, and other unspeakable calamities, manners were one of the early casualties. Furthermore, through his political invectives, his fomenting of terror, his extreme personal intolerance, and by other means, Lenin himself had done nothing to stop the disappearance of civility. He had also stressed that a revolutionary must be prepared to crawl on his belly in the mud to promote the cause. Stalin was tough and cruel and he got things done. He could be brusque, rude, and brutally frank, and he had a devilish temper, but he was exceptionally capable and loyal to the party. Lenin himself had accepted his rough manners in the past and celebrated them as proof that he was not a member of the intelligentsia, a class he hated, but a man of the people. Once he had turned against Stalin, Lenin constantly meditated on ways to harm or destroy him politically. This personal enmity, rather than noble thoughts about the future of the party, was probably what prevailed in his mind during the last months of partial activity. Worried that his accusation against Stalin based on his rudeness would hardly achieve the respect and trust he deserved, Lenin decided to attack his career as head of the Rabkrin, a position from which Stalin had resigned when he was appointed General Secretary in April 1922, and his performance on the Georgia theme. In an article dictated in January 1923 and entitled How We Should Reorganize the Rabkrin, Lenin organized a campaign against bureaucracy, presenting the Rabkrin as a warning of its dangers. The Rabkrin should be reorganized by reducing its staff to 300 or 400 experienced and carefully chosen workers, and should merge with the party's Central Control Commission. Furthermore, selected members of the administrative and even auxiliary staff would have the same rights and duties as members of the Central Committee, including the right to view Politburo documents and attend its meetings. He claimed that this reorganization would minimize the dangers of purely personal and fortuitous circumstances and presumably a division among the leaders. This new body, increased in number, would be in charge of general supervision without consideration of the people affected, and no one, neither the Secretary General nor any other member of the Central Committee, would have the authority to hinder or impede their inspections. Thus the Politburo, the party's internal cabinet, should meet in the future, observed and supervised by the presence of 50 to 100 members of the Central Committee and also an undetermined number of employees, including auxiliary staff, of the Rabkrin Commission of Amalgam. Central Control. At the same time all of them, especially the leaders, would be subject to the constant threat of an investigation. It was not a proposal to be taken seriously. But Lenin put it that way. In effect he was asserting that in his absence no one would enjoy the confidence necessary to exercise power or leadership, and that, to this end, the entire machinery of decision-making must be so closely intertwined and supervised as to do so. Totally impossible. The second article, Less, but Better, issued in early February 1923, contained a barely concealed denunciation of Stalin. Let's talk frankly. The Rabkrin Commissariat currently has no authority. Everyone knows that there is no institution worse organized than our Rabkrin, and that under current conditions nothing can be expected from this commissariat. The criticism was exaggerated and illogical. Everyone knew that Rabkrin was no better or worse than other Soviet commissariats that had been hastily created with staff overwhelmed by responsibilities to which they were not accustomed. Although he finished the article on February 7, Lenin did not finally revise it until March 2. The delay may have been due to efforts to prevent its publication. According to Trotsky, the editor of Pravda, Bukharin, was reluctant to publish it. Krupskaya appealed to Trotsky, who called a special meeting of the Politburo. Stalin, Molotov, Kuibychev, Rykov, Kalinin, and Bukharin opposed its publication. Kuibychev even suggested making a special issue of Pravda, including the article, to reassure Lenin. Trotsky and Bukharin insisted, however, that an article by Lenin could not be suppressed by chance, and this argument was reluctantly accepted. The article was published on March 4, and did not arouse special interest. The next day, March 5, Lenin dictated a brief letter to Trotsky and one to Stalin. The letter to Trotsky read, "Respected Comrade Trotsky, I would very much like to ask you to take charge of the defense of the Georgian cause in the Central Committee of the party. The matter is now being handled by Stalin and Zhertinsky, whose objectivity I cannot trust, quite the contrary. If you agree to take responsibility for this defense, I will rest easy. If for any reason you do not accept, return the letter to me. I will consider it as proof of your refusal. Receive greetings from your comrade Lenin." Attached to the letter he sent the memorandum of December 30 to 31, 1922. Trotsky rejected Lenin's request by returning the memorandum, but first secretly made a copy with the intention, no doubt, of using it when the right occasion arose. Lenin's secretary, Volodicheva, later telephoned him for a more explicit response, and Trotsky said he could not accept the task due to his poor health. The incident showed Trotsky to be devious and ignoble. It was clear that he was afraid of coming to direct conflict with Stalin. He was isolated and had little chance of success in the Central Committee, even if he was defending Lenin's cause. Evidently, Lenin was eager to promote such a conflict despite his concern, expressed in the letter to the Congress, to maintain party unity. The letter to Stalin was brief and threatening. "Respected Comrade Stalin, you had the discourtesy of calling my wife on the phone to reproach her." Although he expressed his desire to forget what happened, he mentioned it to Zinoviev and Kamina. "I do not intend to forget so easily what I know was done against me, and I do not have to emphasize that I consider what is done against my wife as also done against me. I ask you, therefore, to think about whether you are willing to retract what you said and apologize, or if you would prefer that we break off relations. Lenin." The letter was stamped strictly secret and personal, but copies were sent to Zinoviev and Kamina. Lenin had asked his secretary to take the letter personally to Stalin and wait for his response. But then he decided to wait for Krupskaya to read it. She became so alarmed that she asked Volodicheva not to deliver it, but the secretary thought that she could not disobey Lenin and she delivered the letter on March 7. Stalin immediately wrote a letter apologizing, but the text is unknown. It is difficult to understand the reason for Lenin's ultimatum. He almost certainly became aware of the incident of Stalin's discourtesy to Krupskaya shortly after it occurred, and thus added the postscript to his notes. The reason why, 2 months later, he wrote a letter expressing his resentment is unknown. Possibly some later incident provoked his anger, and he was already predisposed to misunderstand and be offended by anything Stalin did at the time. For Stalin, the letter from the party leader with whom he had worked closely for so many years, and for whom he had had respect and affection, was probably somewhat distressing, but, politically, it hardly posed a threat. He performed the function of guardian of the invalid at the request of the Politburo. Krupskaya had a reputation for being a sensitive and possessive woman regarding her husband, and the fact that Stalin had been angry with her did not cause much surprise among the old Bolsheviks. Although he did not regret what happened, Stalin immediately wrote a letter apologizing because it was the only thing he could do. On March 10, 1923, Lenin suffered a serious attack that paralyzed his entire right side and left him speechless. He no longer intervened in politics. Trotsky did not release a copy of Lenin's memorandum on the question of nationalities. At a Politburo meeting on March 28, 1923, he criticized Ordzhonikidze and proposed that he be dismissed. But he made no reference to the memo. On April 16, the eve of the party congress, Fotyeva, Lenin's secretary, wrote to Kamina, president of the Politburo, mentioning the memorandum and the request made by Lenin to Trotsky for him to defend his views. Stalin knew that the memorandum would criticize his approach to the Georgia issue, and he might have expected him to try to reach an agreement with Trotsky. But he preferred to bring the matter to light, writing to all members of the Central Committee, censuring Trotsky for keeping Lenin's notes secret for more than a month, and making them known only one day before the opening of the Congress. Trotsky was now on the defensive. He explained that he had copied the memo because he was writing an article for Pravda and wanted to make some comments on Lenin's policy regarding nationalities. He also justified his reluctance to make the memorandum public in view of his criticism of 3 members of the Central Committee. His explanation was unconvincing. In any case, he asked the Central Committee to sanction his conduct as good. The incident, so unfavorable for his image, caused him a certain uneasiness. On April 18, 1923, he wrote to Stalin reminding him that in previous days he had undertaken to write to the members of the committee confirming that Trotsky had behaved correctly and that he had not sent such a letter. He threatened that, if he did not do this, he would request that a special commission exonerate him. It is unlikely that the threat worried Stalin, who evidently decided to spare Trotsky any further embarrassment for the time being. At his request, the Central Committee recorded that the memorandum had been postponed not due to negligence on the part of any member of the Central Committee, but due to Lenin's instructions and the course of his illness. The minutes of the Central Committee also declared that Lenin had been misinformed regarding the abuse and humiliation of nationalist minorities, but that while confined to bed he had believed this information and, naturally, had expressed his indignation. The minutes and the memorandum were shown only to the heads of the delegations. The 12th Party Congress, held between April 15 and 17, was an important success for Stalin. He skillfully sidestepped Lenin's criticisms and authoritatively raised the problems of national minorities. At the same time, he advanced his own political measures, in such a way that he increased his prestige as a moderate and capable leader, and of unimpeachable orthodoxy. Another of the main topics discussed there was the organization of the Central Committee, and the Rabkrin and the Central Control Commission. Stalin supported Lenin's proposals to expand the Central Committee and increase his control over the Politburo. This allowed him to reinforce his own position. Of the 7 members of the Politburo, elected after the previous Congress, Lenin had been on sick leave, Trotsky was isolated and Tomsky had no influence. Stalin depended on the support of Zinoviev, Kamina and Rykov, who were uneasy allies. Of the 27 members of the Central Committee, 15 were supporters of Zinoviev. The expansion of the committee to 40 members and 19 candidates, which, as Stalin pointed out, was in accordance with Lenin's proposals, allowed him to place among them party officials whom he had promoted and who were his supporters. The changes in the Rabkrin and the Central Control Commission, which were merged, also allowed him to introduce party workers whom he could trust. In both bodies and in plenary sessions, when the enlarged Central Committee and the Commission debated the issues and voted together, it could count on the support of the majority. Lenin, of course, had emphasized that the new members of these bodies had to be workers and not members of the party apparatus with its acquired habits and prejudices, but this part of the proposal was not taken into account. Congress accepted these changes without real opposition. Some voices arose against the suppression of criticism and the postponement of party democracy, as well as against the repeated practice of appointing party officials rather than electing them. Zinoviev already considered himself Lenin's successor leader and responded to such criticisms with high-sounding words. He warned those who expressed their dissent to be careful what they did, threatening that the party could act against them just as it had acted against the revolutionary socialists. In contrast to Zinoviev's boasting, Stalin responded with common sense and good humor. Did calls for more democracy mean that crucial decisions should not be made by the Politburo, but based on debates in the party's 20,000 primary committees? No one could fail to recognize the importance of decisions being made quickly and secretly, and he warned, "You have to remember that you are surrounded by enemies. Salvation may lie in the ability to strike a surprise blow, to quickly execute an unexpected maneuver." He responded to other critics with the same skill, avoiding the main points or reducing them to absurdity. Freedom of expression and criticism were well protected, he claimed, as all delegates could hear with their own ears at the Congress. He also spoke of the need for new blood in the party's governing bodies. It was necessary to have an instruction department in the Secretariat that could prepare 200 or 300 workers, who would be assigned to various parts of the country to help the local committees. His arguments seemed so reasonable that no one listening to him could doubt that he was against concentrating power in a few hands. "We need in the Central Committee men with independent opinions, certainly not separated from Leninism or the party line, no, God forbid. But not linked to the cliques, habits, and traditional three-party dissensions of the Central Committee, which have unfortunately become entrenched, and which sometimes alarm us so much." On the thorny question of nationalities, Stalin showed his ability. He had to be aware that the criticisms of Lenin's memorandum, especially those directed against him, were known to the delegates. When the memo was mentioned, he declined to comment, saying that he would not quote Professor Lenin for fear of misquoting him. He added that he was deeply sorry that Lenin could not be with them at the Congress. It was a daring performance that left critics perplexed. In explaining his own convictions, however, Stalin was forceful and made it clear that he could not follow Lenin's theses. "For us, as communists, it is clear that the basis of all our work is the task of strengthening the government of the workers, and only later comes the question, important, but subordinate to the first, of nationalities. We are told that we must not offend nationalities. This is absolutely correct. I agree with that, they shouldn't be offended. But it is absurd to create from there a new theory according to which it is necessary to place the great Russian proletariat in a position of inferiority with respect to the once oppressed nations. What Comrade Lenin uses as a metaphor in his well-known article, Bukharin turns into a motto. It is clear, however, that the political basis of the dictatorship of the proletariat is found first and foremost in the central industrial regions and not in the borderlands, which represent peasant countries. If we lean too far towards the borderlands of the peasants, at the expense of the proletarian zone, a fissure could arise in the system of the dictatorship of the proletariat. This, comrades, is dangerous. Stalin then referred to Lenin's early writings on the subject, highlighting the unity and supremacy of the party, the hegemony of the industrial proletariat over the peasantry, and the priority of the class principle over the nation principle. All the delegates understood that when speaking of the hegemony of the proletarian region he was referring to the hegemony of Great Russia. He skillfully pointed out the inconsistency of Lenin's new thesis on nationalities and, at the same time, basing his arguments on the fundamental dogma of the party, outmaneuvered his opponents, because to attack his policy they would have to challenge the dogma, something that it was inconceivable. They criticized the practical application of their approaches, complaining about the injustice and discrimination suffered in the borderlands, but in fact they admitted the basic correctness of the policy advocated by Stalin. The Congress thus rejected Lenin's proposals, vindicated Stalin, and approved his principle of Russian hegemony. Trotsky did not participate in the debates on the question of nationalities, arguing that he had to prepare his report on industrial issues. It was a brilliant report, and at its conclusion he received a prolonged ovation. The country was facing an economic crisis, and the dramatic presentation of what he called the scissors crisis was convincing to the delegates. Economic policy was beginning to dominate debates at party meetings. Trotsky's theses proposing more effective planning were approved by the Congress, and then forgotten. The need for capital for industrial development was the most pressing concern. Zinoviev declared that foreign trade and loans in the form of concessions would raise the necessary capital, but few shared his optimism. Stalin, Kamina, Zinoviev, and Bukharin advocated that everything possible should be done to ensure the prosperity of the peasants, because their purchasing power would generate capital. Another opinion, vigorously defended by Preobrazhensky, made heavy industry the priority issue. This argument attracted members who were against the NEP because it favored farmers at the expense of workers. He proposed compulsory savings as a means of extracting capital from the peasants to develop heavy industry. Trotsky strongly supported this position, basing himself, like Preobrazhensky, on the dogma that only the development of industry creates an unshakable foundation for the dictatorship of the proletariat. This was the beginning of a debate that lasted until the end of 1927. The 12th Congress had given the impression of unity in the party, but this was deceptive. The decline of democracy within it and the dictatorial rule of its top bureaucrats were still a source of serious resentment, and economic problems gave rise to angry debates. During the Congress, however, the majority of members were cautious in the interest of party unity, because a Menshevik and two communist movements were already functioning in the shadows, the Workers' Truth and the Workers' Group. These movements managed to organize strikes during the summer, but in September 1922 the GPU, as the Chayka had been called, eradicated them. In this atmosphere of insecurity, the struggle for power among the party leaders was postponed. The alliance of Stalin and Zinoviev continued, but it was fragile. Zinoviev was restless, especially after Stalin managed to fill the Central Committee with his supporters. At a meeting of a group of party leaders in the Caucasus, Zinoviev mentioned the need to prevent the Secretariat from becoming too powerful. When Stalin found out about this, he immediately submitted his resignation, which was not accepted because they could not do without him. An agreement was reached, however, according to which Trotsky, Zinoviev and Bukharin would form part of the Orgbureau, where they could exercise some supervision over the Secretariat. But this experiment was of no use. All three were, strangely enough, little familiar with the workings of the party apparatus. They did not try to interfere, and soon stopped attending Orgbureau meetings. Suddenly, on October 5, 1922, Trotsky joined the fight with the party leaders. He wrote to the Central Committee and the Central Control Commission harshly criticizing the Secretariat for causing unrest in the party, and made clear his intention to make his opinions on this and other causes of discontent known to all members. A week later, probably encouraged by Trotsky's initiative, the Declaration of the 46 was sent to the Politburo. He criticized the inadequacy of the leadership to confront the economic crisis and the absolutely intolerable direction of the party. Most of the 46 belonged to its left wing, and were part of its highest economic bodies. Furthermore, they had aligned themselves with Trotsky in the past and, although not directly related, both challenges were considered in unison. At the end of October 1922, a joint plenum of the Central Committee and the Central Control Commission was held. Stalin took care of the matter. A resolution, approved by an overwhelming majority, censured Trotsky for committing a serious political error and condemned the Declaration of the 46 as a factional action that endangered the unity of the party. It was, however, a serious challenge that could not be erased at the stroke of a pen with a censorship resolution. Stalin immediately admitted that it was necessary to develop internal democracy. The Central Committee called for a free debate on the issue, and throughout the country party organizations and local newspapers discussed it in November 1922. The national debate culminated on December 5 with a Politburo resolution drafted by Stalin, Trotsky, and Kamina, which recognized the demand to democratize the party and seemed to accept the criticisms raised by the opposition. Stalin, like Lenin, did not really trust democratic methods, nor did he intend to introduce them at this early stage of the party's development. He expressed his views frankly to the delegates at the 13th Congress. "I only say this: it is clear that democracy, a full democracy, cannot be promoted. Some comrades and organizations make a fetish of the democratic question, considering it as something absolute, outside of time and space. I want to tell you that democracy is not something fixed at all times and under any conditions, because there are times when there is no possibility or it does not make sense to introduce democracy." He then explained the essential conditions for a full democracy: a developed industry and economy, a working class with a good cultural level and quality of life, and a military power that guarantees the country's security against possible attack by foreign forces. The party had to overcome many obstacles before it could reach these conditions. Trotsky had collaborated in drafting the Politburo resolution of December 5 and everyone believed they had his unconditional support. This was of crucial importance because it seemed to resolve the internal crisis of the party and the division among the leaders. There was general astonishment and alarm spread when 3 days later he published a letter in Pravda entitled "The New Direction." The letter, while appearing to endorse the terms of the resolution, was in fact a renewed attack on the party apparatus and powerful secretaries. The party itself, he claimed, had to control the apparatus and adopt truly democratic methods. It sounded good, but unrealistic, to which we must add that Trotsky was known for his autocratic disposition. His defense of democracy was not convincing, and the militants knew that it was a weapon that he used against the party leaders. His attack was doomed to failure, especially where Stalin was concerned. Trotsky's letter was debated at length, and at the 13th Congress of the party, held between the 16th and 18th of 1924, both he and the opposition group were condemned by an overwhelming majority. Stalin launched a devastating attack against him. He also caused a sensation by citing a secret clause in a resolution of the 10th Congress regarding expulsion from the party for factional activities, and requested that the Congress confirm this clause. He threatened to take drastic measures against those who circulated prohibited documents. The economic policy approved by resolution did not give priority to private industry, as proposed by the leftist group, but rather to agricultural prosperity and price control. Trotsky and the 46 were defeated and threatened. Since he suffered an attack of hemiplegia in March 1923, Lenin, unable to read or write, had been retired from politics. During those months he remained conscious, but useless. On January 19 and 20, 1924, Krupskaya read aloud to him the Pravda reports on the 13th Party Congress, and noticed that he became excited. During the morning of the 21st, Lenin suffered another attack and died that same afternoon. Lenin's testament. On January 21, 1924, Stalin, Zinoviev, Bukharin, Kamina, Kalinin and Trotsky traveled by sleigh, on a freezing night, to Gorky. Lenin's body lay on a table around which fir branches had been placed. They fulfilled the dead leader and hurried back to Moscow to attend a formal meeting of the Central Committee. 2 days later they returned to Gorky to escort the coffin to Moscow. There it was placed in the Hall of Columns, later called the Chamber of Unions. For the next 4 days, people queued for hours, enduring the bitter cold of the exceptionally frigid winter of 1924, and more than 700,000 people filed past the coffin paying their last respects, just as their ancestors had done in other times when the Tsars were exposed in the burning chapel. An extraordinary wave of emotion spread throughout the country. The deep religious sentiment of the Russians found expression in their funeral songs and, spontaneously, the cult of Lenin was born. Among the hundreds of delegates gathered for the Congress of Soviets there was mass sobbing after Kalinin announced the news of Lenin's death. A flurry of decrees from the Central Committee reflected the prevailing atmosphere. The anniversary of his death would be considered a day of mourning. Petrograd was renamed Leningrad. The Lenin Institute was created to publish his works in all the languages of the world. Monuments to Lenin would be erected in Moscow and other cities. The most notable, and for some Bolsheviks strange and painful, was the decision to embalm Lenin's body, which would be displayed behind glass in a mausoleum placed next to the Kremlin walls in Red Square. People who could not attend the funeral would have the opportunity to pay homage to her, and future generations would come on pilgrimage to see his leader. On January 24, 1924, Pravda, in the first issue to appear after Lenin's death, published an article titled "The Orphans," written by Bukharin. Both the title and the content of the article were typically Russian in spirit, because upon the death of the Tsar, especially if there were doubts about his succession, the lament of the people echoed his orphanhood at having been abandoned by his little father. Bukharin's article was deeply felt praise. Comrade Lenin was above all a leader of those that history offers to humanity every several hundred years. He was the greatest mass organizer. It would be difficult to find another in history leader so loved by his comrades in arms. All of them felt a special affection for Lenin. The feeling they had towards him was really love. Trotsky was in the Caucasus, and did not attend the funeral. He submitted a short article that was published in Pravda. He expressed identical fervent idolatry. "The party is orphaned," he said. "The working class is orphaned. This is the feeling that the news of the death of our teacher and leader has awakened." A proclamation from the Central Committee intoned high laments for the leader of world communism, love and pride of the international proletariat. But, he concluded with a strong religious tone, his physical death is not the death of his cause. In the soul of every member of our party there is a small part of Lenin. Our entire communist family is a collective incarnation of Lenin. The most impressive farewell, and for the majority of the Russian people the most inspired, was the speech given by Stalin before the Second All-Union Congress of Soviets on January 26, 1924, and published 4 days later in Pravda. It was in the form of an oath of loyalty and service to Lenin's party and, although communist in terminology, was orthodox in spirit, evoking the repetitions and ritual of the liturgy. He instinctively uses the formulas of the Orthodox Church when he needs to express his deepest faith. Although it was an exhortation to the hundreds of delegates gathered at the Congress, and to the people in general, it was also for him like a coronation oath, a declaration of personal dedication. To the party's Jewish leaders, to whom the Orthodox liturgy was foreign, his speech sounded false and theatrical. But for the other militants, regardless of their commitment to the atheistic dogmas of Marxism, and for the masses who belonged to the party, the poetry and music of the Orthodox liturgy was an unforgettable part of his life and they responded to prayer. His comrades, we communists are people of a special class. We have been made of a special material. We are the ones who form the army of the great proletarian strategist, the army of Comrade Lenin. There is nothing higher than the title of member of the party of which Comrade Lenin was the founder and leader. Not everyone is given the honor of being a member of such a party. It is not given to everyone to be able to withstand the adversities and storms that belonging to such a party implies. The children of the working class, the children of deprivation and struggle, the children of incredible suffering and heroic efforts, these above all others must be the members of such a party. Comrade Lenin turning away from us he bequeathed the duty of keeping the great title of party member high and pure. We swear to you, Comrade Lenin, that we will carry out your mandate with honor. Moving away from us, Comrade Lenin bequeathed to us the duty of maintaining the unity of our party as the apple of our eye. We swear to you, Comrade Lenin, that we will carry out your command. Moving away from us, Comrade Lenin bequeathed to us the duty of preserving and strengthening the dictatorship of the proletariat. We swear to you, Comrade Lenin, that we will spare no effort to carry out your mandate with honor. He solemnly intoned these oaths, using the same formula, to instill these sacred commitments in his audience and the people at large. Close collaborators who knew of Lenin's hostility towards Stalin during the last months of his life perhaps questioned the sincerity of this farewell. But Stalin was absolutely sincere in his dedication to the party and to Lenin's legacy, because he had deeply respected him as an interpreter of Marx and as the creative leader of the party that had come to power. But Lenin sometimes exasperated him when he showed himself to be an inept politician, capable of being influenced by Georgian nationalists. Stalin must have been surprised and hurt by Lenin's behavior during the last few months. He still knew nothing of the will that remained secret, but he had already noticed Lenin's personal hostility. He had worked loyally for him and the Bolshevik cause for 20 years, and had collaborated closely as a member of the Central Committee for 10 years. On some occasions he had shown disagreement with him, and during the Civil War, under strong pressure, he had had outbursts of temper just like Trotsky and others. Lenin had not reproached him. Their relationship had always been based on trust and devotion to the cause, and he had never conspired to depose him or undermine his authority. The reward for his loyalty was a virulent campaign to destroy his position in the party. Stalin had to consider this a terrible betrayal. He certainly showed neither then nor later hostility or resentment. In fact, his attitude towards Lenin was adequately expressed in the lecture given at the Kremlin Military Academy on January 28, 1924. Although carefully prepared to make clear that he was the legitimate successor, his speech highlighted the qualities of the great leader, the eagle. The Lenin who turned his back was a sick and dying man. However, Stalin had a tenacious memory, and this betrayal of his old leader probably contributed to the cancerous growth of her suspicions and distrust of others, which was to distort his attitude in the future. The cult of Lenin became increasingly pervasive and powerful in the months following his death. In 1929, a granite mausoleum was completed on Red Square, in which his figure was placed behind glass, and it became a place of pilgrimage, the religious center of Soviet Russia. Portraits, busts, and statues proliferated in all parts of the country. Schools, rest and cultural centers, libraries and other establishments, all had their Lenin corner. In primitive peasant huts, far from the cities, you could see a photograph or a newspaper clipping with the image of Lenin instead of the traditional icon, or even next to it. His writings, as well as his poems, hymns of praise, and passionate studies of him, poured out of the presses. Lenin was the new deity, each of his words, sacrosanct, and his name, the indisputable symbol of the unity of Soviet Russia. Among the party leaders, westernized Bolsheviks, Trotsky included, had written expressing their heroic adoration of the dead leader. They felt the same dedication to Lenin's party as the grassroots militants. But in supporting this cult, they had also taken into account practical considerations. Popular worship of Lenin would strengthen the party. Stalin has often been attributed the responsibility of launching and promoting this cult, but, as we have already stated, its development was a spontaneous expression of popular sentiment. It was a feeling he understood and shared. The orthodox teachings of his childhood and the Tiflis seminary had taken deep and ineradicable roots in him. He wasn't religious in the conventional sense, but he wasn't really an atheist. He had made reference to the God of history and believed in destiny or fate. In fact, there was a strongly religious element in his Bolshevism and in his intense patriotism. The Central Committee normally met every 2 months. The Politburo, which is equivalent to saying the Troika of Zinoviev, Kamina, and Stalin, continued to exercise power as during Lenin's illness. No one at that time openly carried out any maneuver to assume leadership. It would have been considered consummate presumption for any individual to take the place of the great Lenin. In any case, the collective mandate had always been considered the ideal of the party. However, tensions between the leaders increased. Zinoviev assumed that, as Lenin's lieutenant for so many years and as president of the Comintern, he was the logical successor. He was a large man, extremely capable and a brilliant speaker, but fat and soft in physique and character, and given to boasting. Kamina, bearded, elegant and stately, was also a capable man and, except when overcome by anger, more temperate of character than Zinoviev, whom he faithfully supported. Rykov, the old Bolshevik who had succeeded Lenin as president of the Council of Commissars, was a pleasant man and respected throughout the country, but he lacked a strong personality and no one considered him a potential leader. At that time Zinoviev, with the support of Kamina, seemed the most likely successor. Trotsky was the little-known candidate. He was criticized for not being an old Bolshevik but a recent party member. This would have been less important if it had not been for the fact that everyone who had been in direct contact with him, with few exceptions, felt aversion and fear towards him. His talent was recognized, as was the danger that he would spread discord and dissension in the party with his despotic methods. When talking about the precedents of the French Revolution, a favorite topic of Russian revolutionaries, they saw Trotsky as a possible Bonaparte who, with his personal passion for power, would destroy the revolution. The fear of Trotsky had kept Zinoviev, Kamina, and Stalin together, and now prevented their breakup. Stalin did not seem to be a contender. Discreet, calm, modest, he was nothing more than the party worker who was in charge of the essential tasks of administration and organization. But he was always accessible to militants and officials, patiently listening to their problems and complaints. Boris Bazanov, a former Central Committee official who claimed to have been Stalin's personal secretary, described him as standing in a corner, smoking a pipe, listening for an hour or more while a concerned provincial secretary or rank-and-file militant made his point. Issues. His patience was unlimited and, although he rarely compromised, he thus achieved the gratitude of many militants. He was a reserved man, of few words and lover of silence. Bazanov wrote that he did not communicate his most intimate thoughts to anyone. He only rarely confided his ideas and impressions to his closest collaborators. He possessed to a high degree the gift of silence, and in this sense he was unique in a country in which everyone talked too much. In the Civil War he shouldered heavy responsibilities and faced the dangers in such a way that he achieved prestige in the party. He administered justice by summary procedure when necessary and showed that he could be ruthless, but he was not distinguished by brutality like Voroshilov or Budeny. In his speeches he was moderate and reasonable. He took criticism with apparent good humor, and even when he attacked the opposition he was less ferocious than Lenin or Zinoviev. At Politburo meetings he tried to be pleasant. When he writes about the first Politburo meeting he attended, a time when fighting between the three leaders and Trotsky was tense, Bazanov comments that Trotsky was the first to arrive at the session. The others arrived late, they were instigating. Then Zinoviev entered. He passed by Trotsky and both behaved as if they had not noticed the others' presence. When Kamina entered, he greeted Trotsky with a slight bow. Finally came Stalin. He approached the table where Trotsky was sitting, and greeted him friendly by giving him a vigorous handshake from across the table. It was around then that, although confronted with him, Trotsky said of Stalin to his close friend and translator Max Eastman that he was a sincere and brave revolutionary. In fact, from what is known of Stalin's life up to this time, there is nothing to foreshadow that he was going to become an inhuman dictator. Future events were to cast long shadows over his life, and historians have often surrounded all of his actions with widespread horror, but his conduct as a self-sacrificing revolutionary was comparable to that of Trotsky or Lenin. The change may have occurred coinciding with Lenin's illness, when it seems likely that he began to see himself as a successor. Certainly before 1921 he showed no signs of seeking leadership, and was content to provide his services. He was proud and sensitive, but had no personal ambition. When Lenin left, he had to consider, like many others, the future of the party. Of the most prominent members, he knew that Trotsky, towards whom he had great aversion, would endanger his unity, the others were not even remotely of his caliber. Thus, it seems that during 1922 or 1923 Stalin began to seriously consider that, in the interests of the party and of communist Russia, he would have to take over the leadership, and, having decided to do so, he calmly and relentlessly pursued his objective. The struggle for power was carried out covertly, in the form of ideological disputes in which each person tried to demonstrate that he was more faithful than the others to Lenin's teachings. For the Troika, Trotsky's departure was the priority issue. A new newspaper, the Bolshevik, was launched with the recognized purpose of combating Trotskyism. Stalin gave a series of lectures at the Moscow Communist University, a series organized in Sverdlov's honor. The conferences, under the title Fundamentals of Leninism, which constitute the first canon of Stalinism, highlighted the importance of the unity and discipline of the party, the role of the party as a leader of the masses, and the need to strengthen the union between peasants and workers. They were, in fact, the principles established in his oath speech. From February to March 1924, the Lenin membership campaign was carried out with much publicity. One of the resolutions adopted at the 13th Congress of the party established the organization of a campaign to recruit militants among the workers. The Central Committee, which met a few days after the funeral, confirmed this decision, and apparently accepted, although it was not mentioned in the Congress resolution, that it be accompanied by a purge of opponents. At the same time, the vast party machinery, which Stalin had thoroughly revised and expanded, was including among its members those who were convenient. The total number of militants, which at the beginning of 1924 was reduced to 350,000 with 120,000 candidates, increased by more than 200,000 militants, mostly young people willing to obey the instructions of the leaders. Lenin had frequently expressed concern about the shortage of proletarian elements in the party, and the new campaign was defended as a great advance for Leninism because the new militants were mostly proletarians. The majority support for Stalin in the Central Committee and the Central Control Commission, as well as his dominance of the party apparatus, made his position unquestionable. But 5 days before the opening of the 13th Party Congress, something happened that suddenly threatened his career. Krupskaya sent Kamenev the notes that Lenin had dictated between December 23 and January 23, 1923, along with a letter explaining that she had kept the notes, known as Lenin's will, secret because Lenin had stated in his last will that these notes were made known at the Congress after his death. In reality, Lenin had dictated these notes specifically to be made public at the 11th Party Congress, held in March-April 1923. The reasons that prompted Krupskaya to keep the notes hidden for so long are not clear, but by making them public on this occasion he was obviously trying to harm Stalin politically. The day after receiving Krupskaya's dispatch, Kamenev disseminated the notes among a group of 6 old Bolsheviks, including Zinoviev and Stalin, who called themselves the Plenary Commission of the Central Committee. It was decided to present the notes to the immediate party congress for the information of all delegates. What was actually done was far from this decision. The notes were read to a group of about 40 delegates who met on May 22, 1924, the eve of the Congress. Zinoviev and Kamenev were interested in keeping Stalin in his position. He was an essential ally against Trotsky and the oppositionists. Zinoviev declared that although they had all sworn to carry out Lenin's wishes to the letter, they knew that their fears about the General Secretary were unfounded. Trotsky recalled that, during the debate, Stalin stated that Lenin had dictated these notes sick and surrounded by women, a thorny reference to Krupskaya, but that he did not take an active part. Nor did Trotsky participate in the discussion. Finally, by 30 votes to 10, it was decided that the notes would not be published, but their contents should be communicated to selected delegates who would be explained that Lenin was seriously ill when he wrote them, and misinformed by those around him. It must have been a bitter shock for Stalin to learn for the first time of the contents of the testament that directly confirmed Lenin's personal hostility. He then suffered the humiliation of being accused by the old leader and of being present when the actions to be taken were debated. His position was threatened because it would be difficult for the plenary session of Congress to ignore the last mandates of the leader, whom everyone adored with such fervor. The decision that the issue was not discussed at the Congress and that the notes were not published must have been a great relief to him. However, When the newly elected Central Committee met, he tendered his resignation. He probably trusted that those whom he had carefully selected for the election would not accept it. On this occasion, the committee, including Trotsky, rejected the resignation unanimously. The opposition, eliminated. Although Lenin's attempts to undermine his position had failed, Stalin remained vigilant and cautious in the development of the 13-Party Congress, held in May 1924. He had taken meticulous care of the preparations, especially when excluding from the delegations the dissenters, but Trotsky and others, who had signed the Declaration of 46, were among the delegates. They might try to cause trouble in Congress. Furthermore, Zinoviev and Kamenev were only temporary allies who would turn their backs on him as soon as the opportunity arose. The conference, at which he was received with applause that turned into a standing ovation, turned out to be a personal triumph. Throughout the Congress, the first to be held after Lenin's death, there reigned a general desire to avoid controversy and sectarianism. Zinoviev presented the main report, and avoided controversy. In the last part of his speech he referred to the growth of the new bourgeoisie under the protection of the NEP and the danger of a new Menshevism, but he did not mention Trotsky or the dissenters. He finally offered a formula of agreement to eliminate the disputes that had plagued the party for the previous year. The most reasonable and most valuable step for a Bolshevik, he said, that the opposition could take, is what he does when he makes a mistake, to appear before the party on the platform of the Congress and say I made a mistake, the party had reason. Zinoviev's rhetorical appeal for unity received loud and prolonged applause, which showed the party's unease over internal dissension. Stalin then took the stand, presenting a methodical report on the organization of the party. He made no mention of the opposition and, as always, he made it clear that he would be the last to provoke conflict. Present as a delegate without the right to vote, Trotsky did not have to intervene, but he could not ignore Zinoviev's appeal. Nothing was more difficult for Trotsky than to accept that he could be wrong, and even more so if he was forced to confess it publicly. On this occasion, however, his arrogance and inflexibility plunged him into an internal conflict with his strong sense of dedication to the revolution and the party as its incarnation. This led to a confusing and emotional defense of his position. In his speech, he again highlighted the dangers of bureaucracy, confirmed his adherence to the resolution of December 5, 1923, on the need to eliminate factions, and called for more effective planning. Most of those present had heard him defend these approaches on previous occasions, and Trotsky evidently did not realize that, coming from him, these repeated demands implied criticism of the party leaders. Comrades, he continued, none of us wishes to be right or can be right against his party. The party is always ultimately right, because the party is the only historical instrument given to the proletariat to fulfill its fundamental tasks. I have already stated that nothing is easier than to say before the party, all these criticisms, statements, warnings, and protests are nothing more than mere mistakes. But, comrades, I cannot say this because I do not think that way. I know you can't be right against the party. You can only be right with the party and through it, because history has not created other paths to establish what is right. Trotsky continued with these tortuous arguments. He reiterated that some aspects of the resolutions of the previous party congress were incorrect and unfair. But, he stressed, the party cannot make any decision, no matter how incorrect or unjust, that could alter in the slightest our unlimited devotion to its cause, the willingness of each one of us to accept the discipline of the party in all aspects. Circumstances. The speech, with its laborious defense of the infallibility of the party, was poisoned by his remarkable sense of his own intellectual superiority and by his conviction that he was right and the party was not. Furthermore, he got the timing and audience wrong. To most of the delegates, his speech and his insistence on the incorrect and unjust decisions of the party seemed as if he wanted to put himself on top. The fury of Congress was directed against him. Krupskaya called on the factions to put aside their disputes and work together. The delegates were not in a position to take it into account. The day after Krupskaya's intervention, Stalin addressed the delegates. He said that he was also against doubling debates on differences, and for this reason he had not mentioned them in a previous speech. But he now could not remain silent, and he proceeded to attack Trotsky for his defiance of the resolution of December 5, 1923 and the decisions of the 13-Party Congress. Zinoviev and Kamina also launched harsh attacks. Kamina, known for his kindness, apparently harbored a deep hatred of Trotsky, and his attack was virulent. The assembly unanimously confirmed the decisions of the Congress and praised the Central Committee for its Bolshevik firmness and intransigence, in defending the foundations of Leninism against petty bourgeois deviations. The Congress expanded the number of members of the Central Committee from 40 to 55, and the number of candidates from 17 to 34. The new members came mostly from the party apparatus in the provinces, and were supporters of Stalin. Lazar Kaganovich, one of Stalin's most valuable collaborators, was elected a member of the Central Committee, as well as the Secretariat and the Orgbureau. Bukharin was elected to the Politburo, where he filled the vacancy left by Lenin. Trotsky had difficulties in the committee elections and retained the other positions. In the Third Communist International, known as Comintern, which had been founded in March 1919, Trotsky still enjoyed great consideration. Many Western communists were dismayed by the ferocious attacks to which he was subjected. But Zinoviev, whom Lenin had appointed chairman of the Comintern Executive Committee, was actively undermining Trotsky's position and separating his main supporters from the organization. During the 13th Congress of the CPSU, several Western communists were invited to speak, and all of them, with the exception of the French communist Boris Souvarin, who would later write a hostile biography of Stalin, condemned Trotsky and the opposition. At the 5th Congress of the Comintern, held in Moscow in June-July 1924, Trotsky was again fiercely criticized and invited to attend in person to justify his position. His refusal to appear sealed his conviction. Stalin was then working in Moscow alongside the accidental communists. Within a few months, he and Zinoviev had managed to make the entire international movement subordinate to Moscow's directives. Trotsky and Lenin had founded the Comintern in the hope that it would become a world party, into which the Russian party would eventually be integrated. Stalin, more realistic, considered it difficult to achieve this ideal. It would only be reached, if ever, in the very distant future. His idea was that, in the meantime, the Comintern should be under Moscow's control for tactical and propaganda reasons. Beginning in May 1922, the troika of Stalin, Zinoviev, and Kamina held power. Relations were tense, but unity was maintained. The three verbally defended the theory of collective leadership, but what kept them united was mainly the fear that Trotsky would decide to take power. Furthermore, in the midst of the ascendant cult of Lenin, it was still too early for anyone to attempt leadership. The contest then seemed to center between Stalin and Zinoviev. Several incidents had exacerbated their rivalry, but at the time, Zinoviev still considered himself Lenin's successor. He and Kamina were taken aback when in June 1924 Stalin publicly reproached them for some errors in communist doctrine. The errors, if they were errors, dealt with secondary interpretative aspects. The importance of the incident was that Stalin reaffirmed his authority within the Troika. Another important step taken by Stalin a few weeks later was to assign Zelensky, secretary of the party apparatus in Moscow, to Central Asia, replacing him with Uglanov. This weakened Kamina's position as chairman of the executive committee of the Moscow Soviet and leader of the party organization in the city. A meeting of 15 prominent party members, called by Zinoviev, criticized Stalin for his disloyal action. He rejected the criticism, accusing them of trying to break collective leadership and implement dictatorship instead of party democracy. That fall the division among the leaders seemed imminent, but once again Trotsky kept them united. After the poor treatment he received at the 13th Party Congress and at the Comintern Congress, and after experiencing the hostility of the Central Committee and the Politburo, It seemed logical to expect that Trotsky would remain on the sidelines for a time. However, he completely lacked political vision. It was not that he did not know how to value the response of others to his actions, but that their thoughts and feelings did not exist for him. He was only concerned with his own ideas and projects, which he believed surpassed all others in accuracy, and he seemed genuinely surprised when he received waves of protests and criticism. On the contrary, Stalin was particularly sensitive to the attitudes and feelings not only of party members but also of those outside it. With his sense of timing and political acumen, he was a terrible enemy. At those moments, when the tide of party opinion was flowing strongly against him, Trotsky showed signs of extraordinary ineptitude. Already in June 1924 he had published a pamphlet, which was intended to be a tribute to Lenin, but by treating the great leader as a companion and equal he had offended many militants. In September 1924, while resting in Kislovodsk in the Caucasus, he published his first articles and speeches in one volume, with an introduction entitled October Lessons. It was a story of the advance of the revolution that also touched on the theme of the betrayal of the right. He commented on the conflicts that occurred between Lenin, Zinoviev, and Kamina on the eve of the October Revolution, and even wrote about the mistakes made by Lenin himself. The volume, published in October 1924, caused a sensation. By dredging up the past, Trotsky seemed to try to indict the current leadership and cast doubt on Lenin's infallibility. Bukharin immediately wrote an article in Pravda entitled How Not to Write the History of October. This was a provisional answer. Trotsky was going to receive a more complete and forceful one, since by raking up the past he had exposed himself to a devastating counterattack. Before 1917, he had maintained constant polemics with Lenin. As was typical among revolutionaries, controversies were characterized by virulent criticism of him. Kamina, then director of the official edition of Lenin's works, published his response in Pravda and Izvestia on November 26, 1924, under the title Leninism or Trotskyism. The article, which covered the beginnings of Trotsky's political life, tried to demonstrate that he had always opposed Bolshevism and Leninism. Stalin's contribution was a reasoned and destructive attack. When referring to Trotsky's outstanding role in the October Revolution, he stated that it had to be admitted that he had acted correctly, but so had others. He made some brief considerations about the errors of Zinoviev and Kamina, known to everyone, and even admitted that before Lenin's arrival in Petrograd, in March 1917, I shared this mistaken attitude of other comrades. What had bothered Trotsky most was his insufferable assumption that he had always been right. Stalin took special care to show himself human and fallible. In examining Trotsky's main heresies, he demonstrated with quotations from Lenin's writings that he had been in direct conflict with the master at successive stages. In fact, Trotsky and Lenin had basically maintained very close views, but it was not difficult to find quotes that proved the opposite. The most damaging part of Stalin's attack were the quotes from Trotsky's correspondence with Chkij in 1913, in which he had written that Lenin was the professional exploiter of all that is backward in the Russian workers' movement. He had also written that all the foundations of Leninism today are based on lies and falsification. Stalin closed his speech with the blunt statement that Trotsky has set himself the goal of dethroning Bolshevism and undermining its foundations. The party's task now is to bury Trotskyism as an ideology. The speech produced a terrible commotion in the party. It seemed impossible that any militant, and even less a prominent Bolshevik like Trotsky, could have written in such terms about Lenin. But Stalin's evidence was irrefutable. The accusation that Trotsky had from the beginning been a staunch enemy of Lenin and Leninism was accepted as a proven fact. A campaign then emerged to bury Trotskyism. Newspapers across the country published articles and reports from local party meetings, vilifying and condemning him. A fever of persecution took hold of the militants, who forgot their services to the revolutionary cause. As the days passed, the surprise grew at the fact that he did not reject or respond to these attacks. His strange silence could mean nothing more than an admission of his guilt. On December 13, 1924, Pravda published an editorial stating that no communication had been received from Trotsky regarding the accusations against him. The campaign against Trotsky, which had lasted for some years, reached its climax. He was shocked by the intensity of the new wave's vilification. He never imagined that his October lessons, which he had written to record what happened and warn the party that it was following the wrong path, would unleash such a hurricane of protests. Due to the tension, his health suffered. Doctors recommended a period of rest in the Caucasus, but he refused to leave his accommodation in the Kremlin. Sick, lonely, and in a hostile environment, he awaited the meeting of the Central Committee that would take place from January 17 to 20, 1925. He had written what is known as his resignation letter, in which, as in his speech at the 13th Congress, expressed his loyalty and submission to the party, but refused to admit any error. At the committee meeting, Zinoviev and Kamenev were eager to carry out the final attack. Supported by others, they called for Trotsky's expulsion not only from the committee and the Politburo, but even from the party. Stalin opposed this. Reporting later to the 14th Party Congress, he explained that we, the majority of the Central Committee, did not agree with comrades Zinoviev and Kamenev because we realized that the policy of cutting off heads can pose significant dangers to the party. It is a kind of bloodletting, and they want blood dangerous and contagious. Today you can cut off a head, tomorrow a second, and then a third. Who would be left in the game? They were premonitory words. The only measure taken against Trotsky at the Central Committee meeting was to remove him from his positions as president of the Revolutionary War Council and as War Commissar. For some months he had held this position only nominally. M.V. Franz, one of his main antagonists on military issues, had been appointed deputy commissar in the spring of 1924, and had virtually taken control. Trotsky continued to be a member of the Central Committee and Politburo, but he had lost the support and prestige that he had enjoyed in the party. His conduct had demoralized his few supporters. He was alone. The collective leadership of the Troika quickly fell apart. Stalin and Zinoviev became the main adversaries. Kamenev had lost influence as head of the party organization in Moscow. Zinoviev was still in a solid position. However, at the end of 1924, he belatedly realized that Stalin was not merely a discreet provincial who ran the central party apparatus, but a formidable opponent. When the conflict between the two arose, Zinoviev found himself overwhelmed, and his fight, more than for power, was for survival. The conflict produced an outbreak of the traditional rivalry between two cities. Leningradians felt arrogant and resentful of Moscow's preeminence as the seat of party organization and government. Aware of their revolutionary tradition and the fact that their city had been named after Peter the Great and later after Lenin, they maintained a proud independence. Zinoviev was the strong man in Leningrad and, although he was not a popular figure, he had the support of the city against Stalin and the Muscovites. The insubordination of the Leningradians caused considerable problems for Stalin, and it was not until the end of the following year, 1926, that he managed to bring the city under Moscow rule. The struggle within the Troika and the Politburo centered on the NEP, which had preoccupied Marxists since its adoption in 1921. The difficulty arose from the fact that Marxism, a doctrine conceived for an industrial society, was imposing itself in a predominantly agricultural society, and the dogmas did not provide guidance for the problems that arose. Party leaders were undecided about the way forward. If the peasants were exploited for the benefit of the proletariat, something considered inevitable to build a communist state, the peasants would offer resistance with a silent and massive withdrawal of their cooperation, or they would rebel. The party's situation in the country was still precarious, and a major peasant uprising would mean the collapse of the regime. The alternative was to allow peasants to produce and trade grain in a more or less free economy, encouraging them to increase production and trade surplus grain. On this basis, Bukharin, Preobrazhensky and others argued that it would be possible to promote an economic relaunch. The problem was that the peasants, who were demanding and constantly demanding more concessions, would take advantage of the opportunity to exert their influence not only economically but also politically. Among the party leaders there was an obsessive fear that the peasants would challenge their power. Lenin had feared that possibility, and in implementing the NEP, which gave peasants economic freedom, he was careful to deny them political power. Various compromises were possible between both extremes, but the compromise was foreign to the Russian attitude towards such problems. The Politburo was divided, as Bukharin and the right-wing Bolsheviks were in favor of making more and more concessions to the peasantry. Bukharin even encouraged the peasants in an article published in Pravda on April 14, 1925 with these words, "Become rich, develop your farms, do not fear being subjected to restrictions." He would later be forced to modify the statement and then retract it completely, but in those circumstances his intention was to promote grain production and reassure peasants concerned about their safety under the communist regime. Stalin was inclined towards this position of reassuring the peasantry. For his practical mind there was no alternative at that time, but he had no sympathy for the peasants, with their petty bourgeois and conservative mind and their obsession with private property. Furthermore, he was concerned about the support given to the kulaks, prosperous peasants who could become a capitalist power in rural areas. The 14th Congress of the party, held from April 27 to 29, 1925, debated agricultural policy at length. Stalin did not intervene in the Congress, leaving Bukharin and Rykov to present the right-wing project. There was general agreement regarding granting satisfaction to the peasants, and few voices against were heard. The Congress highlighted that the country's economic recovery depended on the profitability of agricultural production and the promotion of industrial productivity. To gain the support of the peasantry, the general tax was drastically reduced by 25%. The Congress also legalized the already widespread practice of allowing peasants to hire labor and rent more land, which benefited the kulaks. The obstacles to increased profitability were well known. The large estates had been divided and there were some 24 or 25 million small estates cultivated by peasant families, living at a mere subsistence level. It was an uneconomical method of cultivating Russia's vast agricultural expanses. All the peasants had known hunger, and now consumed most of the grain, leaving only small quantities for the market. The acute shortage of manufactured goods did not encourage production to market. Furthermore, they were suspicious of the communist regime and wanted higher prices. For these reasons, many withheld grain. Zinoviev remained silent during the 14th Congress. He was on the defensive and waiting for a favorable opportunity. Already at the beginning of February 1925, Stalin had carried out maneuvers to undermine his authority in the Comintern. But the party organization in Leningrad showed stubborn resistance and opposed Stalin's attempts to place his men in key positions. Zinoviev's supporters began to counter pressure from Moscow, promoting left-wing measures in Leningradskaya Pravda and by other means. During the summer of 1925, the rivalry came to light. Zinoviev and Kamenev had supported the pro-peasant right-wing policy as long as they considered their positions in the Politburo secure, but when attacked by Stalin they adopted the left-wing stance. This tendency placed great importance on the danger that the kulaks would pose by strengthening their economic power and that, by withholding grain, they would soon be able to force the Soviets to submit to their demands. Then, they would revive capitalism. The proper policy was to introduce large-scale collective farms, but not by imposition, but by persuasion and offering incentives such as providing fertilizers, seeds, and tractors. Once installed in these collective farms, the peasants would quickly appreciate their advantages. The left wing also favored greater emphasis on industrial expansion, especially that aimed at the mechanization of agriculture and, in a broader sense, that which created a balanced socialist economy. Zinoviev reinforced his attack on the right wing by arguing that the NEP was not a truly Leninist measure, but a strategic concession to capitalism. Stalin immediately counterattacked by accusing him and his supporters of being pessimists. By claiming that the revolution had taken a step backward, They showed a lack of faith in the capacity of the Soviet people, who had shown the way to the world's proletariat with the glorious October Revolution. His argument kept the opposition on the defensive. The 14th Party Congress held its opening session on December 18, 1925, which was a long delay. As part of the preparations, the Central Committee met from October 3 to 10, and the members of the opposition Zinoviev, Kamina, Sokhonikov, Commissioner of Finance, and Krupskaya immediately expressed their intention to impose their policy. It was a daring and desperate maneuver because they knew that in the Congress they would have no choice given Stalin's overwhelming majority. In the Central Committee they claimed to have been hindered when it came to expressing their criticism of official policy. Stalin was willing to be conciliatory at that time. His proposals were debated and a compromise resolution was reached that highlighted both the threat posed by the kulaks and the need to encourage the peasants. It seemed that it would be possible to avoid a direct confrontation between the supporters of both approaches. Shortly before the opening of the Congress, however, the party organizations in Moscow, Leningrad, and other places in the country held local assemblies to decide their position and especially to elect their delegates. The Leningrad Assembly rejected all the candidates that Moscow had tried to include in its delegation. This demonstration of independence outraged Stalin. The Moscow Assembly passed a resolution criticizing the Leningradians, who responded in kind. Pravda and Leningradskaya Pravda engaged in an exchange of bitter criticism. At the last minute, Zinoviev tried to make a deal. The Leningradians would cease their attitude of open opposition to the official line if they were guaranteed that there would be no reprisals against them after the Congress. The Central Committee rejected the proposal. The Congress began calmly. Stalin gave the main political speech and did not mention the opposition. He recognized that the kulaks posed a danger, but advised not to exaggerate it. Any measure that turned the peasants against them would harm the economic progress that, as everyone knew, was notable and encouraging. But tension soon arose. Lashevik, the opposition's first speaker, could barely make himself heard because of the boos and whistles. Zinoviev tried to make a reasonable statement, but made the mistake of attacking Bukharin, especially for the latter's appeal to the peasants asking them to get rich. Bukharin was popular, and the attack brought the delegates to his side. Zinoviev's speech was drowned out several times by loud interruptions. Krupskaya called for party unity, but no one paid attention to his advice. When Lashevik vigorously opposed the separation of Zinoviev and Kamina from the party leadership, Mikoyan replied tartly that it was not a question of excluding Zinoviev and Kamina, but of them submitting to the iron will of the majority of the Central Committee. Kamina dominated the session on the fourth day. In a state of desperation, he gave one of the most powerful speeches of his political career. He set out the opposition's policy. Then, toward the end of his speech, he stunned the Congress with a personal attack on Stalin. "We are against the creation of the theory of the leader," he stated. "We do not want to create a leader. We do not want a secretariat that combines politics and organization in practice and that places itself above the political body." A wave of protests drowned out his speech, but Kamina is not willing to remain silent. "I'm going to say what I have to say, until the end," he shouted. "I have already said this on one occasion to Comrade Stalin in person, I have already said it more than once to a group of party delegates, and I repeat it now before the Congress. I have the absolute conviction that Comrade Stalin cannot carry out the union of all Bolshevik functions and positions." Kamina spoke dominated by anger, as when he had made malicious denunciations of him against Trotsky. But his attack on Stalin failed. He was not asking for democracy, but for continuity of the Politburo, of which he was already a member. His speech, inspired by jealousy and malice, had the effect of uniting the Congress in its support of Stalin, who represented the unity of the party. Tomsky, as official spokesman, harshly criticized the speech. Kamina had shown, he claimed, the true talent of an opposition inspired not by political principles and measures, but by personal jealousy. At the same time he was careful to deny that there was a single leader or that there could be one. Too little time had passed since Lenin's death to admit that he could have a successor. Tomsky ended with an appeal to Kamenev and Zinoviev to apply to yourselves the lessons you taught Comrade Trotsky and bow your head to the will of the party. The opposition's attacks continued, but for now Stalin made no attempt to get rid of Zinoviev, Kamenev and the dissenters. He perhaps trusted that they would dig his own grave. In the elections to the Central Committee, all opposition leaders were re-elected. Next, all those who were already members of the Politburo, Stalin, Zinoviev, Bukharin, Rykov, Tomsky and Trotsky, were appointed again, but Kamenev only as a candidate. The Politburo increased its membership from 6 to 9, and Molotov, Voroshilov and Kalinin, all Stalin's men, were the 3 members who joined. The Central Committee now had 106 members, and the Central Control Commission reached 163. There were no major changes in either of these two bodies, but the new members strengthened Stalin's control over both. The real blow that Stalin dealt to Zinoviev was to remove him from the party organization in Leningrad. A new editor took over Pravda Leningradskaya, who immediately stopped publishing articles favorable to the opposition and began to faithfully reflect his official line. Then, at the beginning of January 1926, Molotov went to Leningrad at the head of a large delegation to inform groups of workers about the Congress. Ignoring local leaders, members of the delegation went directly to grassroots militants, numbering 63,000, and secured more than 60,000 votes of support for the official policy. In a brief and intense campaign, Molotov's team achieved a massive alienation of the Leningrad militants from their leaders, whom they had supported only weeks before to oppose the central authority in Moscow. This change was a further demonstration of the power of the call for party unity. It also reflected Zinoviev's inability and unpopularity as a leader. During 1925, Trotsky stayed away from party politics. He did not intervene at the 14th Party Congress and viewed with apparent disdain the efforts of Zinoviev and Kamenev to oppose Stalin. The ferocious attack he had suffered the previous year had wounded him deeply, so he had sought refuge behind a wall of silence. His only public intervention, in September 1925, was mendacious. In a book titled Since Lenin Died, the American writer Max Eastman, a close friend of Trotsky, published some quotes from Lenin's testament and an account of the events within the party since his death. He had testimonies from well-informed foreign communists, party members close to Trotsky and possibly Krupskaya or even Trotsky himself. He published an article denouncing the book and its confidential information as false. It was a slander to claim that some documents had been hidden from the Central Committee, and a perverse invention to allege that Lenin's will had been violated. Trotsky would later claim that he had written the article under pressure from threats from Stalin. It seems more likely that, without threats, Trotsky lied in the hope of saving his position as a member of the internal party organs. But by publishing this denial he wasted his most useful weapon against Stalin. The cult of Lenin had reached a point where the dead leader's every word was law. A clever use of the testament could have damaged Stalin's position, but now Trotsky could no longer use it. Opposition groups remained a minority within the party. Its leaders were motivated primarily by resentment of Stalin's preeminent position, survival instinct, and, to some extent, concern about official policy favoring the peasants. Malice and hatred also poisoned relations between opposition leaders. Zinoviev and Kamenev had rivaled the virulence of their attacks on Trotsky, who had never disguised his contempt for his opponents and had shown himself to be ruthless in his attacks against them. It is extraordinary, then, that the opposition leaders managed to unite in the spring of 1926. They were driven by desperation. They knew that they could not defeat Stalin's party apparatus. They also knew that the OGPU, successor to the GPU, acted against members of the base who dissented, although until then police methods had not been used against prominent militants. For Stalin, this coalition of opposition leaders was a sinister attack on party unity, carried out at a time when the party's situation in the country was still precarious. He denounced the agreement established between Zinoviev and Trotsky as a public, direct and unscrupulous pact. It was, of course, a sordid exchange in which Trotsky withdrew his criticism of Zinoviev, who for his part admitted that Trotsky's stance against bureaucratism had been justified. Trotsky was most responsible for preparing the opposition platform. He strove to avoid anything that might suggest an attack on the party or the formation of a new faction. He attributed the failures that occurred in the leadership of the party to the antagonism between the bureaucracy and the proletariat. This explained the repressive measures and the decline of democracy in the party, a concept for which Trotsky, when he was in power, had shown little respect. The opposition promoted measures that would accelerate industrial growth, improve the harsh conditions of the industrial proletariat, and curb threats from the kulaks and well-to-do peasants. The opposition presented part of its program to the plenary session of the Central Committee in April 1926, and the complete program, at the meeting held between July 14 and 23, 1926. The failure of the general strike in the kingdom prompted them to move united, since they attributed it to a failure of the party leaders who did not know how to properly guide and direct the British workers. Stalin reacted by removing some opposition supporters from positions of responsibility. At the same time, Stalin began to discredit the opposition, alleging with dubious evidence that it was not a left-wing opposition, but a right-wing bourgeois deviation. Then the party leaders began to fall into his hands. Opponents organized demonstrations in factories, calling for their proposals to be debated in all party organizations. This was a flagrant act of indiscipline and an affront to the unity of the party. Terrified by their own recklessness, the six leaders Trotsky, Zinoviev, Kamenev, Pyatakov, Sokholnikov, and Evdokimov acknowledged their guilt in a public statement and swore to denounce all future factional activity. They also denounced their own left-wing supporters in the Comintern and the Workers' Opposition Group. Apparently, their confession was voluntary, and constituted an attempt to save their consciences. They had only tried, as they innocently admitted, to retain some influence in the party. Their pusillanimous conduct exposed them and their supporters to reprisals. In October 1926, the plenum of the Central Committee, meeting jointly with the Central Control Commission, issued a stern warning to the opposition leaders. Trotsky was dismissed from the Politburo and Kamenev from his candidate member status, while Zinoviev was expelled from the Comintern. The opposition's request to be allowed to distribute its political program to delegates attending the 15th Party Congress was rejected. Another factor that harmed the opposition was the defection of Krupskaya, announced by Stalin at the Congress. She had signed the original political program of the United Opposition, but was displeased by the conduct of Trotsky, Zinoviev, and the others. In a letter to Pravda she expressed her displeasure circumspectly: "The opposition has gone too far. Criticism among comrades have turned into factionalism. The broad mass of workers and peasants has considered that the opposition's statements went against the basic principles of the party and Soviet power." She ended by calling for maximum unity of action. Krupskaya had become a pathetic figure, and her influence was rapidly diminishing. She was a woman of integrity, dedicated to the memory of Lenin and to the service of the revolutionary cause. But she did not understand politics and was constantly manipulated by Stalin. She hated him from the first time she saw him, in 1913. But, however, she had found that her great prestige as Lenin's wife was of no use to her. Stalin watched her closely, knowing that she would harm him at the slightest opportunity. Thus, in 1926 she managed to smuggle fragments of Lenin's testament out of Russia for the French communist Boris Suvarin. He gave them to Max Eastman, who had them published in the New York Times on October 18, 1926. It was a vindictive and futile gesture that failed to harm Stalin's position. But now, by defecting from the opposition, she demonstrated, as she had done on previous occasions, that Lenin's party and its unity were sacred to her, and more important than anything else. At the 15th Party Congress, Trotsky and Zinoviev finally destroyed themselves politically. Trotsky gave a long speech, having to request more time repeatedly. He was constantly interrupted with ridicule and laughter. Zinoviev humbled himself and asked for forgiveness for his mistakes. He too was interrupted and ridiculed. Both had been arrogant in power, and now they were humiliated and defeated. It fell to Bukharin to make the final attack against them. The delegates, thirsty for blood, applauded loudly. The main topic of debate at the Congress was not the opposition, but Stalin's new theory of socialism in one country. It was a clear product of his mind and his views, and it marked the beginning of the Stalinist era. The Russian revolutionary impulse had lost momentum since the end of the Civil War, and the process had accelerated after Lenin's death. A new policy was needed that would compel the Russian people to undertake the superhuman task of leading their country from the October Revolution towards socialism and communism. Socialism in one country was that policy. His emotional strength was overwhelming. It gave rise to new fervor in the party, and pride in the revolution spread beyond its ranks. It was a declaration of independence from the West and faith in his country's ability to move forward, creating its own future alone and without support. Backward Russia, for so long treated as a laggard nation on the outskirts of Western civilization, would become an advanced country and the center of civilization in the next millennium. Stalin's most important contribution to Russian communist doctrine had its origins in disagreements with Trotsky after the publication of the October Lessons. Of the heresies attributed to Trotsky, the most important was the basic theory that the success of the Russian Revolution depended on the support of the revolutions of the industrialized Western countries. As a Russian nationalist, Stalin instinctively rebelled against this assumption of dependency. Since the Mongol conquest in the 13th century, Russia had forged its own civilization, accepting what it wanted from other countries, but never depending on them. Evidently deep-rooted Moscow tradition insisted that Russian civilization was superior and that Russia's mission was to lead the world. Stalin, however, had to face the fact that Lenin had always accepted as a fundamental thesis that the Russian Revolution depended on the world revolution, or at least on that of the industrialized West. For Trotsky, the internationalist who despised any form of nationalism, it was inconceivable that Russia could follow the revolutionary route if not as part of the world's proletariat. In the October Lessons he had taken this premise for granted. Stalin had accepted this theory. Even in April 1924, in his lectures on the foundations of Leninism, he had expressly confirmed that the Russian Revolution would only triumph as part of the international revolution. But his doubts increased. Revolutions had failed in the West, and in 1923 the socialist attempt to gain power in Germany, where Lenin had placed many hopes, was a failure. It was obviously unrealistic to expect revolution in the West in the near future. Did this mean that the Russian Revolution had to inevitably fail, or that it had to slow down until the rest of the world was ready? Searching for ammunition against Trotsky in Lenin's writings, he came across an article written in 1915 that contained the germ of the idea of the new politics. Lenin had written that, since capitalist countries had not all evolved at the same rate, it was possible that the revolution would reach some countries before others, and that it could even break out first in one country. He did not expressly mention Russia, nor did he probably think Russia was that country. Based on this tenuous statement, Stalin developed his thesis of socialism in one country, implying that Lenin had foreseen and approved this possibility and, incidentally, that Trotsky had rejected it. Stalin's idea was first debated by the Politburo in April 1925. Zinoviev and Kamenev had half-heartedly accepted its inclusion in the resolution to be presented to the 16th Party Congress in December 1925. It did not arouse much interest among the delegates, who approved it as an abstract and doctrinal topic without immediate practical application. Then, in January 1926, after his victory at the Congress, Stalin wrote the article on questions of Leninism, in which he responded to the opposition's criticism and then dealt with the main obstacles to the creation of socialism. in a country. The first was the backwardness of the Russian economy, which was a challenge to the faith and talent of the people. The real threat was that the capitalist powers, which had entered a period of stabilization, could attack Soviet Russia. To counteract this danger, the Soviet Union had to retreat and, from isolation, adopt political measures of intensive industrialization. It would then prepare to repel any capitalist attack and, at the same time, advance irresistibly towards industrialized socialism. This article was written in a volume entitled Questions of Leninism, which became a fundamental text of the party in the following years. At the 15th Congress of the party, the thesis "Socialism in one country" was debated and approved in principle. Stalin made the most of the appeal of his appeal. He reproached the opposition for being men of little faith. They had no confidence in the power of the party and the Russian people to build socialism in their own country. The idea, as he presented it, represented a dramatic challenge to the party and the people to embark on a heroic project. Although defeated on all occasions, the opposition leaders did not lose hope. They took advantage of two events in May 1927 to resume their attacks. The first event was the murder of Chinese communists in Shanghai by Chiang Kai-shek's troops. They accused the official foreign policy, which maintained alliances with non-communist regimes, and in this case the Kuomintang, of being contrary to the principles of international communism. The sufferings of the Communist brothers in China were an example of the failure of the party leaders. Trotsky even stated that this was the logical result of the petty bourgeois theory of socialism in one country. The criticism impressed the grassroots militants, who felt great interest in the struggles of their foreign comrades. But then a real fear of a capitalist attack alarmed the country. In May 1927, British police searched the offices of the Soviet trade delegation in London and found evidence of subversive communist activities. The British government reacted strongly and broke off relations with the Soviet Union. In Moscow, this was interpreted, wrongly, as the United Kingdom's first step towards a declaration of war. The opposition claimed that a change of leadership was essential if the country was to defend itself in a war, and that the real foreign revolutionaries, who were then denounced as deviationists, had to be made to lend their support to Russia in the coming fight. Stalin and his followers argued that this was a time when the unity of the party mattered more than anything and that those in the opposition should put aside their disagreements and strengthen it. Fear of war faded, but turmoil continued in the party. Stalin's patience with the opposition leaders had worn out. Exhausted, he had always opposed his expulsion, and at the 14th Congress, in December 1925, he had explained why he was against Zinoviev and Kamenet's request for Trotsky to be expelled. He had changed his mind. The party would be in danger as long as dissidents actively worked within its ranks. Lenin would never have allowed it. He had shown himself determined in 1917, and on subsequent occasions, to put an end to the Mensheviks and the socialist revolutionaries, and insisted in 1921 on the exclusion of factions within the Bolshevik party. Stalin, for his part, had always shared the idea that the party should be completely united, but this hope was no longer tenable. While the party and the regime faced innumerable problems and struggled to survive, the opposition exerted a debilitating influence, unacceptable at crucial moments. At the plenary session of the Central Committee, at the end of July 1927, he promoted a resolution for the expulsion of Trotsky and Zinoviev from the committee. He could count on a majority in it, while in the Politburo it was said that the members of the right-wing Bukharin, Rykov, Tomsky and Kalinin were opposed to such a drastic measure. The Central Committee approved the resolution, but it was later annulled. Ortjonikij, who was at the time the chairman of the Central Control Commission, negotiated with the opposition, which again made a declaration of unconditional surrender. Stalin then accepted the withdrawal of the resolution, but it was clear that the opposition leaders had their days numbered in the party. In September 1927, as preparations were underway for the 15th Party Congress, the opposition issued its third declaration of political objectives and measures. Its main purpose was to change the leadership of the party, eliminating the right wing and Stalin in particular, although the statement did not mention names. They stated that the members elected by Congress to the Central Committee must be independent of the apparatus and must be closely related to the masses, a formula that would have excluded Stalin and the majority of his supporters. The opposition presented the statement to the Central Committee asking that it be printed and distributed to all delegates attending the Congress. Expecting their petition to be rejected, as in fact it was, they had set up a clandestine printing press, with the intention of printing the declaration for mass distribution. The OGPU found out about their plans in advance and seized the printing press. All those directly involved were arrested and immediately expelled from the party, but the leaders remained free for the time being. Desperate and frustrated in their efforts to make their opinions public, they expressed them at worker meetings. The Central Committee, meeting jointly with the Central Control Commission between October 21 and 23, 1927, again severely criticized their activities, but without expelling them from the party. On November 7, 1927, the 10th anniversary of the revolution, Trotsky and Zinoviev called for demonstrations in Moscow and Leningrad. The demonstrations lacked the power to attract people and had no echo, but they represented a serious violation of the party's rules. The OGPU came into action again. The police and some members of parallel organizations broke up the demonstration and numerous arrests were made. A week later, Trotsky and Zinoviev were expelled from the party. The Congress showed its enthusiastic support for the leaders. Some opposition groups signed declarations of obedience to the decisions of the Congress and asked for their readmission as members. Trotsky himself signed several of these petitions, but all in vain. Zinoviev and Kamina asked to be readmitted and abjectly retracted, confessing that their theses had been anti-party and anti-Leninist. His behavior was regrettable. They were told that their requests would be considered in due course, and they waited. Months later they were reinstated, and even appointed to minor positions, but their political careers had come to an end. In January 1928, Trotsky and about 30 other oppositionists left Moscow for distant parts of the country. Trotsky was sent to Alma-Ata, in Central Asia. It was the beginning of a long exile. The leader emerges. Shortly after the 15th Party Congress, Stalin made a momentous decision. This was not the product of a moment of inspiration, but something matured gradually, which inevitably emerged in the face of the country's situation. It was a decision that required courage and determination, and the fanatical conviction that Russia's survival depended on it. It meant launching the country into an unbridled race of industrialization and collectivization. Stalin had come to the conclusion that there was no alternative. The industry was backward and its production was very reduced, while agriculture was primitive and its results unreliable. The communist government was threatened by the capitalist powers, which would attack when they were ready, eliminating the party, destroying the achievements of the revolution and enslaving the nation. He had read a lot and knew the history of Russia. This had been his fate when he was weakened or lacked strong leadership. But, for Stalin, the country had never been weaker and more vulnerable than in the 1920s, when the party found itself undermined by internal factions and its leadership at the mercy of the great amorphous mass of more than 100 million peasants stubbornly opposed to change. And contrary to the communist regime and its objective of leading the nation into a new era of realistic strength and prosperity. There was no time to lose. It was necessary to develop industry, collectivize agriculture, and create a strong economy. And the imperative need to consolidate the military power of the Soviet Union so that it could remain proud and secure against the nations of the world was always present in Stalin's thoughts. These had been the objectives of Peter the Great, who was his model. In November 1928, in an address to the Central Committee, he stated that when Peter the Great, in competition with the most developed Western countries, feverishly built industrial plants and factories to supply weapons and means to the army and strengthen the country's defense, he intended to put an end to their backwardness. The idea of ending the backwardness of the Soviet Union began to be repeated in his speeches and articles. Peter the Great had been an autocrat who wielded absolute power and imposed his will on the nation. This was the Russian tradition, it was what the people had always known and expected. Stalin was beginning to believe himself to be the heir to this tradition. He assigned himself the role of leader because none of the other leaders felt strongly that it was his mission to direct the destiny of Russia. Shared leadership was weak leadership, as had been demonstrated since Lenin's death. He had to rule as the great Tsars had done, but he still did not have enough power. The policy of concessions to farmers to promote grain production and its marketing seemed to have borne fruit. 2 good harvests had significantly increased production. The adjustment of agricultural taxes and the improvement in the effectiveness of state purchasing organizations and cooperatives had produced good results. The harvest of grain between July 1926 and June 1927 amounted to 10.6 million tons, compared to 8.4 the previous year. Not only had more grain been produced and marketed, but a greater proportion of it had been collected in the public sector. This meant that the planned export figure of 275 million rubles was almost reached. At the end of 1926, a wave of optimism swept through the party. Bukharin and Rykov, who had insistently defended the official policy, were exultant. According to them, the left-wing opposition, led by Trotsky and Zinoviev, was wrong. Rykov, presenting the paper on economics to the 15th Congress in October 1926, stated that industry and agriculture were progressing in unison. The opposition was surprised by the initial success of the official policy. Zinoviev, Kamenev, Pyatakov, Sokholnikov, Trotsky, and Evdokimov signed a declaration on October 16, 1926 that was, in fact, a recognition of their defeat and a sign of support for the official policy. But in the debates at the Congress, Trotsky stated that the economic experience since April, the date of the previous Congress, has been too brief to give us hope. Although comforted by the apparent success of official policy, Stalin and the more discerning members of the party were concerned about the agricultural situation. As communists, they were obsessed with the kulaks, their class enemies. Attempts had been made with progressive rates of taxation and other means to restrict their growing wealth, but with little effectiveness. The fact was that the kulak was not the oppressive monster denounced at party meetings, but an efficient peasant who worked hard, had initiative, hired day laborers and rented the land he did not exploit, and he was an important producer of the surplus grain so necessary to provide food for the cities and for export. A report from the Central Committee in April 1926, however, acknowledged with serious misgivings the inevitable strengthening of the kulaks in the current period of the NEP and referred to the struggle of kulak elements to control the countryside. Another factor that overshadowed the widespread optimism was the amount of grain collected and stored by the peasants. It was estimated that by June 1, 1926, some 6 million tons had been secretly stored, a figure that was expected to almost double by the end of the year. 6 months later Rykov admitted that the amount of grain in the hands of the peasants was even greater, which meant that the pace of development of the economy is significantly delayed. Stalin knew perfectly well that the criticisms of the opposition, led by Trotsky and Zinoviev, were valid. The official policy of promoting the prosperity of peasants as the only means of generating capital would surely have to be modified using more expeditious methods to obtain that capital. It was unacceptable, and even dangerous, that the standard of living of the workers was far below that of the prosperous peasants. In the debate prior to the 15th Party Congress, which was to be held in December 1927, Bukharin and Rykov continued to show signs of optimism, but insisted on a more determined offensive against the kulaks. The opposition responded in its political program with a section titled "Official Optimism is Help to the Enemy," stating that capitalism is growing in the countryside in absolute and relative terms, and everyday dependence on the Soviet state and its industry increases. Regarding the raw materials and export resources of the wealthy sectors and the kulaks of the countryside. At the 15th Congress the growing crisis, exacerbated by a decline in grain shipments, intensified the underlying unrest. The need for collectivization and industrialization was highlighted. In his general address to the Congress, Stalin spoke of a transition to collective cultivation of the land, and the use of new and advanced techniques. He did not reveal the tremendous decision that was already in his mind. He was eager to take action, but the opportunity was not yet ripe. Bukharin, Rykov and Tomsky, in the Politburo, and other members of the right wing, would oppose any program that abandoned the NEP and used force against the peasantry. The crisis, which threatened a time of hunger during the first months of 1928, was not due to a failure in production, but to the refusal of the peasants to deliver grain. Prosperity had introduced a new spirit of independence among them, and an attitude of defiance to the party and the government. Urgent measures were introduced to prevent calamities. Party workers, numbering over 30,000, were sent to designated areas to obtain grain from the peasants. The party leaders themselves moved to the regions where the lack of collaboration of the peasants had been most notable. Stalin set out on January 15, 1928 to visit some areas of Siberia. There the harvest had been extraordinary, but the surpluses had been retained. He admonished and exhorted the peasants, and even threatened that those who hoarded grain would be prosecuted by law under Article 107 of the RSFSR Penal Code, which had been included the previous year. Pressured in this way, the peasants rebelled, and in some districts their hostility towards Moscow intensified. The amount of grain collected increased, but 250,000 tons had to be imported and precious foreign currency had to be used to pay for it. At the beginning of 1928 it became clear that peasants whose surplus grain had been seized, sometimes with violent methods, were sowing less so that there would be no surplus. Stalin had not yet revealed his new political program. Rumors had begun to spread that after the defeat of the left opposition, the NEP would soon be abolished. But at the joint meeting of the Central Committee and the Central Control Commission between April 6 and 11, 1928, these perverse rumors were firmly denied. Shortly afterwards, however, at the meeting of the Central Executive Committee of the Inter-Union Congress of Soviets, Stalin presented the draft of a new land law, which severely restricted the rights of the peasants. Faced with the strong opposition with which he was received, he proceeded to withdraw it to carry out, it was said, more deliberations. The project, however, revealed a part of the program that Stalin had in mind. At that time, the Gosplan, the State Planning Commission, was working on a general development plan for the industry based on what was agreed at the 15th Congress. The Commission envisioned gradual industrial growth based on rough calculations of agricultural expansion. The Gosplan economists were stunned in May 1928 when Kuobachev, head of the commissariat responsible for the economy, suddenly demanded an industrial expansion of 130% within 5 years. To protests that this was impossible, he replied, "Our task is not to study economics, but to change it. We do not have to submit to their laws. There are no fortresses that we Bolsheviks cannot conquer." At the end of May, Stalin announced to the party his new program of collectivization and rapid industrialization. He did not hesitate to present it as a challenge and as the only path open to the nation. Bukharin, Rykov, and others who supported the right-wing program made no public comment on this occasion, but they were alarmed. The forceful methods used against the peasants to extract their grain in the previous months had horrified them. Stalin's new program predicted the abolition of the NEP and the use of coercion with the peasantry instead of his policy of persuasion. They knew that there was no hope of gaining party support against Stalin, but perhaps there was a chance of defeating him in the Politburo and the Central Committee. The meeting of the Central Committee from July 4 to 12, 1928 was stormy, but the official chronicle, published in the Soviet press at that time, maintained that a spirit of compromise reigned. The resolution passed by the Central Committee on the agricultural problem again confirmed that there was no intention to reject the NEP, and rumors to the contrary were denied as counter-revolutionary chatter. Peasants who owned small and medium-sized farms would continue to be the main grain producers. The severe restrictions imposed on the kulaks and the brutal methods used to seize grain from the peasants were considered a violation of revolutionary legality. Stalin's speeches to the Central Committee, which would not be published until much later, revealed that he had spoken forcefully about the need for a new policy. Industrialization was advancing too slowly, and to encourage faster development it was necessary to temporarily impose taxes on peasants to generate the necessary capital. It was an unpleasant business, but there was no other source of capital and the Bolsheviks could not close their eyes to reality just because it was unpleasant. In the Politburo, and now in the Central Committee, Stalin suddenly came into conflict with Bukharin and Rykov. On July 11, 1928, before the close of the session of the Central Committee, Bukharin unexpectedly came to Kamina. He was highly excited and almost terrified. "Don't tell anyone about our conversation," he said. "Don't talk on the phone," he's tapped. "The GPU follows me and watches me too. We consider Stalin's program fatal for the revolution. That line takes us to the abyss. The disagreements we have with Stalin are by far more important than those we have with you. He is an unprincipled schemer who subordinates everything to his lust for power. At one point he will change his theories to get rid of someone. He's going to strangle us." On several occasions he referred to Stalin as the Genghis Khan of the Secretariat. Bukharin, who had contributed so much to Kamina's political destruction, now addressed him secretly because he hoped that Stalin would try to ally himself with Kamina and Zinoviev, and even with Trotsky, to defeat the right wing. His hysteria revealed how little he understood of his adversary. In fact, Stalin was risking everything to impose his maximum program. It was a brave and daring step. He could easily fail, and then all his enemies would turn fiercely against him. Bukharin was also desperate because, overcome and annulled, he saw what the opposition to Stalin entailed and foresaw that, like Trotsky, he would soon be expelled and destroyed. Kamina was not enthusiastic about Bukharin's request for support. He did not commit to anything and decided to calmly wait for signals from the other camp. Like Bukharin, Zinoviev and Trotsky, Kamina continued to cling to his pathetic idea that he was indispensable to Stalin and that Stalin would call him back to fulfill his mission in the central organs of the party. They still underestimated Stalin. Bukharin had thought that with the support of Yagoda, deputy head of the OGPU, Kalinin, Voroshilov, and Ortjonikij, the right wing would be able to reject the new policy. But they voted for Stalin. Bukharin assumed that he had some kind of influence over them. In fact, he dominated them because of his personality and his leadership skills. At that time, Stalin avoided any public break with Bukharin, Rykov, Tomsky and their supporters. Rumors of conflict between party leaders were still firmly denied. Also at this time, foreign delegates met in Moscow for the 6th Congress of the Comintern, which was held from July 17 to August 1. A special communiqué, addressed to the Comintern and signed by all members of the Politburo, including Bukharin and Rykov, denied that there were any disagreements between the leaders. But the rumors persisted, fueled by a smear campaign against Bukharin. Stalin then orchestrated the final attack against the right wing through the Comintern Congress. He had been the subject of severe criticism from Trotsky and others for supporting alliances with non-communist elements in China and the United Kingdom. He now abandoned that policy and those they defended. The Congress passed resolutions condemning the right-wing reformers. Bukharin and other leaders of this tendency had their misgivings, but they meekly supported the new line. The Comintern resolution served as a prelude to a similar change of direction within the Russian party. On September 18, 1928, Pravda stated that the fight against right-wing pro-Kulak forces was equally vital for Russia. At the end of September 1928, Bukharin published in Pravda, of which he was still nominally editor, an article entitled Notes of an Economist, in which he brought the conflict to light. The article is a reasoned exposition of the right wing's policy regarding industry and agriculture. Stalin admitted that he presented an admissible, if abstract, point of view. But Bukharin and his supporters did not realize that Russia did not have the time to carry out a slow and gradual reconstruction. It was a matter of extreme urgency. Furthermore, he was convinced that the non-cooperation of the peasants would abort the very important program of industrialization, and he could not accept that the party and its program were at the mercy of conservative anti-communist groups. While he maintained a fictitious union between the leaders, Stalin took action against his opponents. He dismissed 3 of Uglanov's top lieutenants in the Moscow party organization, where the challenge from the right wing was, he claimed, particularly strong. But he again confirmed that there were no conflicts within the Politburo. Bukharin and his colleagues also publicly maintained a semblance of unity. But they were becoming more and more desperate. Bukharin tried again to enlist Kamina as support, apparently without positive results, and in reality there was little that Kamina and Zinoviev could do from their isolation. With the support of Tomsky he tried to remove Stalin's main allies from the Politburo, but they failed miserably. Bukharin, Rykov and Tomsky threatened to resign, and to avoid the crisis that this would have caused, Stalin accepted several compromise resolutions in the Central Committee. In a speech that was published in Pravda and other newspapers, he again denied rumors of conflicts in the Politburo. He inexorably pressed ahead with his plans, and at the Central Committee meeting that took place from November 16 to 24, 1928 he announced the principles of his program. Only socialism would be consolidated in Russia, he stated, catching up and surpassing the capitalist nations in terms of economic and industrial development. Furthermore, the military force that guaranteed the security of the nation and the Soviet regime depended on a strong and developed industry. There was no time to lose, because the capitalist powers were watching and waiting for the opportunity to destroy the young socialist nation. Bukharin and the right-wing group were defenseless and defeated. Stalin dismissed his key supporters and set about carrying out his program. On November 27, Uglanov and others were expelled from the party organization in Moscow. The following month, the Central Committee approved a new law, depriving peasants of their last individual rights over the land. At the same time, Stalin was undermining the authority of Tomsky, who had always maintained strong control over the unions. The 8th Congress of Trade Unions, which was held at the end of December, approved, as planned, the industrialization program which, modified by Kuobachev, established objectives that were impossible to achieve. The Congress also sanctioned the request for more democracy and freedom of criticism within the unions, as well as the replacement of bureaucratic positions, no matter how old their holders were. This was clearly directed against Tomsky, known for his authoritarian methods. He presented his resignation, but it was not accepted. The following year, however, he was dismissed. Control over the unions passed into the hands of 5 of Stalin's men, including Kaganovich, whom the Congress elected to its presidium. Bukharin and Rykov knew that the end was near. Both they and their supporters were monitored by the OGPU. Bukharin's contacts with Kamina were known, and Trotsky's leftist supporters in exile had published a note about Bukharin's secret meeting. Among the Russian Social Democrats there was no place for charity and compassion towards defeated enemies, they only felt hostility. Bukharin had never been a contender for leadership, like Trotsky and Zinoviev. He readily accepted Stalin's primacy, but was seriously concerned about the extreme measures, especially those relating to the peasants, that Stalin was determined to carry out. He was a benevolent and sentimental intellectual, fearful of Stalin's cruel determination to carry out actions that would provoke large-scale violence and perhaps civil war. In a last attempt to alert the party to the dangers he foresaw, Bukharin gave a long speech on January 21, 1929, the anniversary of Lenin's death, which was published in Pravda as a pamphlet with the evocative title Lenin's Political Testament. He cited Lenin to emphasize that a period of peaceful development was necessary and that the Third Revolution had to be avoided. Stalin was losing patience with this debate over programs when immediate action was necessary. In February 1929, Bukharin, Rykov and Tomsky were summoned before the party's Control Commission, accused of having contacted the discredited leftist leader Kamina. They immediately presented an accusation to the Politburo, which, according to Stalin's later report, criticized one-man command and bureaucratization. They also demanded that industrialization be slowed and that the creation of collective and state farms be stopped, the restoration of private trade, and that radical measures against the kulaks be ended. The Politburo, meeting with the Presidium of the Control Commission, rejected his theses, especially his apparent defense of the kulaks, his conduct in contacting Kamina and threatening to resign, and accused them of forming a faction. In April 1929, Stalin made an extensive attack on Bukharin at the meeting of the Central Committee. He was not going to allow the leaders of the right wing to appear as champions of the peasantry or of a gradual and undemanding economic policy. He claimed that the right wing was so eager to join the peasants that he accepted even the kulaks. And the Trotskyists, by opposing counting on the peasants, were at the other extreme, and both extremes were wrong. Stalin took the middle path, uniting with the poor peasants against the kulaks. He began a campaign discrediting Bukharin for his excessively theoretical thesis. The Central Committee condemned the right-wing leaders and recommended that Bukharin and Tomsky be relieved of all their positions. The Central Committee's decision